and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your air conditioner keeps you cool this summer. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or just want a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services for help with your air conditioner today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA.
Moving to his left, here it comes, and of course it's good from 1,274 feet away. Out on the left side, and the way this game has gone, Eddie, you knew when he shot it, it was going in.
Just cause.
Into the forecourt, Halliburton, all the way to the goal. He lobbed it to the rim. Checkmate! Checkmate! Toppin with a dunk.
49 states, it's just basketball, but this is Indiana.
There's some highlights from Game 6 Saturday as the Pacers clinched their spot in the finals, and Rick Carlisle, 49 states, it's basketball. This is Indiana. Hoosiers, it's special. And they're in the NBA Finals for the second time.
Yeah, but what about U.S. territories? You know, what's it in Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands? A lot of different things, you know, you have to ask yourself, where do they fit in?
U.S. Virgin Islands, home of Tim Duncan?
I mean, I don't know why just you limit it, you know. That's just, I want to include everybody.
Guam,
where
baby.
do they fit in?
Let's discuss Guam and basketball and beaches and airfare. Pacers right. Tyrese Halliburton, who they got for Domantas Sabonis, who they acquired when they had to trade Paul George. And Paul George figured in Oklahoma City getting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So, encouragement for Jazz fans here with these finals, PK. The Paul George finals. You can trade an all-star and have it lead to awesome things.
No, I don't think there is. It's just, it stops the whining that it can't be done. I don't think right now they have any form of encouragement, but I think you can stop whining about location. It doesn't matter.
Oklahoma City and Indiana on the biggest stage. They're small markets, cold places, no glamour, blah, blah, blah. According to the Athletics, the Knicks are frustrated with Karl Anthony Towns.
Me too.
Defensive habits, less concerned with his talent level, more with his processing on the defensive end of the floor. Incorrect coverages, not communicating. They think he didn't grasp the importance of the matter.
Yeah, man, I really think that was the story, man. If he would have done that, they probably win 4-0.
Not buying it, huh?
Everybody else was just
on
100%
point.
Exactly where they should be at all times. I realize if you're a pay service, you have to have some clicks.
Oklahoma City Thunder, one of the biggest betting favorites in NBA Finals as we go forward now. Across the past 20 years, only the 2018 Warriors were bigger favorites entering the championship series.
How does Towns respond to that? It's anonymous out there in the interweb. Who said what? And that's what is considered a legitimate story these days.
Yes. And it doesn't really make sense to me from the Knicks standpoint when I was thinking about, like, well, if this is true, then a coach is into defense's tips, wants to move on. And if you want to move on, don't let the world know you're unsatisfied or you're dissatisfied, because then you're going to have less leverage in the trade market.
Yeah, I don't know that it was him who said anything.
Doesn't have to be.
Well, man,
but the front office,
you're holding him accountable for it,
that's what that team values. You're right. Now, it could be an assistant coach. It could be him. It could be somebody in the front office, and front offices are bigger than ever. So
back
could be a
now,
player.
They're so big, they go in the back office.
Right. A separate building because they're not even inside the arena now. A woman has accused Pelicans forward Zion Williamson of rape in addition to sexual, physical, emotional, and financial abuse over the span of a multi-year relationship, according to a lawsuit submitted to the LA Superior Court. Relationship lasted from 2018 to 2023, which sets his freshman year at Duke into the NBA. There are 2 alleged incidents of rape in the lawsuit in 2020. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
For me, it's like the New York Giants. I never, ever wanted to leave the New York Giants. The reason you heard me talking about what was going on is because I was pissed because where I come from in college, if we lost one game, our season was over. This was an organization I got drafted to. They believed in me. So if the Giants went and won a Super Bowl, I would be happy. But deep down inside,
you're like,
I wanted to be the one.
You wanted the one to bring one.
No question.
Another one.
So it's definitely, you'll always hold that. But then, if someone like me, I went to the LA Rams, won a Super Bowl, you know what I mean? But I still, you just want that.
Odell Beckham Jr., reflecting on a career that's taken him to 5 different teams. He's 32 years old now. Never wanted to leave the Giants.
Odell Beckham Jr.
You view him as one of the greats at wide receiver, a game changer,
right
or another talented wide
right
receiver
there with
who's
Charlie
in the
Taylor
middle of
and
the
Harold
drama.
Carmichael.
Ooh.
And Al Toon.
Al Toon. Nice. 49ers nearing a trade for Eagles pass rusher Bryce Huff. Compensation expected to be a mid-round NFL draft pick. 2 teams will split the $16 million left in fully guaranteed money. And the Niners will get a pass rusher. Vikings signed the general manager to a contract extension. Kwesi Adofo-Mensah locked in for 5 years now. Now they're trying to lock up Kevin O'Connell to a contract extension.
Been locked up.
Yeah.
After also locking him up.
Lock him up.
I think this is a slightly different meaning and different tone and message. But locked up nonetheless. DJ PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
The pitch. He hits a high drive to left. Stowers back on the warning track at the wall. It's gone. Matos goes deep. A 3-run homer. And the hit that's been sorely missing for the Giants makes it 4-0 here in the 4th inning.
He's 0-2 here with Judge at first. And a pitch from Yamamoto. Swung on and sent to center field and deep. Going back, Edman. Looking at it and say goodbye. Up on the net. Into the batter's eye. A 2-run homer for Ben Rice. And the Yankees now have a 3-1 lead.
1-1 tie. Bottom of the 9th inning. The stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball. Up the middle. Base hit. The Mariners win it. Randy Arozarena jumps on first base. A walk-off single. Julio scores, and the Mariners win it 2-1 over the Minnesota Twins.
Highlights from Sunday in baseball. Cal Raleigh, Major League best 23rd homer in that 2-1 Mariners win. You also heard the Yankees going deep. Dodgers take 2 out of 3. Yankees win the Sunday game to avoid the sweep. Were you watching on Friday when the series started with both of the Stars hitting home runs in the first inning to announce their presence?
I don't have Apple TV, so I was not able to, but I was following it, and that was awesome. And then Shohei hits in the second one. Just incredible.
Dodgers get 2 out of 3 in that series. You also heard the Giants beating the Marlins 4-2. The clutch hit. Matos clubbing the 3-run homer to power San Francisco 4-2. Pitching on full display yesterday. The Mariners not only winning 2-1, but Tigers over the Royals 1-0, and the Astros over the Rays 1-0. Hunter Brown, his 8th win, best in Major League Baseball, 6 innings of 1-hit ball. So impressive for him. Colorado, terrible, beaten by the Mets 5-3. They've lost 50 games already. Fastest team to 50 losses since 1884. Move over, White Sox. There's a new terrible team on the block, and Colorado isn't flinching. The Bees, beaten by the Rainiers all week long, one day after another. 5-3 the final score. Bees start a home series with Round Rock tomorrow at the ballpark at America First Square. DJ and PK.
#RSL.
Real Salt Lake shut out the Galaxy. Score once in each half. Get the 2-zip win. RSL losing to a team that hadn't won all year. Galaxy get their first win in 17 games. Midway through the season, there's a break now. RSL's off until the 14th. Diego Luna headed to play with the U.S. men's national team. And RSL left figuring out how are they going to finish these chances they're creating. 3 of them, actually, for the 18-year-old Xavier Gozo. But he hits the post, he gets saved, and they end up not scoring.
So go Gozos.
Finish your chances. So go Gozos. In 2 weeks, they'll be back home. DJ and PK.
#golf.
Scotty Scheffler wins again. He won the Memorial last year. He wins it again this year. He is on fire. He's got 3 wins in the last 5 weeks on the PGA Tour. He's played 4 events. Been beaten by a total of 3 guys. 1 4th-place finish and 3 titles. He's 10 under. He ends up winning this by 4 shots, and he actually led by 5 coming down the stretch there. Scheffler dominating, and then afterwards Jack Nicklaus saying that these other guys are nice golfers, but they're just not in his league.
Well, that's a big old duh.
Yeah. Got Scheffler penciled in for the U.S. Open now?
I got it in pen.
It's in ink?
Blood.
Frame it, blood. Nice.
That's the oath I've taken.
That's New Jersey commitment to golf right there. He makes his picks in blood. Tony Finau settled into a tie for 31st. He was 5 over for the tournament, but it's Scotty Scheffler for the win again. I guess we'll come out of this watching this hot streak from Scheffler, thinking that Rory McIlroy had a window and took advantage of it. Scheffler starting his training late after cutting his hand, and 3 wins for McIlroy, including the Masters. But, man, if Scheffler had started practicing early and training, would he have been on his game earlier, and would the Masters have been a different story?
He's not going to win every one of them.
True story. Just seems like it lately. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Stanley Cup Finals. Edmonton Oilers are in, and they should have forward Connor Brown back in their lineup Wednesday when they play Game 1 with the Florida Panthers, who should also get Anton Lundell back. Both missed time in the conference finals due to injuries. Both teams expected to be near full strength by Wednesday. So
that's what
time
you
off.
want. Yeah.
You want everybody healthy?
No, I want nobody healthy. Either nobody or everybody. Nothing in between.
Stanley Cup Finals start Wednesday. NBA Finals start Thursday. What is trending concludes right here. Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, joins us. We'll talk NBA Finals with him at 8 o'clock. Bill Seals covering the Iowa State Cyclones for Rivals Cyclone Report. Our spring football tour at 9 o'clock looks at Iowa State. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Earlier crashes this morning on I-15 have been cleared, but still have some slowing in both directions heading towards downtown Salt Lake City. If you're on Bangerter Highway, it's slower northbound through the road construction zone that's ongoing through Taylorsville this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Visit them today at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Tim Reynolds joining us on the program. He writes for the AP.
It's 11 conference champions
in the last 7 years, too. 11 out of the 14 have been different. So not only has there been a change in who wins it, there's also a change in the teams that get there. I mean, we've had a new CBA and rule changes within it. The aprons, they changed a lot of things for a lot of teams. It's really tough for teams to get good now from the middle. You've either got to bottom out or you've got to get super lucky or you're stuck in the middle. I think it's great that legitimately 20 of the 30 teams can honestly say we have a chance. The NFL doesn't have that. Major League Baseball doesn't have that. It's great for the league because the league didn't have this for a while. Now we just have new things to complain about. We complained about how boring it was when it was Cleveland Golden State every year. Now we just complain about other stuff.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs. And clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
One of
the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you could win tickets to Aerofest with Styx, Kevin Cronin, former lead singer, REO Speedwagon, Don Felder from the Eagles, June 11th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets are on sale now, livenation.com. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Baby.
Question of the morning. It's the Thunder and it's the Pacers. If Oklahoma City and Indiana can do this, doesn't it prove that small market teams can succeed?
I think you're right with Pacer. It is all about Halliburton.
The Pacer?
Yeah.
Halliburton.
He's the Pacer.
And his supporting cast.
Right now he is. Got it going on.
He is the guy.
Yeah.
Michael says, well, it depends. Look at the Pacers and look at the Jazz. One team tanked, the other team played like their lives depended on it.
Mm-hmm. Which one was which?
Good one. Thank you. Small market teams, Travis says, can succeed if they get talented players and actually keep them instead of trading them all away. Jazz front office, take note. Well, small market teams did have talented players and traded them away. The Paul George trades launched both these teams. Not always directly. It was more indirectly with Indiana. Trade Paul George, get Sabonis. Trade Sabonis, get Halliburton.
Yeah, you're hung up on the Paul George thing. You thought that was clever, so you're going to run with it all week, I can tell.
The Thunder got their top two players out of that trade. The draft pick that became Jalen Williams, number 12, was a Clipper pick. And obviously, SGA.
Yeah, I love it when you spend time at the computer. Or did somebody tell you that?
Both.
Obvious.
Well, I didn't just look up in the sky and divine it. I was looking at the clouds, and it came to me.
Well, I knew somebody had to put it in your ear. So that's a big deal toward you. I mean, they could have done it another guy. The fact is, it doesn't matter how you did it. It just matters that you did do it. I mean, every team can say, oh, if you didn't do this, you didn't do that. If the Mavericks wouldn't have taken Terrence Stansbury, then if they would have taken Stockton ahead, I mean, you can just play that game forever. So everybody, this is not unique to these two teams. That's the way teams come together. Stuff happens, and you go your moves. I mean, the good thing here is that if you're looking for excuses, this franchise doesn't have any anymore.
No. Two small market teams had an all-star say, I went out, and 6 and 8 years later, those two teams are in the NBA Finals.
You're going to continue to beat the Paul George thing.
Well, I'm pretty much done. That's everything I got for you. But to your point,
they could have traded somebody else and been even better.
To your point now, in the West, that's 6 different teams in the West in 6 years. There are lots of teams that have taken lots of the paths, and the fact is, since the Warriors dynasty ended, there's a whole lineup of different teams that have gone. And whoever wins this, we're going to have 7 different champions in 7 years. So again, it's a whole different lineup. Get your guys, and the door is open.
There's just no excuse. They have none. And they will tell you they have none. There's nothing standing in the way. And I've always believed that. I always believed that this idea of, oh, woe is me, that's just an excuse. Because if it's not an excuse and it's the way it is, then just come out and say, guys, man, we're in Salt Lake City, Utah. We can't get this done. Why even try? We're just going to put out a product that's pretty good and hope you enjoy it. And we'll all make money. We'll all get rich. And we'll be home every June. And we'll be on vacation. That sounds pretty good to me. How about you? Yeah, Bob. Sure. You like it, Tony? Yeah. All right, ready to go. But that's not the attitude that they've taken. There is no excuse. There never has been. I don't want to hear it. And if Mitchell and Hayward want to go, great, let them go. Then rebuild and get better. I mean, it's not like Mitchell and we're looking at the players that wanted to leave here. At best, they're nice players. But they couldn't get you where you wanted to go anyway. So why are you so freaking hung up on players who don't want to be here? They're not singularly good enough to win it all. So who really cares?
None of those guys, none of those high-profile guys, those all-stars who wanted out, took their subsequent teams to the NBA Finals.
That's what I'm saying.
There it is.
So they didn't want to be here. They're idiots. That's the way I look at it.
Say it like that one more time.
Why? That's
idiots.
the way they don't want to be here. Fine. You're the one who's going to miss out. And that's the attitude you have to take. This is a great place to be. And if you don't want to be here for whatever reason, some assemblyman said something on social media or something or whatever it was, you needed to get out and find your way in the world, go ahead. Well, okay. But the chances are you weren't going to win with either of those two guys. So what did you really lose? There's plenty of dudes who want to be here. There's no question about that. I would argue it's way more who want to be here if given the opportunity than who don't want to be here. So that excuse has long been gone. Now you have to go find the right players, put them together. It's hard. But there's not impediments that location is one of them. No, I refuse to accept it. I never did accept it. Play it to your strength. Why wouldn't you do that? We've seen the Utah football team do that. Somehow they overcame, and even younger guys. And guys that back then didn't have the money to go wherever they want for 4 or 5 months. You got kids out of Florida. You got kids out of Texas. Great, phenomenal players. And they managed to do it because they played to the strength of the community, not the weaknesses. It's like I say in the drafts. Tell me what the kid can do as to why you drafted him. Not immediately list his negatives. Everybody's got them. Very few don't. So that's the charge. And if you needed proof, which I didn't, but if you did, here it is. Go do the right things, because it's more than just one, obviously. You've got to do several. You got to stack things.
Stack players.
Yeah.
And then have those players stack days.
Yeah. And away you go.
And then you'll stack wins.
Now, the flip side of it is, boy, you might as well continue the rebuild here for another couple years because you're not getting ahead of the Oklahoma City Thunder. So they're going to be in your way. I mean, you may need 5 years for this thing to flush out. Who knows?
We'll see when they have to re-sign everybody what it looks like in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they've answered the questions.
They look good next year, and they should look really good the year after that. And then all the contracts will be up, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, right. So keep going. And keep doing what you're supposed to be doing. And you try to get there. It's like in college now is the same thing. I mean, several years ago, you said, oh, what are the Sun Devils playing for? The Sun Bowl? No. They're playing for next year to get to the Rose Bowl. And if they don't get there then they're playing for the year after to get to the Rose Bowl. Things have changed now.
But they got to the playoffs.
You condescendingly asked me that question.
They got to the playoffs.
Rocky Long must have been high and mighty, and you were feeling good about yourself when
Rocky
you said
Long,
that.
Rocky Long was already good. Or already gone.
Not when they went to the Sun Bowl. No, he wasn't.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, time flies then.
You can go look it up, which I'm sure you'll do. But you're always playing for the ultimate prize. And if you don't get it, that doesn't mean you quit. You just keep going. And maybe you can pull off the almighty Paul George trade. Or whoever is that player. The goals never change. That's what's so cool about it. And I believe if you keep working hard and keep doing what you're doing, you have that opportunity. And you love the history stuff. How long did it take Ainge to get a title in Boston?
Might have to look that up, but I think 4 years.
Okay. Well, where is he now?
Year 4.
Is it 4 already?
Oh, well, we're going into 4 since, yeah.
Okay.
Didn't he watch the team for 1 year?
Did he what?
Watch the team for 1 year
and
then break it up?
All right, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember he was they kind of ham and egged when he came aboard.
They did.
And they tried to say that they were in some golf tournament in the Bahamas or something, and that's when the light came on.
He left the Celtics, and then 6 months later, it was with the Jazz. And it was like, well, you knew this was going to happen.
It did appear. It did appear.
Yeah.
Right. It did appear that's, and they like to, they don't want to play that up. So the point being is that even with the most or second most glamorous franchise, depending on which side of the country you reside in, it took a couple years to get going. And obviously, the Celtics didn't rebuild to the level that we're going through with this team right now. So it's going to take longer.
Well, they hit because they traded a draft pick for a veteran. And so that sped everything up. And who cares how long it takes? Whether that was 4,
I think the fans care.
Whether that took 4 or 6 for Oklahoma City if they pull it off, or 8 if it's Indiana. I mean, if it's 10
but
years,
you don't know
get
that.
it.
You don't know that. Sure. If you tell every Jazz fan in 2032 you will win the NBA title, that'd say absolutely fine. But you're looking at it in retrospect. And when you're in the middle of it and you're playing bunches, basically minor league dudes, and try to pawn them off as major league dudes with major league prices, that gets disheartening, especially if you want to look at history for the typical Jazz fan. He or she has had hope for a good majority of those years, and now they don't have any. So it's easy for us to say, well, who cares how long? Because we don't have that emotional investment.
Right.
It's not our team.
But when you say 4, 6, 8, or 10 years, you're going to see the possibilities before it happens. It's not going to come out of nowhere. So hope will be restored before they get to this alleged championship that's out there somewhere.
Okay, well, so put your time frame on it, whatever. I mean, I just took the words you said. If you want to amend it, that's fine. I do that all the time. What's your amendment? When does hope arrive? I get your point, and it's an excellent point.
It depends on who they draft. I don't know. It depends on who they draft.
Of course we don't know.
Right. Well,
hope, nobody knows anything about hope because hope is no guarantee to anything. By definition, it's nebulous.
Sure,
so obviously you don't know.
But
that wasn't in doubt.
But when Donovan Mitchell in his rookie year was playing against the Thunder and Joe Ingles was irritating Paul George and they won a playoff series, hope had returned.
But you said 10 years. Then you just said hope could be restored before that because you're not going to go from crap to really good in a single year. I agree with you.
I would assume you would see something 2 or 3 years in advance.
Okay. So now we're down to 7.
Right. It'd be interesting to talk to Indiana for a team.
We have 4 more because we've already done 3.
Oh, yeah. To me, 3's gone. Yeah, so if it's 10 years, we could be 4 years away from hope.
And we got hope for, all right, 4 years away from hope. I like it. I like that premise. No, I'm serious. There has to be something that I realize. I can't, in 4 years, I'm not going to come back. You lied to me. I'm not going to say that.
No, I think
it's a good point you're making.
In 4 years, if it hasn't happened, it'll be, how come there's no hope yet?
Right. No
how
question.
come there's no hope yet?
100%.
Something,
yes. So you already got 3 in the bank. You're talking about another 4. I'm with you.
The recent thing off what I've heard and what I've read and what I've seen, it's Harper. And for so long, it was a Cooper flag, right? With good reason.
Yeah.
Cooper. He's in it. And reading stuff lately, because Cooper seems like a settled deal and people have to write and talk about something else, is like Harper would be really good. And people really would be talking about him if he's the number 1 pick, but he's been overshadowed by Flag. But this guy can really move the needle for whoever gets him. Now the Jazz with all these assets and Trader Danny with his nickname and reputation, can the Jazz move up? And talking to people, the consensus seems to be he's so good, the Spurs really want him, he doesn't really fit with their roster, and because of that, they will rearrange their roster. They are not moving that guy. The anticipation is they probably, because I think if you traded up and got Harper, I think Hope would arrive on draft night or whenever you get the trade. If it's part of a marketing deal, it can't be done until the middle of the summer.
Incremental hope, though.
You can have incremental.
Hope better of a better day better be here in 23 days.
There's got to be some kind of hope, right? There's got to be something when they announce that name one way or another.
Yes. Or if they make moves beyond a singular name.
Right, exactly. One way or another. And maybe there's a trade.
Right. No, if I come out of, we get to like 9 o'clock on June 25th and I got no hope, my hope hasn't improved at all. It's bad enough the lottery didn't go your way. Now, if this doesn't go your way, oh my goodness, that's awful.
If you walk in the next morning, look at me and go, DJ, I got no hope.
Well, I believe that's not possible.
I would think so. In this draft with all these names, there ought to be some intrigue at minimum.
And you've got players available. You've got draft picks available. You have future draft picks I'm talking about. And you have draft picks right now, today. Yes, the team, I think it's imperative that the team takes some kind of progressional step. Is it a leap? Is it a standing broad jump? Is it just a step? There's got to be something somewhere.
And that comes in two different flavors because there's whatever it is and it turns out to be, and there's whatever we believe it is in the moment. When they drafted Donovan Mitchell, we're like, that's interesting. Then we saw him in Summer League. That might be really interesting. Then we saw him in the regular season. They must love this guy because he's jacking up shots left and right. He's missing everything. And the coach isn't losing his mind. All the veterans seem super patient with him. There's something going on. So there's a progression figuring out what Donovan could do.
Yeah, and your guy, Paul George, I remember him in this arena. He was asked about it, and he said, "Oh no, we have the same agency. I saw him. I know he's going to be good." Mm-hmm. He just said it's so matter of fact.
Yep.
I'm aware of him because of the connection. Turned out to be true. But I think we'll have a better idea at that point because it would really, I don't know if surprise, shock is too much. Mild surprise maybe. But it would just, and maybe it'll come in the summer. Maybe I can't just limit it to draft night. But it would surprise me if by the time we're at September 1st, that they haven't done something beyond simply drafting a player at 5th and 21st.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. Because by September 1, you get to the point where they can trade Markkanen. And obviously also there's Collins, and there's got to be some kind of market for Sexton. So
and the team is basically set at September, right around Labor Day. Like that's when they got rid of Mitchell. They weren't going to have him come into town and work out with the team and then trade him. That's too late at that point because everybody gets in around Labor Day, give or take, and they start working out on their own together unofficially, and then 2-3 weeks later it's training camp, blah blah blah. And so at that point, I would be surprised if the singular moves were just the 5th and 21st pick. And I'm not counting about we sign Oscar Tshiebwe to a 2-year deal or a two-way or whatever.
You're talking major moves that impact
something about the more of the core,
right?
If not. And it may be just jettison some of the better players who stand in the way of another crappy season, and maybe they get picks. Did Locke just throw Lillard out there as I'll just throw something against the wall because I got to do an interview with my guys on Friday? I don't think so.
No.
And I realize he cannot so-called expose everything that he knows. Because
there's a combination of what he's told
he has to protect.
And what he can figure out.
Right.
And he can't go too far out on any limb
right.
because they probably don't know exactly what move they're going to make. Mm-hmm. But he's got an idea of 3, 4, or 5 things that make sense.
So it could be just eating Lillard's contract for unprotected or lightly protected Bucks picks in whenever they've got them available, say 2030, 2031. Whatever that might be.
Either picks or young players in a 2-team or maybe more a 3 or 4-team deal.
All possible, and I would think that there would be some kind of thing.
And all those things should bring some level of intrigue / hope.
I would strongly agree.
I mean, if it's draft picks, then you're sitting there. You can't, because if it's draft picks, then you're sitting out there and you're wondering, okay, and when that draft pick comes around,
right?
Are they going to use it? What's it going to be?
Yeah, once you start to get to 2030, at that point, you're pushing Danny Ray into his 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's
nonetheless,
66 years old now. But, I mean, he could still do the job then if he wants.
Right. But those picks might not be for building a team. They may be for rebuilding it on the fly. That's the magic of the Thunder and why we don't know much. I mean, we can assume that next year and the year after, they're going to be really good. At that point, they got to pay everybody, and they can't pay everybody, so they'll let some people go. But because they still have all these draft picks, are they going to be hitting on them and replenishing it with new good players who are on rookie deals, and they can keep winning for 4 or 5 years the way the Warriors did? How's that going to work? The Warriors did it not because they hit on the young guys, because they didn't. The Warriors did it because the cap took a huge jump, and they brought in Durant and kept flying.
Oh, yeah, and they had already won without him.
They had.
So they won without him twice.
The first and fourth ones.
Yeah.
Before and after him.
So good for him, but how much did it really need you? Who knows if they wouldn't have done it either way. The thing that I'm thinking about is that's really, really got me upset is I want my $2 back. Because I donated $2 in hope of recouping good luck, and I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I want my $2 back.
You needed to invest more, apparently.
No, I want my $2 back. No, I only said, you didn't say 4, you didn't say 6. If I would have read 10, but for like weeks, I said $2.
Should have been $2.
No, you wrote it down on the paper, and I freaking read it.
It should have been $2 a day, PK.
It didn't say that, but if you would have put in $2 a day, I would have done it.
Salary.
I could afford $2 a day. Are you kidding me? But I just read what's on this sheet that I hold in my left hand. You see that out there in TV land? I'm looking at you right now. If you're on the web watching us, this is what they give me. This is what I read. It said donate you $2. I donated my $2, and I got jack crap in return. It's like playing, they say we don't have a lottery in Utah. This was the freaking lottery.
This is why you should stay away from lotteries. This is how they work.
Oh, look at you.
You're usually disappointed.
Just common sense, logical advice to the people. That's why we're here. That's why we tune in, for those very things. I love it, man.
Lay it on thicker, PK.
I'm just doing... What's your next charity you've got going?
I'm not telling you.
How are you helping the community?
I'm not telling you.
And yet he thinks he's lived here too long.
You saved the school $600,000? $600,000.
Yeah. Oh. He thinks he's lived here too long, Jan.
It's impacted my language skills. There's no doubt about it. I brought in bad grammar to the show. I just told the Broughton story to somebody, and they were cracking up. You really said Broughton on the air? I said, I did. I blurted it right out.
And
Broughton.
You've lived here too long.
It's impacted my grammar. Should have packed up my good grammar a long time ago. Dang it. Too late now. Stuck with me. Deal with it. When we come back, more on the hoops later in the show. Steve Cleveland is going to be here. We'll get his NBA Finals pick in about 20 minutes right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got typical delays in place on I-15 so far this morning, 2100 north in Lehigh, all the way to 106 south in Sandy if you're headed northbound. Also, a couple of crashes on northbound Mountain View Corridor in Riverton. They're being cleaned up, but the delays are backing up in multiple spots out on the west side. This morning, update brought to you by our friends over at Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Roger Goodell is the most powerful man in sports in America. I think Greg Sankey's number 2. Brett Yormark has got to be as aggressive and sly and underhanded as he possibly can be, trying to find a way to keep your conference as close to those other two as you possibly can.
That
is why we're seeing BYU be so aggressive financially. Because BYU wants to send a message to Yormark, to Phillips, to Sankey, saying, we want to be in it. We want to win championships. We'll spin to do it because BYU is a valuable logo. Utah's become a valuable university. Going to a couple Rose Bowls, and their recent success is big. That's why Utah's got to get back into it this year, because there's a chance that all except for a few get excluded if you don't find a way to get your foot in this door and make it a valuable product.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
When it comes to the biggest moments in Utah sports history, These guys have seen it all. This is DJ and PK. DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, the band of the day today is the Rolling Stones. Longtime drummer Charlie Watts would be 84 today, passed away in 2021. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concert events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Yeah, Ronnie Wood was 78 yesterday. And now with this new move by the Jazz, a championship, it's just a shout away! Just a shout away! Just a shout away! My neighbor asked me, hey, what are you going to sing tomorrow? I said, I don't know. We'll make it up when we get there.
Gave him the truth. How'd he handle it? How'd your neighbor handle the truth?
He said, oh, yeah, I forgot. I said, I don't make that. I don't plan that stuff. I mean, I try to get content in my mind, but the nonsense?
Right, but some of the content just happens. Breaking news, Yak in the break. Shams. We don't have Woj bombs anymore. What is this? What is there something when Sham says something?
Slams.
Shazam.
Shazam! The Jazz have added to their front office. Austin Ainge, president of basketball operations.
Double A coming home to a place he's been before.
Yes.
Yeah.
You once thought he was destined to be a college basketball coach at BYU, but he's taking the pro basketball path.
Yeah, I think he took himself out of the possibility with BYU, but we'll leave that over there.
The point was he had the brain for basketball, and he was going to do something after he turned 35 and the Achilles was all done.
There's just no question.
Right.
I'd covered Austin. I was beat writer for the Watchdog at the time, got to know him very, very well. We have the Phoenix connection. He played high school ball down there. My friend, my wife's best buddy, lives literally right around the corner from where he used to live. And I even know the street where he lived. I know the house. I mean, you could walk to it. She showed me. Not that I was stalking Austin Ainge, but she just said it. So, and he has an excellent mind. He used to discuss stuff with me, just sitting at airports and whatnot. When he went on a mission, so he would have been 22, 23, somewhere in there, that his mind for the game, it was obvious to me he's going to be in basketball at some point. You know, at that point, I didn't know which direction he wanted to go, college or pro. Obviously, he went with the pro. He had the in with his father there. But I know he's got an excellent mind for the game because I have firsthand witness of this. The way he approached the game as a player. He was an okay player. I mean, he wasn't a big-time player. Like his father obviously was a big-time player. But just his mind. And we have Steve Cleveland can attest to this here in 5-10 minutes because that was...
Shams wanted to get this information out for us so that we had it in time to talk to Steve.
Yeah.
And we appreciate that,
and
Shams.
Who was it? Someone, I can't remember because so many people tell me stuff, and it's a good while ago, that he thought he had the GM jobs at Charlotte, or he thought he had an excellent chance. And for the life of me, I probably wouldn't tell you who told me anyway. I mean, I'd tell you off the air, but I can't remember who told me it. And was it last year? Was it the year before? The years all kind of run together. We've all been in that situation, trying to recall exact dates. But that his name has been in discussions for
so it's a lot like
leadership positions.
It's a lot like Alex Jensen. He's been in the mix. It seemed like it could happen, but for one reason or another,
I would
it
say
never
like Travis
quite did.
Hansen with the Atlanta Hawks too, which we'll see what happens there.
Yeah,
I have information, but we'll just let that play out. So, yeah, and Travis has an excellent mind for the game. Also, a much better player than Austin, but that doesn't matter now. He's not playing. So, yeah, I kind of wonder, and this is just me speculating, you know, we just played, if you haven't heard, KSL Sports sent Mitch Harper down to Orlando. He's our BYU guy on KSLSports.com, and he was down. He interviewed Santiago, interviewed Kevin Young, and then reported on the news. He does an excellent job. And we played at 6:30ish this morning. It'll be on our website. A one-on-one that he had for like 30 minutes with Brian. And this is 100% me speculating. Brian has a close relationship with Ryan Smith. Maybe they hire Austin Ainge because they were waiting to see if Brian got the athletic director job. Maybe he would have come over. Now, I have no information of that, so I'm not reporting anything on that. I'm speculating. Please understand. Speculation, underline it, capitalize it, italicis, if that's even a word, that, maybe they waited until now.
Santiago's relationship with Ryan Smith has been well known for a long time, and there's been a lot of speculation since Ryan Smith bought the Jazz.
They rode bikes in Italy. How romantic is that? With their spouses, of course.
There's been a lot of speculation that Santiago might find his way to the Jazz organization at some point, unless he became BYU athletic director. Right. And lo and behold, he has become BYU athletic director.
Yeah. I mean, I can report that. That was everybody knew that within
everybody does
in the industry. But so he's there now, and he's going to do his job there. And now Austin Ainge comes aboard. And obviously, he's got the same last name, and that gets the door in. That many of us couldn't have that situation. But beyond that, I can speak to he's got an excellent mind for the game.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We will talk with Steve Cleveland about his former player Austin Ainge joining the Utah Jazz, and we'll do that next. Stay with us.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Well, the Jazz just made a big move for the future, hiring Austin Ainge as the franchise's president of basketball operations. Now, what does it have to do with what I'm talking about right now? I'm talking about preparing for the future, right? And preparing for the future means you have to have your money in order because that future is going to come and you want it to be great, the best that it could possibly be. Get with Trajan Wealth. For you, what they'll do is meet with you, and Trajan Wealth are fiduciary advisors of this, I am certain. They're committed to working collaboratively with you because they know you, Bob, Frank, Mary, whomever it be. They know that one size does not fit all. So they're going to listen to you, see what you have available, what your goals are, and then with you, as I said, collaboratively, figure out a way to discuss the strategies that'll put you in a great position. You know, you could have market turbulence. We had it a few weeks ago. It's settled right now. Who knows what a few weeks from now is going to be, what a few years from now is going to be? Well, get with experts who do this every single day because they can understand about the concerns that we all have during times of increased market volatility. And they want you to know that your portfolios, they need to be diversified, and they can help you set that up. Give Trajan Wealth a call to discuss all these options that are available, and they are aplenty, that's for sure. Trajan Wealth is your local trusted financial fiduciary. Local phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. The offices are in two great locations, north in Farmington, south in Draper. Website, lots of information available immediately. Simply, the address is TrajanWealth.com. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold.
Go to UtahSummerGames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Hey guys, Alex here. I dropped 65 pounds on the Salt Lake City Fat Loss program. It's not just about how much I lost, it's about how I've kept it off.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. If you want to have similar results, this plan is for you.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Huge spike in your water bill? If you think you might have a leak in your culinary or secondary water line, call Utah Utility Pro. Utah Utility Pro repairs stop and waste and pressure release valves. For a diagnosis or quote, visit UtahUtilityPro.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone, and we are joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach. Steve, good morning. We've been playing the long game, and finally our plan is revealed. We have had you on the air every week for years, so that when your former player, Austin Ainge, came in as president of basketball operations, which sounds like a pretty powerful title to me, you would immediately come on just moments later to discuss it. Don't you love it when a plan comes together?
Yes, it does. It's so nice. I'm so excited for Austin. And this is one of something I had no idea. So did it just get
Literally, it's 10, 12 minutes ago.
It was released. There was discussions, obviously, over the week that had been going on, as I understand them. But and you recruited him, right? You were the guy who brought him in. Yeah. I mean, the Steve Cleveland influence, now on the Jazz, still on BYU. They just got done with the father and sons basketball camp, which is just grown into a spiritual experience for so many, and I don't mean that in mocking. And who started that camp, Steve?
Me.
BYU just named a new athletic director. Who moved him to Utah?
Yes, that was me.
So, I found, and I was the beat writer for the newspaper at the time, as you know. That was where I first met you all those years ago.
Yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, a few years later, Austin Ainge comes, and I got an opportunity to be around him. We had the Phoenix connection, and he's a basketball junkie. And I was saying this earlier that he's sitting in airports or wherever talking with him. It was clear he had a bright mind for the game, and obviously he had the connection with his father, but he was going to have employment in basketball. So I was always impressed with his ability to dissect the game, and I'm sure you could speak to that.
Yes, he was, and as a player, very cerebral. I mean, he just understood the game, how it was to be played, and and the thing about his impact on our program is that he had opportunities to play, but they weren't significant. But you get him in on a huddle at halftime or a timeout or whatever it was, and you hear conversations, and he would always have something to share. And it was always so supportive with players, even though he may not have been playing significant minutes. He was a young man that understood the game. He obviously grew up around it, lived it, especially with having a dad that played in the NBA and also coached. But that was if you asked any of our players, anybody that were around Austin at BYU, it was that he was like having a coach on the floor. He was like having another coach in the program, and he just knew the game. And so it was always good to have guys like that. But I think the greatest impact he had, even though it may not have been in significant minutes, was the things he shared with players. He made great friendships, still have friendships today. But I think everybody really respected Austin because he did have an understanding of the game. And whether he was coaching or in management or today as the president of basketball, with here in Utah with the Jazz, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's not something I haven't had a thought about him being in the Jazz organization in the last, I don't know, too long to even know. But when you just told me that, there was just a feeling I had. Oh man, this is a perfect fit, and it's got to be great for Danny and his wife, and just having a son back and children and grandchildren and all that wonderful things that brings in. I know how meaningful it was for me to come back here to Utah and have my children and grandchildren here. And I can't imagine Danny and his wife being any different. Forget about all the basketball stuff, but just having them so close must be a great thing for their family.
And with Danny Ainge in his mid-60s now, it also makes sense that whether it's a day, a week, a month, a year, a couple of years, whatever it turns out to be, whenever Danny wants to step further away, he can stay in the advisor role. And there's Austin. So, I mean, you can kind of see how this plays out over the years going forward now.
Yeah, you can. And you know what? The Jazz, this whole thing with the Jazz is somewhat of an enigma here. I'm not sure where they're going or what they're doing. We kind of felt like, we're going to get a lottery pick here, and I think everybody was hoping for something, better than a fifth pick. But there is a lot of still rebuilding to go on there. And I know they've in the last year or two, they've purposely, tried to put themselves in a position where they could get a Cooper Flag or whomever it might have been. And that kind of stuff Austin's really good at. And he was doing that with the Celtics, and he'll do it here with the Jazz. But there are some challenging things. So being here, there's some excitement about being here. He's certainly qualified and prepared. But the elephant in the room doesn't go away. We're not really quite sure how long it's going to take to kind of rebuild this. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens with the draft, trades. I'm excited to see that and what happens, and maybe the Jazz can get better sooner than we think. But can't imagine anybody better or more prepared for this than Austin Ainge.
He's been on the ground level. It's amazing to me, Coach, that he turns 44 in September. It's like, no way.
We are getting old.
But
I'm holding. I don't know what you're doing.
That's
I'm holding.
That's the situation. And he coached and I think in the G League for a bit or whatever it was called back then. And he's been an administrator in the NBA. And I know that he's interviewed for other, whether there be GM or whatever the basketball particular title was with each organization. I know this has been his goal for a good while. And where I'm going with this is that he's made relationships in the league that go well beyond his father. And I'm sure he knows a bunch of agents and all that type of stuff. And so I'm wondering, what do you think about agents have influence on players and their clients and all, and it could be that somebody might say to a player XYZ, hey, why don't you consider the Jazz? I can recall a story with Matt Harpering where he was a free agent, if I remember correctly, and his college coach, Cremens, the guy who was thinking white hair when he was like 25, told him, you need to get out there and go visit the Jazz because I know Jerry Sloan, and I believe that you're Jerry Sloan's kind of player. Harpering told me this story a few years back that was a significant reason. So maybe Austin Ainge could have some influence because of his relationships that he's built up over the years that could help attract talent here.
No, I think that I can't think of anybody that would be more prepared to do what he's about to do and what he's been involved in from the moment, he's a 5, 6, 7-year-old kid growing up in a home where the father was playing professional baseball, professional basketball, to becoming an NBA All-Star, to all of a sudden in management and ownership and all the things he's done. And even though Austin has been, a long plane flight away, it's not like you don't continue to talk to your dad and talk to your family. And I'm sure they've had a multitude of conversations about this and the preparation for this and what those circumstances are. I can't imagine anybody being more prepared other than somebody that might have come in and already been doing that. But I think it makes sense. It seems like a great hire in this community. Austin was a loved player and person in our program. And I felt like, he could have been on the staff very easily. I mean, he'd been watching, and, his father, who was obviously a very special talent, special person, competitive, he had all of those things that Austin had. Austin just wasn't his dad in terms of that talent level of playing the game. But when you kind of turn the page and see the kind of influence and impact that Austin's going to have, you have to look back at him watching his father and him as a player watching coaches he played for. And then, of course, being back in Boston for such a long time, I don't know that anybody can be more prepared for what he's about to do. And it's got to be fun for the entire family to have that kind of reunion. And it's a special thing. I know coming back here was pretty easy for us after living in California and coming back home from a mission and doing those things. And when, my kids started migrating up here, my wife looked at me and just goes, hey, you know what? We're not staying here. And we're going to be by our children. And that's been one of the greatest blessings for Kip and I is to have family around. And this just kind of the cherry on top to not only come back home, but to have that kind of significant role, a role that I really, truly believe that Austin's prepared for. And kudos to Danny and that entire administration there for seeing a young talent, not that young anymore, you're right, he's in his 40s. But at the end of the day, I can't imagine anybody being better or more prepared for that than Austin.
The long game was to have you on for this moment, but also to have you on for the Paul George NBA Finals. Both Oklahoma City and Indiana traded Paul George for key pieces. They've rebuilt over 6 or 8 years. So as heartwarming as all this is, the Jazz are on the clock and they have to win. They missed the playoffs 3 years in a row, and they're going into year 4 on this rebuild. And we're looking at Pacer and Thunder teams that had to trade an all-star, ironically the same all-star, and they got to the finals in year 6 and 8. Now, if it takes 10, who cares? Just get there and win it all. If it takes a couple more years, great, because it's been decades and they haven't won it all. So let's get it done. Do you see hope right around the corner, or does it still feel like a long way out? Or we should ask you this question after the NBA draft, give it another month, and then let's figure it out.
I think the draft will probably be something that we need to wait for and see what can happen, and it'll be fun to see what Austin does with Dad and everybody, the ownership and everybody there. You brought up OKC, and I was reading some things this last couple of weeks, because I don't really know a great deal about OKC. I know where they are and how they've come about, but I was thinking about this NBA playoff starting, and the fact that OKC is 29-1 against Eastern Conference teams, and we know that they're talented and that they play outstanding defense. But I'm really excited about seeing Oklahoma City. That's not to say that Indiana can't go 7 games or 6 games, whatever. But my focus today would be on how dominant this team has been, and it's just been so much fun to watch a younger team that really gets after it defensively, and they have such parity. Holmgren, Williams, Hartenstein, Alexander, Dort, Caruso. They all have a role, and obviously. SGA is the guy that kind of leads this whole group, but I am excited to watch this series, and I am definitely pulling for Oklahoma City. And it's not to say that Indiana doesn't have a fine team with Siakam and Nesmith and Turner and Nembar, and Halliburton, but this is OKC's moment, and it might be the next 2 or 3 years, and it'll be interesting too, just to compare what the Jazz have gone through. Why can't the Jazz do what OKC, that formula, and obviously getting a special player in Alexander, and but he's 32 years old. You're talking Williams is 22. Excuse me, not 32. These are younger guys, and I think that we can look at this OKC team and say, hey, the Jazz can do this. They got kind of similar markets, don't they? I mean, when you start thinking about it. And these, we're not in LA, we're not in San Francisco or Washington D.C. or Miami. These are both two programs and two organizations that have a lot of things in common. And so hopefully we can see something here in Jazzland where we can build and through the draft, through trades, whatever. I can't wait for the Jazz to get out of this rebuilding mode. It's just been too long, and it's time to kind of step forward and let's make this team better.
Yeah, I don't see there's any way that the OKC doesn't win this, and I could be wrong, obviously, but for me, they would be a prohibitive favorite because it seems like right now they've got everything going for them. And that's to take nothing away from the Pacers. I just think that OKC, with the emergence, I mean, SGA has been a phenomenal player and well-deserving of the MVP as far as I'm concerned, but they have a lot of pieces. A kid like Caruso coming off the bench and providing them defensive energy, and you always need junkyard dogs, guys who do the little things to help you win, to help support the stars and let them be stars. It seems like they got 4 or 5 of those guys in addition to a star, and then a couple of stars on the way in Williams and Holmgren.
Well, you're right. I mean, Holmgren's averaging 15, 8-2. Williams, another guy out of Santa Clara that nobody really knew. He's scoring 22, 5 and 5 a night. Hartenstein, same thing, about 11, 12 points a game. The guy that I kind of think about a lot, though, is Caruso. And, I hate to admit this, but I have been a longtime Laker fan, and I'm not nearly as committed to him as I have been in the past growing up. But, he was with a great organization. He was prepared for this. But Alex Caruso is he only averages, he's going 7, 3, and 3. But he seems to really have an impact on that team. His leadership, big baskets. He's in the games in crunch time when it's important, even though there may be other guys that are scoring more points and rebounding better. But I really like what Alex Caruso's done, and I think his experiences of growing up in organizations that have been really successful, he's provided another element to how OKC has really become dominant and playing so well. So, and it's always fun to see guys that and you watch play in college that weren't great college players. And Williams, you look at him and how he grew from Santa Clara He had a brother doing the same thing, obviously. It's fun to see guys that have kind of worked their way through it and worked their way up. And OKC is, as we've watched, has just been so dominant. You go 29-1 against conference foes, you're doing something right. And that starts with just outstanding defense.
Well, Steve, this has reinforced your image as the Godfather. So wear that moniker well. As a matter of fact, now we really even have theme music when we bring you on every week.
Exactly. Well, boys, you have a great day. I'm going to go hit them up.
All right, there it is. The Godfather. Steve Cleveland. He brought the BYU athletic director to town. He brought the new Jazz president of basketball operations to town. The guy's tied into the local sports and hoop scene.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny, your influence. They talk about how teachers have an influence. And coaches often do, too, with the coaching tree. But it's interesting with Steve Cleveland that his tree, obviously Dave Rose, would be at the top of that list. But also now he's extended into management forms, administrative roles, significant administrative roles. I mean, Brian Santiago came with Steve Cleveland. That's just an absolute fact. They were both in Fresno. Brian's from here, but he was in Fresno at the time and basically demanding/begging that Steve Cleveland bring him, and he did. And then he, 3 decades later almost, ends up being the athletic director at BYU, ushering in a new time. We'll see what that new time entails over the coming years. We can't even we can speculate, but we don't know for sure. And then he recruits Austin Ainge to BYU, and he was right in saying that Austin Ainge was like another coach on the floor. He absorbed basketball in terms of trying to learn all the stuff that goes about creating a team, learning how to play the right way, make the right plays, who's a winner, who isn't. I mean, these are all discussions that I've had with Austin. I haven't had them in a good long while, but I did have them back then. So, and now here he is. And now we talked about this a little bit amongst ourselves. Does he take on more of a role? Is his father stepping away, maybe more in an advisory capacity? And that's information that they need to explain when they get together and have some form of press conference to announce it. But you can see that, and the Ainge influence through both of them will be significant upon this franchise going forward.
I can't imagine. I won't speak for you, but I don't think you can imagine either. I can't imagine a scenario where, the baton isn't going to be handed off. The question of the timing remains. I don't have any idea what that is, but I don't see how there's another scenario. The baton's going to get handed off here at some point. I would assume sooner, not later. What that means in terms of numbers of months or years, I don't know. I'm just be speculating. We're just sitting here hearing the news,
immediate.
But it could well be.
Yeah, I don't think you give someone the president
that title.
President of basketball operations to come in here and be an advisor. And I can tell you that's not what Austin was looking for. I don't think he takes the job unless he has significant influence because, as I had already said, he was in line. I believe it was Charlotte. He thought he had an excellent chance to get. He didn't get it, obviously, but he was right there to get that job, to run the franchise. That's the goal. And it's similar into what Brian Santiago was in terms of working under Tom Homo. And Brian, when they announced that Tom Homo was retirement, I had an opportunity to talk to him, and he said, "This is what I've been working for the last decade. I really want this job." And he said it to me with such conviction that, okay, now he's probably going to get the job. And I had already talked to other people that said he was most definitely the leading candidate. So he transitioned potentially from maybe being in the active player coaching realm to the management of putting the team together. Austin has done that same thing. So it is apparent that this is the role that he wants. He does not want to be on the sideline. He wants to be in the management, creating the team, and that's what he's been working toward for a number of years in a manner that Brian Santiago was working toward becoming the athletic director for a number of years.
Be sitting at the end of the table where all the decisions are made. not at the far end of the table where suggestions are made, or
Yeah.
in the back row where you get to speak only if spoken to.
This is his. This was his desire. He made that transition several years ago, and now is eyeballs deep in it. And I believe he's going to have significant authority. I mean, if I ever had significant authority, which I've never had in any situation ever, but if I ever had it, part of having significant authority is taking into consideration what people you trust say. And so you've done that. I've done that with my life as the youngest. I had essentially 3 mothers with 2 older sisters and a mother, and I knew without a shadow of a doubt that they had my best interest in heart. There was no other agenda there. They had nothing to gain except for seeing me succeed. And when they spoke to me and said, hey, what about this and this? Okay, because I know. And now you're going to have that. He will obviously trust his father implicitly, and Jay-Z and the other people around the organization. And to me, I would rather have that than maybe a singular Jerry Jones type. We're going to do whatever I say.
Yeah, because that doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah. I don't really know what Jerry, if he does that anymore, but there's been talk of down in Phoenix with Ishbia thinking, I got this.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't.
Right.
You haven't made good moves.
That's another example
Team
of
sucks.
Yeah, the owner's got all the power.
You got nowhere to go.
Yeah, the owner's got all the power, and
it's not working.
It's not working.
And so here now you have other folks, and if Austin is obviously the owner is final say, but on the basketball side, you take counsel and then you reach some form of consensus. I would feel much better about that than 2 or 3 guys saying, no, we ought to go this way, and then the president of Bops comes in and says, no, we're going to go this way. You know, like it tough. And that would bother me.
DJ PK, it's 97. When it's happened in Jazz history, it hasn't worked out that well, right? DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The right lane on eastbound I-80 between Kimball Junction and US 40 in Summit County is at a crawl. Currently, there's more slowing east of US 40 headed towards Wanship due to a police incident in that area. Also, a crash on I-15 southbound approaching 650 north in Clearfield. It's blocking the right shoulder there if you're headed southbound this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with the Whipple Service Champions. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E, it's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sweet darlings, nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. I listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Did you know, as we talk about Austin Ainge?
The story of the morning. Shams dropping it 45 minutes ago. Utah Jazz are hiring Boston Celtics assistant GM Austin Ainge as the franchise's president of basketball operations.
The Jazz have already put out
now
their
the
press
Jazz
release.
put out the release.
Austin grew up in the East Valley in the Phoenix area. Played at Highland High School. When he was there, the Highland Hawks, I think they are. You know who the quarterback was?
No.
Guess.
I can guarantee you that a high school quarterback in the Phoenix area 20 years ago, one random high school, I don't know.
Guess.
Matt Harpring. No, he didn't grow up in Arizona, but,
He played in the NFL
football.
for many years.
Oh, really?
Yes. Many years. And I think he does commentary now on some network.
Troy Aikman. Not that age. I know, Troy Aikman's too old. Rick Neuheisel, no, again, too old.
An Ivy League grad.
Oh, with the big beard, played with 8 teams, Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'd have been here a while if you hadn't given me the Ivy League clue. Ryan Fitzpatrick was not at the forefront of my brain.
Austin's 43,
So
and
Austin-
Ryan Fitzpatrick's 42.
Oh, really? So there's a decent chance they at least know of each other. I mean, a year apart playing different sports. They may not have been hanging out together, but probably knew who each other were.
Yeah. And now here he is. Ryan went to an Ivy League school, and Austin went to the Ivy League school of the Mountain West.
The Ivy League of the Mountain West. I don't think I've heard that before.
Austin has trained for this for many, many years. Of that, I'm assured. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. He's come to town a few times, talked to him. I know he's been in town. He's kept some relationships. I played golf with David Nixon. This is several years back, and he was talking about when Austin comes to town, they play.
Does David Nixon hit the ball about 300 yards off the tee?
No, 360.
Okay. I think he's kind of athletic, has some size. Can't play the sport that he loved for so many years anymore. It's not a sport you can play later in life. Has to put all that competitive desire somewhere.
Yes.
I bet he puts it into a driver. And I bet he launches that thing.
He can pound it.
I bet.
Yeah,
Not surprised.
No question about that. So when we played over at Bonneville, and from on 18, he drove into the junk, which is way out there.
On 18 at Bonneville, downhill. Need a 3-wood.
Yeah, he just pounded it. And I hit my little weak thing to the right. And he says, "Oh, that's a good angle to come in with. Thank you for being finding a compliment somewhere in there."
Course management and distance off the tee.
Yeah.
Two different guys playing two different games.
Yeah. So Austin, and he's a glib guy. He can speak on he can handle himself. There was a time.
That you just undersold that.
Yeah.
You undersold that. He's
good. He's good with that.
Yeah, he can talk all day long.
When he was a senior, I think it was, Keeney Young was the MVP of the Mountain West. And so they announced that before the conference tournament. And I'm already in Vegas. And the team must have traveled that day and had a practice later in the day. And I'm already there. So the Tribune ran a big thing. And it was a cool design with copy in and around the player. And Keeney Young had a phenomenal senior season and ends up being MVP. And unfortunately, and I believe BYU only had 2 African Americans, and the newspaper had the wrong person. And so
I remember this.
Ainge comes out.
And I remember this.
And I hadn't seen it, but he had already seen it because he couldn't go on the internet at that point. And he comes right up to me. "You had a 50% chance of getting it right, and you got it wrong." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he told me. It was embarrassing, obviously. They got the wrong black guy, essentially.
And he comes right to you.
Oh, yeah.
50% chance you had.
And he's riding me. And I had nothing to do with it, but I was the representative, so he was going to let me have it. I wrote the story on Keeney Young being the MVP, so you had that going on here. So he's very media savvy, which I think is important these days. You have to present a message, and it has to be presented in a manner that reflects well on your entire franchise and your organization, and I think he'll do that. Now,
and the message when you talk to the public is important because obviously they're buying the tickets and they're buying the premium seats, they're buying the luxury suites, they're buying the signage and spending all this money. But don't kid yourself. That message that goes out to the public filters right back through the organization. And these organizations are bigger than ever, and everybody hears it.
Yeah, and they're going to have to, I would like for them to make themselves more available His father didn't do it that much, and maybe Austin will do it more. I was listening this morning, driving in on NBA radio, that they were talking about Leon Rose, who I guess is the manager of the Knicks.
The team president.
Decided he didn't make any comments, and they had Stephen A. Smith there as his guest on the guest of the show, and he's talking about that's a disgrace. It's not anything for the media. It's you owe it to your fans to speak. And I've been saying this for a while. I wish they could open up a little bit more
and talk more than twice a year.
In the intentions of where they think they're going with this rebuild. And you can't spill your guts. That's not wise. You can't play your hand too much.
But Kevin O'Connor didn't spill his guts, and Scott Layden didn't spill his guts. But they talked to what the fans wanted to know and what they wanted to hear.
Kevin O'Connor made himself available a lot.
They both had a routine where they were available, and if you needed something, wanted something, on background or for the record, you knew when and where to get them. They were going to be accessible.
I remember one year he came when we were over at 1320. He came on. You were gone because he asked, "Where's DJ?" It was the morning after the draft.
Oh, that draft. I missed one draft, and it was a big deal.
Oh, was it? I didn't even remember it was that one.
Well, I'll bet it was because I didn't miss many drafts.
Okay, yeah, you weren't there. Because he said, he said, "Where's DJ?" He said this on the air, and I said, "Oh, they're having OTAs in San Diego, and he's standing by the chain link fence where the players come waiting for autographs." And Kevin busted up because he knew you were a Charger guy, and he came on the morning after. And it doesn't matter for us. I mean, clearly it didn't matter for us. I mean, really nothing matters for us now. I mean, we've been doing this for so long. Mm-hmm. I don't need you to come on, but the fans want to hear it. It's all about the fans.
Kevin was really good about coming on in the bad times when people need to hear the message. And when they were up 2 on the Mavericks and lost 3 in a row, and it really signified the end of Stockton and Malone, they never won a playoff series again. And it signified the start of, the rise of the Mavs and Dirk Nowitzki. He was on the next morning. I know you're mad. We are. I know you're frustrated. We are. You may be super angry with us. I get that.
Yeah.
It was good. I mean, he just laid it out there. But he made sure he came on the next morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's good. And we'll see what type of leeway Austin Ainge has to be able to do that.
We got a hardcore listener here who I have to assume has to be a hardcore Jazz fan, because why would you be a hardcore listener to us if you didn't have some level of care with the Jazz? At CJ Real Hoops 1, and he'll tweet at us, and he's not one of the crazy ones. And he says, "I'm just confused with this news on who's really going to be calling the shots between Ainge Sr., Ainge Jr., and Zanuck.
Yeah.
If they all stay long-term, CJ, I get your confusion. But if one of them were to leave fairly quickly, there wouldn't really be any confusion. It would look like a normal transition. Now, nothing's been announced, but it doesn't take a lot to connect the dots here."
And that's something I get you're going with. His father is 66 years old. Not that that's over the hill if you don't want it to be. Pat Riley's still going strong. I think he's approaching 80. And he spoke at length the day after the season when the Heat just got thoroughly embarrassed in that final game. I mean, they were blown off the court in their home arena. And so he's out there speaking. But I do think that's one of the things that they need to answer is what is the hierarchy of the organizational structure? You can have more than one, but you have to have some type of chart where who's the point guy? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? At the minimum, I think that they owe that to the fans. They don't owe jack to me. I'll make that abundantly clear. It's about the fans. I mean, they don't get any of my money. They get my time, for sure. In fact, I make money off of them. They
make a little money off you. You're one of the many viewers out there. Local TV's still worth something.
Yeah.
A fraction of what it used to be.
Right.
But you're also one of the viewers for the national TV package, one of millions.
Sure. And I was before, and I will be after. But they get the hardcore that want to know. They want to know, how's this going to work? What are you thinking here? And at the minimum, they can do that without exposing themselves. Oh, we really like Edgecombe, and we're going to do everything possible to move up to get him. I mean, they're going to say that. Nor do anybody expects them to say that. And they shouldn't say that, and they won't say that. But there's things that they can reveal that I don't think will impact the franchise negatively. I think it actually will be more of an exploratory conversation. This is what we're going to do. And to an extent, I would very much still like his father to be involved. His father's a winner.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that Ryan has to know about bringing in Austin, is that if Danny does step away, how far is he going to step away? Still watch games, still talk hoops with Austin.
Oh, yeah. He's addicted to that.
Yeah.
And I would want him to do that. Like one time I bought a house, and the realtor that we got was young, and it was going to be his first sale.
I know this,
And
I know this
we were
story.
concerned. But I said to my wife, I said, no, his mother owns the company. We're getting her.
She's not going to let him fail.
Right, she's not going to let him fail. No.
She doesn't need us running around saying, this new guy is a clown. Don't
Right.
hire him.
And this was over 10 years ago, and everything went great.
Yeah.
And I've used him multiple times since as he's developed, and he's on his own. He can stand on his own now. But in the beginning, I was getting the expertise of his mother, who had had 30 years in the business. I want his father to be involved because he's got 30, 40 years in the business.
That's the two-edged sword about nepotism. And we all know the downside to it, that somebody who isn't qualified gets it. But if you get somebody who has a real knack for it, and they're learning from somebody who has a real knack for it, well, then you get Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah.
Right? That's the best case scenario. You've got a knack for it, and you're very close to someone who's also very good at it, and you pick up a lot of stuff. Now, if you don't, it can go run awry because you can't get rid of the person, and then the person just makes a huge mess of it. But if it's somebody who's good and their kid is good, sometimes that's awesome.
That's Austin.
Thank you. Okay. You can stop now.
And I like they did it now because he's got basically a whole month to get on board with what the line of thinking is going forward here. There's enough time that he's fully immersed. And they've known about this for a little bit, so he's probably already been immersed. They just announced it this morning.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up at the 9 o'clock hour, our spring football tour continues. Bill Seals covering Iowa State. Top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
All of the earlier crashes on northbound Mountain View Corridor in Riverton have been cleared. There's still some slow traffic leaving Roy to 650 North and Clearfield due to a crash on the right shoulder if you're on I-15 headed towards Salt Lake City this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. It is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Tim Reynolds joining us on the program. He writes for the AP.
It's 11 conference champions in the last 7 years, too. 11 out of the 14 have been different. So not only has there been a change in who wins it, there's also a change in the teams that get there. I mean, we've had a new CBA and rule changes within it. The aprons, they changed a lot of things for a lot of teams. It's really tough for teams to get good now from the middle. You've either got to bottom out or you've got to get super lucky or you're stuck in the middle. I think it's great that legitimately 20 of the 30 teams can honestly say we have a chance. The NFL doesn't have that. Major League Baseball doesn't have that. It's great for the league because the league didn't have this for a while. Now we just have new things to complain about. We complained about how boring it was when it was Cleveland Golden State every year. Now we just complain about other stuff.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days, and that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, You're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
It's swung on, crushed, right field. It's on its way. Goodbye. Cal Raleigh does it again. He is unbelievable. The home run leader in baseball strikes again. Cal Raleigh going deep.
Move over, Shohei. The judge? Ha! The judge is second. Cal Raleigh. 23 home runs for your guy, Yock. How pumped are you for Cal?
Yeah, Big Dumper's the man. That's the best nickname in baseball, by the way.
Big Dumper.
Go see Cal.
Get a home run.
Not Cal Worthington.
That was old school right there.
If you want a better deal, go see Cal.
Yeah. If you want a better deal, go see Cal. If you want a better deal, then you... All right, we'll stop.
I got good news. Oh, have you finished your thing there?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, I have not. You're right. Correct. I have not. Officially, I have not. That is the Chevy Strong Play of the Day. Know it today after 3 o'clock, and JJ and Alex will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes.
Keith Smith, who is a contributor to Spot Rack and Front Office Show in the NBA, says he's really happy for Austin to get the chance to run a team. Curious to see who has final say in Utah. That's great. I agree. But the thing that catches my eye says this is tough for the Celtics because Andrews is a huge part of the team, consistently getting rotation guys late in the draft, as well as bringing in European players in rotation spots. And you need that. We talked about OKC having a bench full of role guys who all contribute and do different things. We talked to Caruso the other night there, man, just coming in and providing all sorts of defensive energy, getting the team all fired up for that. And so feed off of that. You can feed off your defense and support the stars to let them do what they do.
You got to find something for nothing.
Yeah.
You can't pay everybody. So whether it's an undrafted guy like Lou Dort, your Arizona State Sun Devil in Oklahoma City, Caruso was undrafted, whether it's finding the Joe Ingles type, somebody in Europe is overlooked but has a skill set and you can develop them when they get here, one way or another. Second rounders, late first rounders, you got to make it happen.
Yeah. So, he can get into it via his last name that a lot of us can't be in that situation. That's the way of the world. But it can speak to his training to be able to have some significant experience before you're getting this role. He'll be, what do we say, be 44 years old in September by the start of the season. So he's not a spring chicken here. He's not moving up in his 20s. He paid his dues. He got his foot in the door. Good for him. But he paid his dues to be able to be where he's at. And I'm excited for this move to see what it means for him to be able to try to make this team better.
DJ PK, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Bill Seals covering the Iowa State Cyclones for Rivals Cyclone Report. We'll have more on Austin Ains joining the Jazz later in the show. Stay with us.
KSL Sports is proud to support Primary Children's Hospital with the KSL Give-A-Thon. We need your help raising money for sick Utah kids. Go to kslkids.com and donate now. Be a smile maker. An automatic monthly donation will help save lives all year long. Sponsored by J&J Garden Center in Layton. With the KSL Give-A-Thon, we can't do it without you. So give today at kslkids.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. If you've lived more than a decade, you've seen organizations die, companies, nonprofits, even nations. We often think that in a turbulent world, stability is our safety net, but the opposite is true. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. It's worth saying that again. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. Having a death grip on the status quo, denying the need for change, and using history as a roadmap is the surest way to become obsolete. Whether at an individual or a corporate level, we should not be asking if we should change, but how can we change? Learn more about dealing with change in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Are you in the telecom industry and want to earn more? We are looking to hire telecom technicians and fiber splicers with experience. Those who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirement. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Invest in yourself. Join today. For more information, call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined now by Bill Seals covering the Iowa State Cyclones for Rivals Cyclone Report. Our spring football tour continues. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing? Appreciate you having me.
We are doing well. We do a spring football tour, cover the whole Big 12, and as we talk to teams, there are so many schools, so many teams are optimistic right now, and I know it's that time of year, but there's real optimism based on who they have back. And I'm assuming, and correct us if it's wrong, I'm assuming that given the fact that Iowa State's going to have a third-year quarterback here, and they're coming off a good year, that there is a ton of optimism that this is Iowa State's year. Is that the way everybody's feeling?
Well, I think they're feeling good right now. You can't argue Rocco Beck, the third-year starting quarterback. They love what they have back with him. The depth behind him shaping up very nicely as well. You know, as you guys know, in this era, the transfer portal, it's hard to build any kind of depth at the quarterback position. But I think Iowa State feels very good there. I think the biggest question mark, though, is who's catching passes from Rocco Beck this year. And they lost a couple of guys to the NFL, both to the Houston Texans, surprisingly, both Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. They got into the transfer portal themselves and added Chase Sewell from East Carolina, Xavier Townsend from UCF. I think they've got some able replacements there as well as some returning players. So, yeah, I think love what they have out of Rocco, but we'll see once they get into the season if this new receiving core, those two guys can contribute at near the level that they got out of Higgins and Noel.
You got Tyler Miller and Brendan Black along the offensive line, but 3 starters have to be replaced. They ran the ball fairly well last season. I think that they'll continue to run it well if the offensive line is good enough as it was last year. Speak to that.
Yeah, I think they've got some able replacements there along the offensive line. I think they even with those 2 starters gone, they like what they've got coming back. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Brendan Black shift over to play center this year to replace Jared Hufford. They've got Dylan Barrett coming back. He kind of dealt with some injuries a year ago. They like his pulling ability at guard more than they do Brendan Black. That's why I think you'll see Brendan settle in at center. They like what they've got with Barrett. Trevor Bohr is one that's probably going to slot in on the other side. He got some extended time last season. They like plugging him in. On the outside, wouldn't surprise me to see James Neal settle back in at left tackle. He had kind of been that heavy formation tackle, that tight end eligible guy that never threw it to him. But I think you'll see Neal probably settle back in on the left side. That's your starting 5 right now, and then they've got a couple of other ones as well. They did add an experienced redshirt. Well, he'll be a redshirt sophomore now. Austin Barrett played 5 games at Indiana a year ago, and then we saw what Indiana finished record-wise. So I think a very good case could be made for him as a future player along that offensive line as well. So they like the depth there. It's probably 7, 8 guys deep.
And running back, it looks like the top 3 backs are all back in Carson Hansen and Abu Sama. Jalen Jackson did have an arrest in December. Are they all back? Anything added to the transfer portal? It's kind of a 3-headed monster there with those 3 going for about 16, almost 1,700 yards.
Yeah, Jalen Jackson actually was like a grad transfer type from Eastern Michigan, so he's exhausted his eligibility, but they still do have Carson Hansen, Abu Sama. What we've seen out of this coaching staff the last couple of years, they're kind of going the way that it seems like a lot of backfields are going in college football anymore, and it's maybe a by-committee approach, or one guy will dominate the carries if he's kind of the guy maybe on the heater that night. They'll ride him, but for the most part, you'll see Hansen and Sama splitting the carries. Hansen will be the goal line back. Abu Sama maybe the home run hitter, the home run threat there. I'll remember what he did at Kansas State that season, a regular season finale 2 seasons ago. Had well over 200 yards and 4 or 5 touchdowns, I believe. A big game in that. So he's the home run hitter. They were able to redshirt Dylan Lee. I think in limited action, they kept him under that 5-game threshold. Was able to redshirt him. Dylan Lee probably going to be the number 3 guy. They did add River Peppers, a freshman. He was here in January, but also really like someone about to join the program in another week here. Jaden Jackson signed him in the February period out of the Lone Star State. So did a little recruiting down there. He put up huge numbers. So they like, I think, the depth behind Hansen and Sama at running back.
Everybody likes to throw the ball, so you got to defend the throw. Safeties, Bo Freeler and Malik Verdon, top 2 leading tacklers, I believe. They're both gone. But as I look at this secondary with guys like Trey Bell, Jontez Williams, Jeremiah Cooper, seems like they're a pretty good position to be decent in that defensive secondary.
Yeah, it's a big loss for Freeler, losing him. They've got a ton of safeties in the pipeline. I think numbers-wise they're fine, but leadership wise with Freeler, a multi-year starter, that's a big loss. Malik Verdon, he also started over multiple years, kind of battled injuries though, and was in and out of the lineup, but they were able to cultivate some depth there. Jeremiah Cooper, one of the leaders in the country in interceptions in 2023, kind of took a step back though last year, and he's hungry to kind of put things back together for his senior season. So Cooper going to be the guy, the leader back there. They've got some other possibilities to go in opposite. The two spots they go that 3-3-5, the three high safety looks. So Jamison Patton, Tayshawn James, Marcus Neal, Drew Surgis. Those are four names they're probably looking to fill those other two starting roles. At cornerback, they love Jontez Williams. He's back as a junior. They played three guys a ton of snaps last year. Darian Porter, he's in the NFL now, was drafted. Miles Purchase was a multi-year starter. So there's a void there with those two guys moving on. They had three guys kind of split those snaps across two positions. So Williams going to be the clear-cut leader there. You mentioned Trey Bell a little bit in the lead-in. I think he's probably the guy that starts at that second corner spot, but they also like Quentin Taylor. He's another one, a younger player in the program, redshirt freshman. And David Coffey, he's another name we've heard a lot about as well. So four guys for two spots. Coaching staff, I think, still feeling pretty well at corner.
When it comes to the pass rush, 16 sacks a year ago, J.R. Singleton had 4 of them, and he is now in the NFL with the Seahawks. So where does the pass rush come from?
Well, it's been, to be honest, it's been a struggle. It's not. This has not been the pass rush team that they were when they had Will McDonald coming out, I believe, in the 2022 class or draft class. He's with the Jets now, and then really they have not been able to replicate that production in the 2 full years since. So, and they lost lost one in the portal in Tyler Onyedem, ended up at Texas A&M. That's a big void on the kind of that strong side defensive end and a 3-man front. So they're without him. Joey Peterson graduated. He'd have been the starting like a Leo defensive end, pass rushing end. So they look to replace both ends in that 3-man front. So Ike Ezeagu played only 255 snaps last year, so his production dropped, but I think you'll probably see him step into a starting role, but they still want to see the best version of him, and he hasn't been able to put it all together just yet. Looking to do that going into 2025. They added a couple out of the transfer portal, Cannon Butler out of UNI, Tamatoa McDonough, Von Troy Malone. All three of those guys came in via the portal. Two came in January. McDonough will be here in another week to join the program. So they're hoping out of what they added in the portal and then Ike Ezeagu coming back that they're going to be able to put together a better pass rush than they have the past couple seasons.
Linebacking core, you get Caleb Bacon and Will McLaughlin. Now, Bacon missed all of last year. McLaughlin got hurt, I think, more than half of the season. So with those two guys coming back, maybe you need some more help, but you got a good start.
Yeah. Bacon played 5 snaps. He was a break guy that the whole off season, the whole training camp, this was gonna be his breakout year. Gets hurt on the 5th snap that he played in the season opener, was out. So I think they're again expecting big things out of him. He's ramped it back up. McLaughlin, he had back surgery going, I believe, in August last year, and also had been dealing with one other injury as well. So they had got McLaughlin back, and I think they felt good where he was trending towards the end of the season. He was starting to show signs of being his old self. So I think between Bacon at the Mike, Will McLaughlin at the Sam, there's going to be probably a training camp battle that we cover. Cooper Ebel at the Will. He played the most snaps of anyone. Kind of was the one guy that didn't get hurt at linebacker, it seemed like, a year ago. And then they've got Carson Willich. Last spring he tore his knee up, and going into spring was going to be the projected starter at Will. So he's back now, looking good. So I think between Ebel and Willich, there will be a training camp battle there to see who starts. So, and then in lieu of just all the injuries that they had, I think they feel good about really a 3-deep even at linebacker right now, just with all the players that were pushed into action a year ago, and then those ones coming back off of injury.
It sounds like the questions are at wide receiver, as far as position groups, wide receiver, defensive line, and linebacker. Is that 100%. True? And if so, which one looks like a weakness? Because there's never a perfect team. So which one's the biggest concern?
Yeah, I think defensive line, most definitely. I think they feel good about what they brought in out of the portal at wide receiver. If there's anything about this coaching staff we've seen under Matt Campbell, is that they can identify talent at wide receiver in the transfer portal and even as transfers. Xavier Hutchinson, a name they added out of a JUCO, and Jaden Higgins was a transfer portal guy. So they've shown that they can evaluate players out of the portal and as JUCO transfers. So I think they're happy with what they've got there. We just haven't seen it on the field yet. Linebacker, I think that'll return to actually being a strength, I think, assuming this position stays healthy. Bacon is going to be a big-time player for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing on Sundays here in another year. So big-time player there, and they've got some experience. So, but, yeah, again, defensive line, that's in a 3-3-5. You've got to be really good up the middle, and then you've got to be able to get some guys that can generate some pressure against the quarterback, and they have not done that. They've tried to address it out of the portal. On the interior of the defensive line, we didn't talk about Dominic Orange. He's a guy they're looking for more snaps out of this season. And when he's been on the field, he's been really good, but they want to get more out of him going into his senior year. He's another guy, and you'll see him get drafted, I think, next April. So they want to get more out of him, and they got to stop the run. And in a 3-3-5, it all starts in the middle, and they've got to be really strong, and they've got to be a better pass rushing team. So I think most definitely it's the D line that remains the biggest question mark.
All right. Well, Iowa State, Baylor, Texas Tech, ASU, BYU, and Utah. There's optimism everywhere. We'll see how it all pans out. Bill, we appreciate an early look at how things are shaking out for Iowa State. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Have a good day.
All right, Bill Seals covering the Iowa State Cyclones, and I know you looked at those defensive stats, PK. Only one linebacker among the top 6 tacklers. That is a problem. That's a 3-3-5, so that changes things. And when Bill, talks about all the injuries and the way guys are expected back, it could turn into a strength. That seems to be a problem that could be solved going forward. And you just wonder, in a league where one win separated 7 teams at the top of the league, that's the kind of stuff, if it breaks your way, maybe it's a different story.
Yeah, they get 2 back from injury, but their pass defense was number 1 in the nation, only allowing 165 yards a game. They're very good in the secondary, so I don't know that you're going to be great at the secondary and be great up front and all that stuff. Teams can run on them. So we'll see. I think they'll be picked in the top 3. My guess right now is the top 3 would be Texas Tech, ASU, and Iowa State.
So Baylor 4?
I don't know about 4. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, I wouldn't rule out TCU. I was just looking at the top 3. I think BYU would be in there, but their quarterback situation, obviously, because of the situation that we have with Retzlaff, is in doubt. And that's going to weigh. I don't think that we'll have any big resolution because we're now just 5 weeks from tomorrow for it getting started. So I don't know that they'll have a resolution, as they say, there. So that's going to knock them down. But as we saw last year, the preseason poll couldn't have been more meaningless. If you ever want an example of a meaningless preseason poll, last year was it.
Preseason polls are there to have something to talk about, and that preseason poll held up so poorly, how much can we even talk about it?
A lot of times they're okay.
A lot of times they are okay.
But last year was the extreme example of being awful.
4 teams tied for the conference title.
For a bunch of reasons.
And they combined for 0 first-place votes in the preseason poll. Yeah. All 4 of them combined.
But I think those will be your top 3 in the poll. Not that it means anything. Yeah. And I don't know what order, whatever order it might be, depending on where you're from, what you think. And then we'll get to it. And in December, I don't think it'll be as nuts. I don't know that we'll ever see anything as nuts. But it could be teams pick 5th, 6th, 7th that end up playing in the final game. That wouldn't surprise me.
The very nature of the poll in these huge leagues is flawed. And it's a tradition that isn't going away. But you rank them 1 through, depending on the league, 16, 18, whatever. And it can't play out that way. They're going to be all these teams all tied and bunched up. Whoever was 7th last year was 1 game away from going to the conference title game. 1 game in a tiebreaker.
So close.
So, 7th, that's nothing. Yeah, turned out to be 1 game.
They should have 2 games last year. 1 play 4, 2 play 3, and then they'll meet the week after. I mean, they keep adding games.
Why not?
Heaven forbid we go another 4 plays into overtime, but we can play extra games. That would have been fun if they would have done that. Create a second, have a playoff to the playoff.
There are people in college football who want it to go that way. I don't know that it ever will, but I think that that's part of what we're seeing with this whole thing about the automatic qualifiers. Yes, it's about locking in teams in the playoffs, but it's also the chance to set up more games, create more content, make more money.
Extend March Madness into football.
And the conference controls it. How many days do we have for playoff games? How many weeks until March Madness starts?
You can play them anytime, man. College football is so wildly popular. I am thrilled, personally speaking, that I was able to adapt to the Big 12 to the point of certainly not quite, but not forgetting about the Pac-12.
It's 2 different
but
things.
Getting over it as quick as I did.
It's 2 different things. You can't really get over losing something that was a part of your life for 20, 30, 40 years. In your case, more than 30 or 40. You can't get over that. Now, it's a separate thing, although it's associated. It's a separate thing. Can you embrace the new thing? I can embrace the new thing when it is as entertaining as the Big 12 was last year.
Right.
It doesn't mean that I don't sit there and think, what are USC and UCLA doing? Why isn't that league together? I can still do that, but on Saturday I can still turn on the game and be intrigued. And now having followed it for a year, I am intrigued because I think Iowa State ought to be good. I think Baylor ought to be good. I think ASU ought to be good.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. And why rule out TCU given their history? You're right. And what about the local teams here? So, all right, DJ and PK, when we come back, the guy who knows Austin Ainge pretty well, Austin Ainge leaving the Celtics, joining the Jazz. Shams broke the news. The Jazz have the release out. New president of basketball operations, Austin Ainge. Tim Lacombe coached him, knows him well, will join us next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic returning to normal speeds on I-15. Just a few brake lights remaining in southbound if you're in the Clearfield area. Also northbound between Midvale and South Salt Lake right now. I-80 eastbound is still at a crawl from Kimball Junction to US 40, but only in the right lane if you're up in Summit County this morning. This update is brought to you by the Garden Restaurant. It's opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, fresh flavors, iconic location. That's the Garden Restaurant. Your KSL Traffic Update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Roger Goodell is the most powerful man in sports in America. I think Greg Sankey's number 2. Brett Yormark has got to be as aggressive and sly and underhanded as he possibly can be, trying to find a way to keep your conference as close to those other 2 as you possibly can.
That is why we're seeing BYU be so aggressive financially, because BYU wants to send a message to Yormark, to Phillips, to Sankey, saying we want to be in it. We want to win championships. We'll spend to do it because BYU is a valuable logo. Utah's become a valuable university. Going to a couple Rose Bowls, and their recent success is big. That's why Utah's got to get back into it this year, because there's a chance that all except for a few get excluded if you don't find a way to get your foot in this door and make it a valuable product.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home.
It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. DJ and PK, we're joined once again by a guy who's so familiar now, he books himself on the show.
I do?
You do, Tim. I heard you called and said, Austin Ains, I got something to say. Well, we're not surprised. You've known him for a long time. I bet you do have something to say.
Well, yeah, and it's important to know, like, I hear things, and this is actually something I knew before Shams, probably.
Well, why didn't you tell us? We could have busted Shams on it. Why does he have to have all the glory?
Because KSL Sports Zone doesn't even pay me to fill in. So, why would I break news?
Well, if you broke news, maybe they'd pay you to fill in.
Well, I think I've done plenty. But anyhow, I got wind and obviously talked with a couple people last night and put it in the vault and knew that it was kind of coming out. But I'm pumped about it. I think the general reaction will be, oh, yeah, nepotism, dad bringing kid in, all that stuff.
I've got that on Twitter right here. You want me to read you some of them?
Yeah, read some of them because I'll dispel that real quick.
Ooh, another Ainge, Jeff Jackson at Modern Scully tweets. That can only mean one thing, more NBA championships, 3 exclamation points. That's 1 minute ago. I mean, they're coming in nonstop.
Well, and that's obviously, there's a lot of thought put in because obviously that's the easy target. But I think if you look at the track record and the people, the basketball people that just rave about this guy. And I had the actual opportunity to go firsthand to training camp when Brad Stevens was a coach. Danny was still with the organization. Austin was out there, and we were invited to go out, and it was really cool because it was, you could wander the offices and you can walk in and talk to people. And, Tibbs was an assistant there at the time. It's pretty crazy. And so, but talking to people, Austin he's brilliant, and beyond brilliant, he puts the time in. He's been doing this for a long time, and he's really kind of been in charge of that roster in Boston. Some of those moves that were made that really kind of launched them toward championships were a byproduct of, his hard work and dedication. But I think the other thing that's great is this is not a yes man. I will say with one thing I saw, Travis Hansen tweeted something about, Austin and played with him and everything. And he listed some qualities. One of those, humility. I don't think Austin's humble. In a good way, Austin will fight you on stuff. He and his dad will fight on stuff. But, I just look at some of the names that came through. We're seeing what not Nemhard, sorry. Why is his name?
Who? What for what?
Pacers.
Halliburton.
No, Neesmith. Sorry, Aaron Neesmith.
Oh, who was a Celtic draft pick who got moved, yeah. Right.
But just in terms of seeing the talent, the guys that they've gone after. But I think more importantly, I think it signifies that this team's, they're gonna make some moves. They're gonna get this truck on the road, and they've got somebody who just stayed at a place for 17 years with great success, who's got ties to the area and. A lot of people wanted to hire this dude. I think it's way better than just hiring a retread like Bob Myers. Nothing against Bob, but he's got way too much hair. I could not stomach having to see him all the time because his hairline starts about the eyebrows, and it just freaks me out. So I'm really glad for that reason. But no, I'm just saying retreads. There's a lot of guys that kick around the league. This guy stayed in one place and really built it. Like I say, ties and vision. I'm really excited about it.
Well, I've had enough conversations. I haven't had him in a long time, but I had him many years back with Austin to know that he's got a great mind for basketball. I don't have any question about that. But as you say, and I was reading folks about the influences he's had on the Boston roster, is that I would think he'd be coming in to call the shots. What do you know about the level of authority that he'll have?
I think he's going to run basketball, and we'll call the shots. And I think there's a really awesome ability to, have some strong people in the room that have opinions. And, but I think at the end of the day, that's what he's being brought in to do. I think it was in the back of Ryan's mind going forward, how long, with the guys we've got and the future, this just, hiring a guy in their late 40s and, again, really wants to be here. He's leaving a great situation that Brad Stevens in Boston, I promise you, didn't want him to leave.
The cool thing about nepotism, we all know the downside, right? Somebody who doesn't deserve a job, who isn't very good at it, gets it, and then gets to hold on to it because no one wants to move on from them because the power of nepotism keeps them locked in and they underachieve. That's one story, and we know it, and it's out there. But the cool side of it is if you are good at it, and if you are learning from somebody who's good at it, who happens to be your, parent, uncle, whatever, you can get really good. But people still say the nepotism thing, and it makes you mad, and it puts a chip on your shoulder. And someone who already has drive now has a lot more drive. And that is the best case scenario that comes out of nepotism. I bet at some point Kyle Whittingham heard somebody say something about his dad getting him a job. And I bet he didn't say anything, and I bet it made him mad, and I bet it drove him. And look how things have worked out for Kyle, who's really good when he's underestimated, backed in a corner, and has a chip on his shoulder. We've seen that from his teams a lot. I can see the same thing happening with Austin. He hears that at some point, somewhere, in some gym, at some point, and it drives him. That's the best case scenario.
I totally agree. And I think, there are cases where because of a last name, a guy gets put into a situation and, they milk that situation for all it's worth. And I just have not seen that in his career. His first job was with the great Roger Reed down at Southern Utah, who I love dearly. And is recuperating from an awful accident right now. Been by to see him a couple of times, and I love the guy. But great basketball mind. And he goes, played for Dave Rose and Dave Rice at BYU, alongside some really good players, Travis and Keena. But, the Austin Ainge I remember, and the stories I heard about was as a player. And, he would come in and say, hey, I want to request some time with the coaches, and he would come in and tell them, hey, this play's crap. This doesn't work because of this, this, and this. Even back as a player. And so it's really interesting because I think what you said is true. He doesn't, nothing he's achieved other than getting in the door perhaps has given him, a job. And I think Boston, when Danny left, and Austin stayed, and they won a championship, I think that should speak to his value. And some of those moves, like the Holiday move, that was shrewd. It was perfect. It was exactly what they needed. And I think he's got a great pulse on A, the league, and B, talent. And I think that those things are, where the Jazz are right now, with the ability to have a great high pick, some, shenanigans perhaps in free agency or trades. I think it's time to kind of stir it up and go. And I'm really excited that, Austin's been there and done that. And he'll join a very familiar group of guys that have a lot of respect for him here. But he'll be able to do that. And yeah, his last name's Ainge. But, he has earned this job. And there is no doubt in my mind. I'm critical of many things. And in this case, when I heard it, it just made perfect sense.
What do you think his father's role will be now?
George Orwell, 1984, just sitting over the top of everything. And no, I think Danny's role stays the same. I think his role is he's going to, Austin's going to run basketball and Danny's going to run the organization. It was Justin Zanuck, obviously, as a GM. I think it's a power trio, I guess, kind of like Rush. And I think that, like I said, this is not a bunch of yes men in a room, which I really like. I think there'll be real good conversation. And, I think the Jazz will see an uptick perhaps in some movement here.
Does the fact that this final has played out the way it is with two small market teams who had an all-star demand to leave, does this put the pressure and the clock on the Jazz? These guys went through a similar thing to the Jazz, and 6 and 8 years later, they're in the NBA Finals. This can be done. Why would there be any excuse? They're not glamour markets. They're small market. Indiana's cold in the winter. I mean, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Nobody wants to go there, but they got to the finals.
100%, DJ. I think I don't feel like it puts any pressure on the organization because I think the organization operates under the premise of, they want to be great. They want to have great success. So I don't know that the outside pressure can be any more than the inside pressure to do that. But I also don't like the word pressure. I think it's opportunity. What the Jazz have done, because they retooled the whole roster, is they have, a bunch of picks, and they have their roster. If you go back and look at their roster from 2019 to now, in terms of the talent distributed through it, it's night and day. And so I think some of those moves, perhaps this summer, tweak a few things. Obviously, hit a home run on your pick. And I believe the Jazz could have won 40 games last year if everybody played all the time, if everybody's healthy. And I think everybody sees that too. And if you add a couple pieces to that and tweak a couple pieces, why can't 40 become 50? And then you're back in there battling. And so I think that's what I'm kind of looking toward.
How much do you think Ryan Smith gets involved in actual decisions?
Oh, he's always in the room. There's no question. But I think he's a great owner because he lets basketball guys be basketball guys. And that is, you don't have to look very far, Phoenix, to see an owner that thinks they know how to do everything because they've made, billions of dollars. I think the beauty of Ryan is, and Majerus used to talk about this, I bet you got this a few times, PK, you got to know who you are in life. And, you can't just belly up to the bar as a Rick Majerus type physique and try to pick up Cindy Crawford.
Cindy Crawford. Hadn't heard that in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers that one. Come on.
Cindy Crawford. But so, you got to know who you are. And Ryan, obviously, he has more. He's got more success. He's had more success in, in business. But Ryan does have a humility to him, and he does understand the big picture, and he understands it takes people to get there. All sorts of people pulling in the right direction. So obviously, he's going to give basketball guys basketball power, and he'll be in discussions. And I'm sure that he'll, if he's got an opinion, he'll give it. But at the end of the day, he's going to let basketball guys do basketball things.
I would say yes to what you just said, but I think I would say it more definitively. I think he has asked around on his own about players, their capabilities, and how good they can be, and how they fit and how they build. He tries to build it in his mind. And I think he tells Ainge every last thing in a passionate way. But I also think at the end of the day at a meeting, if Ainge looks at him and says, Ryan, I want to do this. Doesn't matter if it's draft, trade, free agent, whatever. I want to do this. I don't think Ryan has ever told him no. Now, I don't know that.
Guys
I don't
right.
Guys. I don't know that, but I think that, and you're saying the same thing. That's what you're saying. When Ainge looks at him and says, I want to do this, then that's what happens.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think, but not just I think there's discussion around it.
Yes.
There's thoughtful discussion and there's planning but yeah.
Maybe even passionate discussion.
These guys, he's paid these guys to do what they do. And with Ishbia, who, he comes in there. He has destroyed the Suns. They're sitting in a similar position in terms of pecking order to the Jazz right now, with no picks. They are on an island right now. They're going to have to basically unload and redo it. So I think it's really awesome, and it helps the process when your owner understands their role's valuable and really freaking important, but at the same time, the humility to say, I don't know everything. I mean, I've made a ton of money. I know business. I know people, but I don't know everything, and I don't know necessarily nuances of this basketball thing. It's got to make sense, but, you know, he gives those guys, he empowers them.
So who had who initiated the idea, I guess, of hiring Austin? Was it Ryan or his father? Or JJ?
Ryan. I think it was Ryan. And I think, again, you know, he's looking down the road and saying, you know, we are on a, you know, Danny's awesome, but, you know, the age sucks. And as you get older, obviously things minimize. And I think it just puts things in such a fresh place because it's, like I said, he's in his late 40s. And I think it's just peace of mind. You know, if Ryan were to have some sort of, you know, awful thing like get hit by a bus, you know, the future is totally locked in. And I think that was always in the back of his mind, and I think that's why this move got made.
So we know that Danny doesn't want to work 70 or 80 hours a week. He wants to work 40 or 50. He's made that clear, right? So when the time comes that he wants to work a lot less than that, there's no major move to be made. Everything's already in place.
That's right. 100% right. And again, you went out and hired a guy who took a storied organization with, you think there's pressure here in Utah.
Try the Celtics
Boston
in Boston.
is a whole nother story. And, you know, he had to work through the nepotism things there early on, and then he just continued to push that organization in the right direction and ultimately won a championship. So I think if you took the name off it, you know, I think if most Jazz fans would probably be ecstatic if they hired Bob Myers. And this is nothing against Bob Myers, but it's shallow, and there's a lot of deepness to this one, because I think this guy's had roots in the game for a long time, and again, the connection here.
Dan, we appreciate it. Book yourself on the show anytime you want.
Hey, no problem. I'm going to start sending an invoice, see if they'll pay it.
Do it. You never know. Know.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Tim. All right, DJ PK, your feedback when we come back. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Tyrese Halliburton absolutely is having a coming out party for sure. But is he a traditional great player on a great team? I don't think so.
I'm with you.
And I love Halliburton.
And I wonder if that's just where the NBA is headed, and we're going to have a few of these true superstars, which I think you take on that label because you win a lot over a sustained period of time, and I just wonder if it's not going to be a sustained period of winning for anybody in the NBA.
Because it's basically impossible. Like the Nuggets are finished. The Pacers are not going to be in the finals next year because they're going to lose Miles Turner or they're going to pay him $1 zillion and can't pay anybody else.
Probably, yes.
You know, we talk about windows and things like that. This is the window for the Pacers randomly.
Yeah,
this is it.
I said this is going to be the playoff run that Donovan Mitchell laments for the rest of his career because the window is open. And these other teams are letting it get away.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
People, great news. The Jazz hire Austin Ainge. They're going to win. You want to win, you hire PK. That's all you need to do. Do you have a product that you're passionate about and you would like it endorsed? So you want it endorsed by me, PK? Here's what you do. All you have to do is text PK to 57500, and then our sales staff will take care of it. I am willing and able, and I bring so much passion to the table. Let's have a sales marriage. Text PK to 57500, and we'll get your product the place you want it to go.
Time for your feedback. Austin Ainge joining the Jazz, Director of Basketball Operations. Your reaction. Clinto Pete, nepotism is stupid.
Especially if you've never benefited from it.
Yeah, then it really ticks you off.
Right. I get that.
Full share Ute. They've become the BYU Jazz.
Yeah, well, they went to the Sweet 16 last year.
I do wonder in all of this, if BYU keeps bringing lottery picks through town.
What do you mean, if?
If.
How many do you want per year?
Well, it depends on what point of view you're talking about. From BYU's point of view, probably no more than one because older teams win. So I probably want to spend a lot of money on older guys.
Older teams win.
Yeah.
For decades, there was never an older team than BYU. How come they didn't win?
They weren't good enough. But right now, they're good. But right now, the teams that are old are good, and they do win.
So the key point is good.
Yes.
Yes, not old.
But you need to be good and old.
You need to be good. Give me talent. You can take age. I'll take talent.
Okay. Well, how far did Baylor, Texas, and Oklahoma
You can
go?
take age. I'll take talent. Baylor, Texas, and what sport?
Basketball. They all had lottery picks.
Oh, hell, I can give you Rutgers if you want to go there.
Yeah, Rutgers, you're right. I was just kind of staying our part of the country, but you're right. Yeah, Rutgers.
Rutgers
Two of the
is
top.
my part of the country.
It is. It's your part of the country, not mine. But I do wonder that if these players come through and have a good experience at the age of 18, when they're 25, 28, 30, how much? Or maybe it's 23, and will they come here in a trade and then sign an extension? Does that change things? I mean, the answer has been no, but that doesn't mean the answer is always going to be no. You've been saying for a long time the answer is going to be yes, and I've been thinking, okay, well, what would change things? And maybe that's the thing. And it's not just like any player. We've seen that there are players, and it's a combination of how good they are, plus some charisma and personality, leadership and all that. And they set the tone. If they say a place is good, then a place is good.
I don't know that you can build your franchise through free agents, though, if that's what you're getting at.
No, but it could be, again, a guy in a trade willing to sign an extension, or a guy who's drafted here and is willing to sign an extension.
If they get paid a ton of money, I think they'd be willing to do it. But, I mean, is it that kind of player, then just because he's willing doesn't mean you can consummate a deal.
Right.
You got to give something back to the
Devonta loves it here, and he's the number one pick, did the Jazz have the number one pick, and does he go somewhere and then just stay there? And if you trade him, do you have the stuff to trade for him? I get there's other factors involved.
That's I know, but that's so far down the line. Do things the right way,
and somehow it's going to work out. Somehow it'll work out.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's the
There's
biggest
so
principle.
Many variables. We can't sit here and talk about all of them.
Right. So I think they will do things the right way, and good will come.
Troy, what a cluster of a mess. Brandon, the nepotism is strong with this one. The Jazz should be getting rid of an Ainge, not bringing another one on.
Let's see. Well, they got that one son who sits with Danny Ray at the games. Maybe we can get him out.
Kirk, I don't know. We'll have to see how he performs.
Well, that's ultimately with every hire, draft pick, whatever. Coach, you name it. How do they perform? Yeah. And I get the nepotism angle. People would be upset. I get it. No doubt about it. I understand that. We all understand that.
Right.
Especially if we haven't benefited from it. If we benefited from it, then we'll say, oh, he's got tons of qualifications and blah, 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 blah. So I understand that.
Right.
And the team's not winning right now, and Ainge is largely responsible for tearing it down. So I get the animosity that would be directed toward him.
But are we in the middle, 3 years going into year 4 of a 7, 8, or 9 year process that's going to yield big results?
Yeah, obviously check back.
Check back with Jake and Ben right after the break, right here on The Zone.
Looks like it's that time again.
Can't help but think, where did the time go?
So much fun.
So little time.
We'll be back soon. I promise. Goodbye.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you. on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Are you in the telecom industry and want to earn more? We are looking to hire telecom technicians and fiber splicers with experience. Those who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirement. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Invest in yourself. Join today. For more information, call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there, without there,
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday. If it sounds like I'm shivering, it's because I am.
They have turned up the AC in the studio.
I'm so cold.
So if people don't know this, and there's not as, I don't know, are the compressors in here or whatever the things are called? Yeah, they are. Mic studios, radio studios have a lot of machinery, and the machinery gets extremely hot. So they counter it by turning these things into ice boxes so the compressors and whatever don't blow out.
But there's no hot equipment in this room to counterbalance.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's obviously some like under our tables. But
kinda like a computer.
Not enough to warm it.
No, in Christian's room, there's a ton of equipment. You can make that argument. But Christian's room is actually, the thermostat is tied into the main room, like the bullpen out there.
Which is huge.
Christian's room is actually quite pleasant.
Yeah. And we can't do radio with the door open.
And I don't know. We don't need to start the week off on a complaint. Look at your shirt, Ben. Everybody should go to YouTube.com
or KSLSports.com.
Or KSLSports.com and check out the video feed of the show. Ben is wearing a I Hate Danny Ainge t-shirt. Now, do you want to explain? Because I actually did not know this. I did not remember this. Do you want to explain this
Danny
t-shirt?
Ainge. Yeah.
You dislike the man personally?
No, actually, you've been quite surprised by how enjoyable Danny Ainge is a person to be around. Now, there's a kind of infamous playoff series. It's like 1987, right around the year I was born.
Okay.
Against the Pistons. And Pistons fans hated Danny Ainge because I'm sure a lot of our listeners know, but if you don't, Danny Ainge was the guy you hated on the other team. Joe Ingles.
Oh, I'm old enough to remember certainly Danny Ainge's playing career.
Oh, yeah, and I remember it later even in Phoenix. I certainly don't remember with the Celtics.
I remember the Celtics. I remember the Blazers. Remember his years with Terry Porter and the Blazers? Anyway, he was the league villain. That was his
big-time
rep,
villain.
was that everybody hated Danny Ainge. So not a surprise that Detroit would make.
Pistons fans made I Hate Danny Ainge t-shirts, and Danny got one. And then wore it during shoot-around.
Which is hilarious.
To get ready for the game.
Yeah.
And there's like some great photos, historic NBA photos of Danny wearing it before a game. So I thought it was a funny shirt. And then I thought today, it honestly, it showed up at my doorstep on Friday. And then I saw this news today and I thought, well, that's serendipitous.
Yeah, and we'll get into Austin Ainge being hired, certainly. How can I put this? Karl Malone, if he would have leaned into his narrative or whatever, would have been so much more infamous in the NBA. I don't know if he would have won more, but he would have been more popular. Isn't the right word necessarily, but Karl was so he wanted to be liked so badly and wanted to be embraced, like loved by the overall culture. Because he was a great basketball player, right? You know, that's what the wrestling and stuff was all about.
Right.
Monson always told the story because he was sent to cover the Karl Malone wrestling event by the Trib, which is funny even in and of itself. But Gordon was watching as Karl climbed up onto the, I don't know, what do they call it? The ropes, I guess. Not the ropes, but the post
turnbuckle.
or something. I think, whatever.
The turnbuckle.
Who cares? But everybody started to boo him.
Yeah.
And Gordon said the look on his face, on Karl's face, was like, no, guys, you're supposed to cheer.
No, you're supposed to like me.
No, you're supposed to like me.
Yeah.
I'm the one with DDP.
Yeah.
You're supposed to boo Dennis Rodman and Hulk Hogan. He's the villain. And, like, anyway, Karl always wanted, that was the radio show in L.A., you know, always wanted to be loved. And you know what? That wasn't his rep. And there's actually a lesson here for the Jazz are never going to be popular. Their great players are not going to be popular players. And I think that maybe is something that Donovan Mitchell and Darren Williams and all that, wrestled with, because they're just not, their franchise as part of the overall NBA story is not the good guy.
Absolutely. I'm totally with you. You can see it right now with what the Pacers are doing and the fun they're having. Not that they're necessarily villainous, but they're not out there to make friends. They're not playing like, hey, we're just happy to be here. That's actually kind of the OKC model, which is, hey, we're friendly. It's a cool environment. We're all doing their post-game, interviews together. I don't think that's what the Pacers have done. And I don't think if you're a small market team, as much as the Jazz have tried to sell, like, we're friendly, this is a player welcome place. And I understand why they do it, and there are racial issues behind some of those decisions from the Jazz historically, that they've wanted to make sure that, hey, you can come and play here. Your family's going to have a good time here. You're going to have a good time here. It's a safe place for you guys. I think that is part of it. But you can just be the bad guy. You can also do that and be the bad guy.
Oh, absolutely, because the narrative doesn't have to reflect reality.
Right.
Karl Malone should have been one of the most popular players in the NBA, but the narrative wasn't that.
Right.
It wasn't. Right. Based on the time he played, where he played, his personality, quite frankly. You know, it wasn't in the cards for him.
Right.
If he would have leaned into the more, like the Pistons leaned into being the villain. Yeah. They did. Yeah. They leaned into that.
And Karl clearly had that.
Right. Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly.
But tried to fight it.
And John didn't care what the narrative was. He was so bland and introverted.
Right.
At least publicly. It didn't matter, you know? But Karl couldn't do that. Long way of talking about Ben's shirt, but kind of interesting, you know? Donovan Mitchell, his personality didn't lean into being a villain, certainly.
Right. He wants to be friends with everybody.
And he did. And I don't know if you can get that in Utah.
Agreed.
That's why maybe a lot of people were hoping that they would land the top pick for Cooper Flagg, because he doesn't appear to have a lot of that.
No, he doesn't at all.
And maybe he does, because Donovan showed up one guy and left a whole different person.
Right.
So who's to say, right? Darren Williams is a better example. He showed up one way, and by the time his run had ended with the Jazz, he was a totally different person.
Yeah, he was.
Which is honestly understandable, because you're going from a 20-year-old to a 28 or 29-year-old. You know, we all change. But so we'll see what happens with Cooper Flagg. But there's kind of a lot of maybe he wouldn't need the love from everybody.
Yeah.
And it is relevant.
Of course.
Because if Shea needed the love from everybody, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, he wouldn't be playing in Oklahoma City.
Correct. He embraced what they're selling and the small market aspect of it, and seems fully engaged and bought into it. And then they drafted a bunch of guys who fit it as well. So they've done a good job with that.
That's an interesting wrinkle that a president of basketball operations will have to take into account going forward. That's the big news. The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations on Monday. So Danny Ainge will continue on as CEO.
Yeah.
Justin Zanuck will continue on as general manager.
Yeah.
But now there's a president of basketball operations.
Which was what Dennis Lindsey's title was.
When he was here.
When he was here. So Dennis, because the Jazz didn't have a traditional basketball CEO at the time. I think Steve Starks might. Well, he was president of the team.
He was the president. He was Jim Olsen's career.
Yeah, I don't know if the Jazz had a CEO the way Danny Ainge plays the role of CEO now.
They did not.
So that's a new role for Danny that he has had for the last couple of years. And Austin Ainge assumes the role that was held by Dennis Lindsey. And truly, it's monumental. Your VP of basketball operations, or in this case, president of basketball operations, is the culture of your team.
Mm-hmm.
These are the people who truly build the rosters. Now, everyone's involved, and we should talk about Justin Zanuck for sure coming up here in a moment. But these are the people who make the ultimate decisions, have the final say. You know, Danny Ainge is still going to have a huge input on the team while he's here, but I do think this is a clear sign that Danny Ainge's time in Utah is probably not for long.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at his age. That's not a shock.
Yeah, right. And Austin Ainge is what, 43?
44.
44. So he's got, just like his dad's number, he's got the reins, and he's going to be in charge of it for a while now. So I think he's going to be someone that Jazz fans are going to get to know very well, you know, understand what he prefers, what he doesn't prefer, what type of things he likes to see on the basketball court, and what type of team he tries to build. And the Jazz are a pretty huge ball of dough right now. The Jazz do not have a lot of direction. So Austin Ainge is going to be able to come in and make his impact felt probably pretty quickly. They have a very high draft pick at number 5. They've got a bunch of trade assets still. They've got a bunch of young players. So he's going to be able to come in, and the fear that everyone had was Danny Ainge was going to be the Grim Reaper, and he kind of was. Came in, made a bunch of trades. A bunch of guys were gone. Coach left. Dennis Lindsey obviously was gone. He replaced Dennis Lindsey. I think Austin Ainge has that same opportunity to do that if he wants to.
Where is Dennis now? He's in Detroit?
Yep.
After last year in Dallas?
Yep.
Yeah, probably a good idea to get somewhere other than there.
Yep.
But anyway, okay. I once had a co-host that liked to write out some like portions of his part of the show, right? And people ask me like, is that weird? Because that's not our style. Certainly it's not my style. My response always was, I don't care.
Yeah.
As whatever you got to do, you know, whatever you got to do to hit a home run that day. No big deal. If you got to gather your thoughts and put them out in that form before you jump on, and he didn't do it with everything, you know what I mean? Then great. I don't care. The Jazz have important decisions to be made. Whatever you got to put in the room to make the right decisions, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know? Austin has a good resume, and we can dive into what he brings to the table. Danny, as we've talked about a zillion times, is he would be a Hall of Famer for a GM alone. I mean, he's been that good. He's pulled off some of the best trades in NBA history. Mm-hmm. I think Boston's title last year had a lot to do with Danny and, for that matter, Austin.
Yep.
So that is what it is. And Justin, we've seen his body of work for how many years now?
Yeah, twice. He's been in Utah.
We know him well.
Yeah.
And Ryan's going to be involved. You heard Tim talk about that. Ryan's in the room.
Yeah.
So there's your brain trust. I don't care how many they are. I don't care whatever. You could be in the room, Ben. You got to figure it out. And do you have confidence in these people to figure it out?
Obviously, the job is to win. That's the most important thing, and that's what Austin Age is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now, and it doesn't feel like it's particularly close. I don't know how hard it is to build a winner in the NBA right now. We've seen teams make dramatic turnarounds, a la the Houston Rockets and the Detroit Pistons in recent years. So,
or the Thunder.
Or the Thunder, obviously, yeah. So we'll see how quickly the Jazz get back to that direction or to that level, and then how high they can get it, and that's what Austin Age is going to be charged with. I think the nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. I mean, I don't think that's unfair to say that when your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. And yeah, you probably skip steps somewhere along the way to get those opportunities. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team. Probably came in right after the last championship team. If I'm doing the math right, this is his 17th year. He came in right around 2008, which is when they won their first title under Danny, unless he came in right after. So he's seen this team through the highs and lows and has seen how these trades are made. And you would hope he was able to replicate the success his dad had. And if that's the belief you have, that him being trained in that environment is a positive, I think you understand why this is a good hire.
I think the nepotism thing is interesting. By the way, I love the term Nepo baby. Mm-hmm. We can't use that enough. But I think people complaining about that are being naive.
Okay. You want to explain?
Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And if you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
And some people get criticized for it and some people don't. I mean, what's his name? Adelman in Denver. Is anybody complaining about that?
Right. Flip Saunders' kid.
Yeah. I mean, there's what, at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
Yeah, that's how you get. The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not? Now, the argument is, well, someone else didn't get a chance because you did get that opportunity. But that's everywhere. That's the whole world.
This isn't the first time this has happened in this franchise.
Right.
Frank Layden hired his son, Scott.
The Millers were running the team. Not ever at this level, but Greg Miller at one point was making decisions for the Utah Jazz.
Well, after his dad passed. I think that's a different story.
A little bit, but
he wasn't making basketball decisions.
I think he was in the room.
He might have been in the room.
He had input.
But different when it comes to ownership, though. It just
sure,
is.
of course.
Still nepotism. It's a different thing. If you are the one, Greg was calling the shots for the whole company at that point, which included the Jazz.
Right, and yes, you get passed down familially. I get it.
So, it's worked sometimes, and it hasn't worked others. Scott didn't do a bad job. I didn't think he did a great job if you went back and examined it. I think Kevin O'Connor was actually better, but Scott didn't make bad decisions.
Built a finals team.
Right. Yeah. Well, his dad kind of built, and Jerry. But the point being, it happens, so what do you do with it? I think it is a good sign that the Celtics didn't run Austin out of town the day Danny left, because that happens a lot.
You're right.
So if they must have seen some value there if they kept him there, because they didn't owe Danny anything at that point, I wouldn't think, right?
Yep.
So that's probably not a bad sign. Brian Colangelo, though, was so bad at it and that job that he actually got the old man fired. You can look at all these different examples of nepotism and how it works and how it doesn't. And you just hope the person making the hiring in this case has good judgment, because there are successes and there are failures. If people are complaining about nepotism just because of the concept, which I don't love either. My dad wasn't a giant radio celebrity, you know. I've had to, do the whole thing. Yeah. But think about our friend Tim for outdoor rain gutters. Why am I going? RGS Exteriors. Yeah. Thank you. God, I didn't know why. All right, you can hear the ad. He's like 5th generation.
Yeah, right.
Passing down the company. My kids are working. We see value in that when it comes to certain industries, right? Like Tim grew up dreaming about being a rain gutter guy and has worked his way, through the company for his entire life until his dad retired, and we put value into that.
Right.
I'm sure you're a big fan of, let me think here. Why am I forgetting all this stuff today? Senator from Massachusetts. I know, I'm sure you love Liz Warren.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Kennedys, which another nepotism
yeah,
family.
Right. But, people know that Liz Warren's dad was Justice Earl Warren, but the people in Massachusetts keep electing her. They must think she's doing a fine job. I mean, probably other people don't.
It's your foot in the door. It's how you get in the door, for the most part. Now, there are still guys who probably are unqualified to have jobs that are there because
it
their dad
happens
is
all
the
the
boss.
time.
It does happen. But for a lot of people, it's just your opportunity to get in the door, and then what do you do with it? And that's still what Austin Ainge has to prove. He's never been the lead decision maker, and now he's going to have to do that in Utah as what's pointed to as the lead decision maker. My initial thought when I saw this was I felt bad for Justin Zanuck. That was honestly my initial thought when I read the news this morning, because Justin Zanuck's been in this spot for a while. He was in a similar spot with the Milwaukee Bucks and did not get promoted to the lead guy. And again, has been not promoted to the lead guy, which I think you would assume says something about what the Jazz like about what he does right now and maybe what the Jazz don't want him to do. But I'm a fan of Justin Zanuck personally. I'm happy to see him around the building, and I really like Justin Zanuck, and I hope he does stick around continually with the Jazz, because I would feel like it was a loss if he left to go try this opportunity somewhere else, because I like Justin quite a bit. But that's an aside.
I hear you. I wonder. Some people don't want it.
No, some people don't.
You know what I mean? And I don't know this about Justin. I have no clue. But Phil Johnson didn't want it.
Right. He passed on opportunities to interview for head coaching jobs.
He liked it here. He liked working for Jerry, but specifically he liked his role as an assistant coach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
There are some people that I mean, Andy Ludwig kind of went out on a bad note with Utah fans, I know, but that dude had no aspirations to be a head coach at all.
Right. He was not
It was not his
for Witt's job.
No, he's like, I want to nerd out and come up with some wacky stuff and watch it play out on the field. That was kind of his approach. That's why he did it.
Yeah.
That's why he was in the job. He didn't want to do press conferences. Yeah. He didn't want to decide when to call timeouts. He didn't want any of that stuff. He just liked the gig. So I don't know about Justin. He got he did at one point when he left the first time to go to Milwaukee.
Yep.
He did want that gig too.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know if he decided, you know what, maybe I'm just better at being.
Well, they passed on him.
Yeah,
they did the same thing. They brought him in to be number 2. When the guy who was in charge left, they hired somebody else.
Right. And the Jazz hierarchy was weird, because when they promoted, quote unquote, promoted Dennis Lindsey, I don't know how much of a promotion that really was, honestly.
Yeah.
And if you remember, it was because Dennis didn't pull a trigger on a midseason trade to get Mike Conley. And then the coach thought Mike Conley was the answer. And then there was kind of an internal back and forth.
Yeah.
And then they decided that, okay, let's go get Mike Conley. And that was Zanuck's deal. That was his thing. So I don't know. Dennis technically was still there.
Yeah, Dennis was definitely still there.
But all of a sudden, Justin was making decisions, And so I don't know. Maybe he got a taste of it, and that's not his thing.
This is from Justin. This is a press release. This is going to be,
positive.
Positive. He says, Austin's one of the most respected executives in the NBA because of his basketball prowess, experience, and work ethic, and I'm excited to partner with him in our shared goal of success for the Utah Jazz. Once again, Ryan and Ashley illustrate their commitment to Utah as they strive to build the best franchise in the NBA. This is the third Celtics hire the Jazz have made. Obviously, Will Hardy being the first as the assistant under Ime Udoka. Danny Ainge followed shortly after. Or was Danny here first? Danny was here before Will. Danny was here before Will.
He was.
So Danny
for
was the first.
Half a season-ish.
Then Will, even though Danny and Will didn't work together at all in Boston. They did not cross paths. But I'm sure, obviously, he had good intel on Danny from one Austin Ainge, the latest Celtics hire the Jazz have made. And we got to bring up the Celtics aspect of it. Probably don't have time right now. The Celtics are about to enter the most precarious offseason of maybe anybody in the NBA because they're young-ish. Their young superstar isn't going to play next year, and they're going to have the most expensive roster, or one of them in the NBA, and cannot compete for a title. And they're probably going to trade some players. And Austin Ainge is going to be very well versed in who those players are and what type of value they might have on a team going forward and how many years they have left. And if he thinks Jaylen Brown's the type of guy who might want to play in Utah. Because I would imagine the Jazz would kick down the door to get him.
He's taking a lot of incoming there in Boston, old Jaylen.
Mm-hmm.
The fans are turning on him a little bit. Have you been following that?
Yes.
Saying he's just not good enough?
The guy who won the Finals MVP 2 years ago. Great. See if he likes Utah. Yeah, last year. Well, yeah, I guess it was last season. You're right. We haven't crowned a title yet.
I'm not saying I necessarily agree with him, but that is a thing.
Yeah, no, and he's not a perfect player.
People are saying he's underskilled.
Which is true. He's also the reigning Finals MVP.
He's also big, strong, and fast, which is nice.
And like 27 years old.
Yeah, and a two-way guy. Like there are a lot of things to like for sure. But he is taking some incoming there in Boston.
Yep.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com. Coming up next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Roger Goodell is the most powerful man in sports in America. I think Greg Sankey's number 2. Brett Yormark has got to be as aggressive and sly and underhanded as he possibly can be, trying to find a way to keep your conference as close to those other 2 as you possibly can.
That is why we're seeing BYU be so aggressive financially, because BYU wants to send a message to Yormark, to Phillips, to Sankey, saying we want to be in it. We want to win championships. We'll spin to do it because BYU is a valuable logo. Utah's become a valuable university. Going to a couple Rose Bowls, and their recent success is big. That's why Utah's got to get back into it this year, because there's a chance that all except for a few get excluded if you don't find a way to get your foot in this door and make it a valuable product.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Hey guys, Alex Keary from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of $1 going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nick and Ben nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Ben, you're a Bear Lake guy.
I am.
You know that feeling where you're just sitting in the water, holding the tow rope with the water skis sticking out of the water, and you're thinking, for the love of everything holy, hit that throttle and get me out of this water.
This is horrible.
That's how I feel sitting in this studio.
It is cold.
That's how I feel
I'm really glad I brought a sweater. I almost was late to work because I ran back inside to grab one. And I thought, this was the right decision.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where are we starting today?
Number 1, gentlemen, the NBA Finals are set.
Oh, I'm drinking Christian's tears today.
Because the Knicks lost. And did bing bong in particularly crappy fashion, because that was a winnable game. They had a chance to send this back to New York for a Game 7, which, everybody would have loved to have that. What would that have been, Sunday night? Maybe it would have been tonight, right? Didn't they play on Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been tonight, which would have been very fun to see that game. But they just kind of no-showed. They sloppied their way out of the season, which is pretty crappy, pretty lame. But really, shout out to the Indiana Pacers, who are having one of the most enjoyable seasons I remember from a basketball team in a long time. And I'm ready to place them in the grind city, Memphis Grizzlies kind of era of teams or tier of teams that were just like really cool teams, just like fun players, cool players. It was Mike Conley, Zebo, Zach Randolph.
Yeah, there was nothing cool about Zach Randolph.
No, Zach Randolph was cool. It was kind of like a cast-off, right? He'd been with the Jailblazers. He'd been with the Knicks, and everyone was like, this guy's not good at basketball. And he just needed to find the right place. But Marc Gasol was there. I think Bonzi Wells was probably gone at that time. But anyways, a lot of like kind of cool players on that team that were fun to watch. And never made it to the finals, but, you know, beat the Spurs in an 8-1 upset and made the conference finals once, at least. And this is what the Pacers are, but they have actually reached a new level. They have reached the finals for the first time since I was quite a bit younger when they lost to the Lakers in the first of their three-peat, if I remember correctly.
I think you're selling them short by comparing them to the Grizzlies.
They're better than that team. I just hope people love that team.
Never sniffed the finals.
But they got to the conference finals, and people love that team. That's like a cool NBA team historically. Regardless of what happens in these finals, and I hope the Pacers win. I would love to see the Pacers win this series. I don't think they're going to, but I would love to. I'm going to hold them in the regard of like, oh, this is just a very cool team. Back-to-back conference finals, now made the finals, and I'm rooting for all these guys.
Yeah, I'm definitely rooting for the Pacers. I love it that they gave Pascal Siakam the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals, and he was like, I didn't even know we did that.
Yeah, the Larry Bird Trophy.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Tyrese Halliburton did because he thought he was getting it.
Nope,
passed
not
over.
so fast. Well, he had a bad, he wasn't awesome throughout the entire series.
Yeah, notoriously bad Game 5.
He had a really good. What was it? I mean, Game 2 was.
Game 4 was awesome,
off the charts. Yeah, I think Siakam absolutely is the key to this finals. If Indiana stands a chance, I mean, they're going to have a consistent performance from Tyrese Halliburton, but Siakam's going to have to dominate.
We have talked about the Jazz's all-in trade for Mike Conley and it being the wrong player. The Pacers made an all-in trade for Pascal Siakam, and it was the exact right player. Is exactly who they needed.
Yep.
Good for them. That's great general manager work. That's great front office work. Again, as we talk about what our next story will be, you have to make those tough decisions. When it's your time to push your chips in, are you playing the right hand? And the Pacers are showing they played exactly the right hand because regardless of what happens, this is an absurdly successful season and run from the Pacers. To make back-to-back conference finals, including a finals run with this core, the moves they have made since trading Sabonis for Tyrese Halliburton, getting Pascal Siakam, signing Aaron Nesmith, not trading Miles Turner. It's actually not like it's an overhaul. It didn't take 15 years.
Right.
It was a few trades over a few seasons at timely moments, and they paid a good price, but not a cheap price. There wasn't a discount on any of these guys. And they nailed it. They hit it out of the park.
They turned an expiring Paul George contract into Tyrese Halliburton. It only took them a couple of years.
It did, because it was Oladipo and Sabonis, and then Sabonis for Halliburton.
Right.
It was pretty quick. It's what we've talked about. You have to keep asset value alive.
Yeah.
Whether you trade Donovan Mitchell, you get Lauri Markkanen. That doesn't mean Lauri Markkanen has to be the payoff. Maybe the guy you trade Lauri Markkanen for is the payoff.
Yeah.
That's the asset value you have to keep alive, though, and you can't let it drop too much, which is why I think there's absolutely a good chance that Lauri gets traded this summer.
I remember the specific show when the day after Paul George demanded his trade out of Indiana, and people were blasting away at Paul George, and it was like, he's doing them a favor.
Yeah.
He's doing them a favor,
Right.
and he did them the favor that Gordon Hayward didn't do for the Jazz.
The irony that fans were probably happy in Utah that Paul George demanded a trade before Gordon Hayward was because Jazz fans always wanted to prove that Gordon was a better player than Paul George, which clearly was not the case, but that the Jazz made the right decision to draft Gordon over Paul George. So when Paul George asks out, the Jazz fans can say, see, we were right. But in truth, Paul George saying, my time here has come to an end, get value for me, was very good from Paul George for the Pacers.
Yep, it was a noble move.
It's why they are where they are today, because Paul George went to the front office and said, I want to trade.
Yes. And Hayward was bitter.
And the Jazz got zero value for that asset.
We're not going to tell you anything.
Yep.
And then we're going to leave you holding the bag and then not even give you a trade exception.
Yep.
I would love to talk to Danny Ainge about why he, the only way that Danny wouldn't be willing to give a trade exception, because it doesn't cost Boston anything.
Right.
Because they have the cap room to sign Gordon in the first place, so they just send a trade exception back in a quote-unquote sign-and-trade. It's what happened with Carlos Boozer and the Bulls.
Right.
And nope, no sign-and-trade. That had to be because Gordon requested it.
Yeah, don't give him anything.
That had to be absolutely not. Don't give them a trade exception for me. I am not signing and trading.
Right.
I would love to talk to Danny
that'd be
Ainge about that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's sheer bitterness right there.
Absolutely. Gordon carried it.
That is sheer bitterness.
Yep.
That's a guy who played 3 years with hate in his heart.
Finals game on Thursday night at OKC, obviously.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, more on the Jazz hiring Austin Ainge as the president of basketball operations.
I assume we'll carry that press conference today at 3 o'clock. You'll be able to hear it here. The Jazz hiring Austin Ainge, Danny Ainge's son, 44 years old, to come in and be the future face of team building here in Utah. And that's what's so monumental about it. Because of Danny Ainge's age, because of the role he was already doing, which we kind of knew was not full-time. You know, Justin Zanuck was doing a lot of the work that I think otherwise a VP of basketball operations or president of basketball operations would also handle. It was clear that Danny Ainge was not going to be doing this for the long haul, and this now is handing the baton over. Now, whether that actually happens today or before the draft, probably not, but over the next season or two, that will be the case.
He's got a very good rep. So I'm eager to hear that press conference. Have you interacted with Austin at all?
I've never met him.
I did.
Okay.
I've met him a few times, but mainly I've interacted with him because PK was covering BYU at the time. I was producing PK's show at the time. And this was when Austin was like underclassman, like freshman, sophomore. But he would jump on their show because PK's down there every day and like, interviewing all the players. He knew who the talkers were, right? And so he lined it up with Austin. I think if memory serves, we cut out the sports information department, which I can't remember how that went over. But he would come on, and he came on a lot. Like, he would call in from road trips and stuff like that. Yeah. And so I interacted with him in that way, which by no means makes me qualified to make a judgment on his basketball acumen. But I can tell you this. He is very smart. You interact with people enough, you can tell, if they're smart or not. And I'm not saying that he's splitting the atom, but I'm pretty confident in saying he's not a dumb guy either. So that's my interaction with him.
If you were to take the name off the back of the jersey, obviously he's not going to wear a jersey, he has a real legit resume to be in this role. He is not skipping steps today to get this job, right? He played 5 years of college basketball, won at BYU, was a G League head coach, been a scout, worked his way up through Boston, as a scout, probably very low-level scout when he first got there, which I promise you there are some incredibly low-level jobs in the NBA that you'd be shocked at probably how somewhat meaningless they are or
lots of those.
Or untalented people there are.
Lots of those.
And because I see them and they come and go, I remember Sheldon Williams had a job. Do you remember seeing him around here for a while?
I do.
He was like the regional scout for Charlotte or somebody at the time and was just like at a lot of Jazz games and clearly did not love it. So Austin worked his way up to that through whatever his official role was before leaving the Jazz or the Celtics for the Jazz.
He's the ex-husband of what's her name on TV, right?
Candace Parker.
Yeah. They would have tall children.
Yeah.
If they had children together,
I always thought
they
he
would
looked
be
like
quite tall.
The Ken Griffey Jr. in the Simpsons episode after he drinks all the cough medicine.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He looks
gigantism.
He looks just like that. Nice guy. Talked to him a few times over dinner.
The nerve tonic or whatever.
Yeah, but neither here nor there. Austin, if you removed his name, does have the resume to do this job.
Right.
But obviously there's a reason why he's coming back to Utah, even though he had ties here in the first place. But the reason he went to BYU was probably because of his father.
What are his ties? His brother ran for Senate?
Also that. Yeah. The Aggies are a Utah family as well.
Didn't he get elected to something else too and decide like, okay, politics is not for me?
Not for me. I'm not going to do it.
What's next?
Number 3, this just in from Shams Charania, former Ute player and Jazz assistant. Johnny Bryant is one of 2 finalists for the Suns head coaching job.
Suns have updated every step of the way how many people are officially in the running for this.
Okay, I've got a controversial opinion, I suppose, for you.
Okay.
Or at very least, let me tell you, if Johnny Bryant were asking me for advice, I would tell him to pass. And I realize that there are only how many NBA head coaching jobs? I've heard all that. But you know what? You're being hired to be fired. Like you are set up so much for failure in Phoenix for so many reasons. there's going to be other jobs. You know what I mean? And I think Johnny Bryant's a pretty good coach.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't ever know if anyone's going to be a good coach. I've talked to Johnny a lot. He used to coach the summer league teams, and I'd go to Vegas and cover them.
He obviously knows how to develop players. Like he's
got an awesome story.
He started here as a player development guy.
And not even that. He was purely like a private trainer for the Millsaps, I think is what it was for Paul, and worked with Paul on his shooting, even though the Jazz never let him shoot threes. And the coaching staff realized, like, hey, there's something there. Like, this guy's really well respected. The players really respond to him. And Quinn brought him in, right?
Yep.
And as a player development guy, and then turned him into an assistant coach. And then he got hired as the Knicks lead associate head coach, and has been doing the same thing now for the Cleveland Cavaliers. So.
And Cleveland had the best record in the Eastern Conference. So maybe the iron's hot and he's got a strike and this moment won't come again, but I kind of doubt it. I think he'll be up for jobs in the future. If I had my choice, I would stay an assistant instead of taking the Phoenix job. Ask Igor Kokoshkov, who took the Phoenix job for a year and hasn't been heard from since, basically.
First of all, the team is obviously on the downslope. Like, they're going to collapse before they rebuild. So he's taking over a losing program that's only going to get worse, and the coach isn't going to fix it because they're going to be on their 5th head coach in 5 years, right? Am I right on that? Monty Williams, Frank Vogel, Budenholzer, I think, and obviously before Monty Williams, whoever that was. So this will be at least their 4th coach in 4 years.
I just said it. Kokoshkov.
Was it Igor before Monty Williams?
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
I thought there was somebody in between it. Regardless. Yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a joke. To the point where I can't remember who the head coaches were because they've cycled through them so quickly. Jeff Hornacek was there before that.
Speaking of Monty Williams, didn't he pass on coaching LeBron to take that Phoenix job?
Because they paid him a fortune, right?
No, that was Detroit.
That was also Detroit, paid him a fortune. But they're still paying Vogel and Monty Williams, I believe, there. So it's not a good job. I'm with you. If Johnny Bryant felt confident he could get a job next year, he should wait.
Or even this year.
Even this year. The other interesting tie here is, we've talked about Will Hardy leaving for the Jazz job only to have Ime Udoka leave and Joe Mazzulla inherit a championship contender. And if Will Hardy would, prefer to be in Boston, Kevin Young left this job that might have been his as the lead assistant in Phoenix to take the BYU job and might have had an NBA head coaching job now had he stayed.
Oh, he absolutely made the correct decision.
And he may have made the right choice.
I think he absolutely made the correct decision.
Yep.
Because, it is a sinking ship.
Yep, it is.
With a bad owner, and somehow Zeke is a Rasputin again, and that's just not going to end well.
So, yeah, if you're a Ute fan or just a Johnny Bryant fan, root for Jordan Ott to get this Suns job and let Johnny Bryant catch the next bus.
Take a better one. All right, more next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Tim Reynolds joining us on the program. He writes for the AP.
It's 11 conference champions in the last 7 years, too. 11 out of the 14 have been different. So not only has there been a change in who wins it, there's also a change in the teams that get there. I mean, we've had a new CBA and rule changes within it. The aprons, they changed a lot of things for a lot of teams. It's really tough for teams to get good now from the middle. You've either got to bottom out or you've got to get super lucky or you're stuck in the middle. I think it's great that legitimately 20 of the 30 teams can honestly say we have a chance. The NFL doesn't have that. Major League Baseball doesn't have that. It's great for the league because the league didn't have this for a while. Now we just have new things to complain about. We complained about how boring it was when it was Cleveland Golden State every year. Now we just complain about other stuff.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, it was hot this weekend. It feels like summer is here. And maybe you're lacking sleep because your air conditioner just will not turn off. It runs throughout the night. Well, I'll tell you what. It's an easy fix with some windows and doors from Peach.
Yeah, maybe your AC can't even beat the heat that's coming in through your windows. If your windows are not sound or your door is not sound and sealed correctly, you're going to let a lot of this heat in. It's going to cost you a lot of money throughout the summer. And then in the winter, it's going to do the opposite. It's going to cost you a lot of money on your gas bill because you're going to have your heater on. Replace your doors and windows with your dream doors and windows. Make your house a dream home. that you can live in with custom projects from our friends at Peach Doors and Windows.
Yeah, you can conserve energy and really upgrade your home at the very same time, and Peach will help you. Here's how you get the ball rolling. You can go to peachbuildingproducts.com. They've got a great website. It's a great place to start. You can call them. They do free in-home estimates. They can come help you with ideas, too, 801-566-1255, or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at kotm.org/events. That's kotm.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Who's got it better than us? Nobody! Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Some bad days in radio. Not today.
No, today's fine.
These are the days you work for. Yeah.
Ben was talking about some of my worst days in radio, like my least favorite memories of my entire career. Like literally two of the worst days of my life. Ben brought up. Ben brought up in the break.
During the break.
So thanks.
And I'm in tears laughing.
I needed that on a Monday.
Like you're already having a hard day.
Severe PTSD, career PTSD.
Anyway.
Some of the hardest situations I've had to navigate in my entire life. Ben brings it up and just laughs at it. But, you've been through a couple of doozies. There's some days.
Yeah, I've had some days, too.
Some days in this job.
Yeah.
But, gratefully, today is not one of them. In fact, we're very excited to talk to Keith Smith coming up in the next segment. We'll get his insight on Austin Ainge. He's covered the league for a long time. He currently lives in Orlando, but he's got
Boston ties.
So we're excited to talk
and let's talk about the finals as well.
Excited to talk to Keith. Are you excited for the finals?
I think it's probably going to be a quick series, unfortunately. I think it's probably a 5-game series. I think Indiana might steal one. I worry it'll be like game 4 after they're already down 3-0. But I would love to be proven wrong. I did not think the Pacers were going to be in this spot, certainly. I didn't know if they were going to beat the Cavaliers, and they did. So,
yeah, they did. I knew they were going to beat the Knicks.
Yeah, I thought they were better than the Knicks, too, once they got to that spot. So,
but I would not predict them to beat the Thunder. But you know what? That's what I'm saying. With Siakam, big and physical, he can make the Thunder adjust, which I think Minnesota was unable to do.
The Pacers are a legitimately really good team. They have good players at every position. They have depth. They don't have a lot of obvious weaknesses. They have some. You can target Tyrese Halliburton defensively, and, it's going to be a flaw. He is still 6'6". Actually, if you can get him to lock in, which if he's not going to lock in the finals, he's never going to lock in. This is his opportunity to at least kind of leave it all on the floor. There's no next series. There's no tomorrow. Go out there and lock in as best you can. He's got the right body type to defend Shea. I just don't think he's going to be good at it.
Well, maybe not. But the thing about big and long is it's still useful even when you're dogging it.
He goes and blocks an OG Anunoby 3 while the Knicks were amid a run that ended up leading to a turnover because OG Anunoby got the ball back and then got an offensive foul. It's like, that's the difference of 6'6". It might just be 1 or 2 plays throughout the game, but you have to make those.
Well, you can hide 6'6". Yeah. That was a big part of the reason I think Jimmer Fredette also didn't have a very long NBA career is because you can't hide 6'1". If you're 6'1", you have to guard one guy on the floor.
You can only guard one guy on the floor,
but you can't hide 6'1". 6'1" is going to be guarding the other team's point guard every possession.
Yes.
Or if you're Donovan Mitchell, the 2 guard. But still, you're extremely limited on who you can't hide 6'1". You can hide 6'6".
It's why
easily.
Tyrese Halliburton has surpassed Jalen Brunson. It's why he's surpassed Trae Young, who are good players, similar players, like offensive juggernaut players that are really super talented with the ball in their hand, but are so bad defensively that you can't win with them at the highest level. And Tyrese Halliburton might just be 3 inches, 4 inches taller than those guys, and it just gives you that little bit of edge a couple of times a game.
They're going to blitz him, though. He's going to have to move off the ball. I wonder what the Pacers' counter is because Minnesota didn't have one.
Yeah.
But I think Carlisle's a terrific coach. But I would bet you, Ben, they're going to be doubling and blitzing him right out of the gate, just like they did Anthony Edwards. And it'll be what's the Pacers' answer?
Yeah.
So
it is one of the best offensive teams, though, against one of the best defensive teams. I mean, the best defensive
team for sure.
And one of the most exciting offenses. So it's a cool matchup.
It is a cool matchup. I like it. The markets are bland. I saw a funny gif of David Stern, rest his soul, like with a kind of disappointed look on his face.
Yeah.
Which I thought was so funny because he was always rumored to be the puppet master and the big market thing and all that was all a David Stern thing.
I didn't realize how close these two cities are.
Oh, really close? Yeah, not far at all.
10-hour drive.
All right, stay tuned. Keith Smith going to join us coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports is proud to support Primary Children's Hospital with the KSL Give-A-Thon. We need your help raising money for sick Utah kids. Go to kslkids.com and donate now. Be a smile maker. An automatic monthly donation will help save lives all year long. Sponsored by J&J Garden Center in Layton. With the KSL Give-A-Thon, we can't do it without you. So give today at kslkids.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, have you thought about the big questions in life like, oh, when do I want to retire? What do I want to do when I retire? And what do I need to do to get there? And frankly, be prepared for such emergencies as maybe you need to go out there and spend a few bucks on getting a new car. Where is that going to come from? How best can I prepare for those sorts of things? Well, it would be helpful for you if you had a team of good folks on your side that have been there, they've done that, they know how to help you accomplish all of those goals. And that team wants to be Trajan, or Trajan wants to be that team for you. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. Notice the 801 number. They're local. They have offices here in Draper and Farmington. They'll sit down with you, show you how to get to those goals. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Drums, please!
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big news day today here on the show. The Jazz have hired Austin Ainge to be their next president of basketball operations. Let's get a national reaction. Joining the show now, we welcome him back. Of course, he makes the magic happen at Spa Track. He is our buddy Keith Smith. What's going on, Keith?
A lot. We get the finals coming, the off season's cranking up. This is the best time of the year.
What do you know of Austin Ainge? I know you live in Orlando. I know you've covered the Celtics closely because you've covered the NBA throughout. But what do you know of Austin in your interactions?
Yeah, he is someone who has been preparing for this for a long time. Cut his teeth in the G League initially is where he started running Boston's G League team there. So that he did that for a while. Was a big part of the team's draft prep for a very long time. And then in more recent years has taken over and been really the guy for the team as far as their draft prep and their international scouting goes with all that stuff, both collegiate and international. He's a big part of why they've hit several times on late draft picks in the first round and even a handful of second-round guys and undrafted players and then some international guys that they've brought over from overseas or guys who were former NBA guys that have gone overseas and come back. So big part of their success over the years.
So overall, what's your evaluation of the Jazz Brain Trust now? Because Justin Zanuck is staying as general manager and Danny Ainge is staying on as CEO. So your thoughts on kind of what the front office looks like?
Yeah, I think it's really kind of an unknown. Like, I think you've got a lot of people there who do good stuff with both Ainges now in the fold and Justin Zanuck. But my question is, who really is running things? Who has the day-to-day responsibilities of working with other GMs, working with other folks in the course of trade discussions? Who's working in organizing the scouting and all those things that happen? And then, of course, the most important thing, who has final say on these transactions? It's very odd to have a president of basketball operations and then someone else above them that isn't the owner of the team. So is this Danny Ainge is sunsetting on his career and moving into a different direction? In Austin now it's final say. Where does that go? Justin Zanuck's a guy who's been around for a long time, done a lot of the day-to-day heavy lifting of the team's front office work as the GM. What is his say in the organization? That's all stuff that I think will eventually get clarified, and that's something that's going to need clarified for everybody to understand how this is really working.
Keith, if Austin's last name wasn't Ainge, would he have still ended up with a president of basketball operations job somewhere in the NBA if it wasn't with the Jazz?
I think so. I don't know that it would have been quite this immediate, but I do think he would have got there at some point because he's been kind of knocking on the door of that for a while now. There was rumors over the last handful of GM openings that he could have been a candidate for any number of teams there and just never kind of went that way. The teams have had for a hard time over the years getting people to leave the Boston front office because they've been so successful over any number of years. So that's something that I think they're going to be really kind of looking at down the line. But yeah, I mean, you're going to get the whole nepotism stuff that comes up and all the things that happen there. But I don't know that is cut and dry, but I understand why people are going there. But I think he would have been a candidate at some point.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the finals and matchup of two obviously monster market teams. But your thoughts on the Pacers? A lot of people see them as the big underdog. Do they have much of a shot in this?
I think they do because I think they counter the things Oklahoma City does really well in some unique ways. The Thunder, one of the things that they do better than just about any team in the league is they start turning you over. They're the best team I can ever remember of turning a 5-point deficit into a 15-point lead in like the blink of an eye. So I think with the Pacers, the fact that they rarely play any minutes without 2 or 3 real ball handlers on the floor, they don't turn it over very much. They tend to stay more poised in the way they work offensively. I think that is a big counter to the way the Thunder want to play. The Thunder are a better team. Don't get me wrong. They've got more things they can go to. They've got more versatility, I think, in their lineups than Indiana does. But I think Indiana has a chance simply because Halliburton's that good. And he's gotten to the point where if he wants to play fast, you play fast. If he wants the game to be slowed down, he slows the game down.
Looking at what the Pacers have done, this has kind of been a big talking point on our show. Are we just going to see more teams like this? Kind of what we would assume is a random team or perceive as a random team making a run to the finals versus, kind of the who's who of the NBA who seems to be in the finals most years. Is it going to be more varied like this?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think people are way overreacting to this, and everybody's, the new CBA, and, it's ruined, dynasties and all these things. It's harder to build a team that's going to be around for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, like we've seen with a handful of teams over the recent years. But I think you're still going to see more often than not teams will get there and then they'll kind of sustain. It just might be for a little bit of a shorter window. You will get surprises like this. Don't get me wrong. You're going to see some teams kind of hop in there that you weren't really expecting. But, yeah, I think this has just kind of been a weird year a little bit for the NBA with some teams that have been traditional powers stepping back and a handful of other teams, stepping forward like the Pacers, like the Thunder did. In some ways, the Knicks, having a much better year than they've had in previous years. So I think we're just in a spot now where we're starting to look at it being, let's not overreact to what we have going on immediately. But I think, we will see a little bit more parity and variance in the years to come.
Why do you think the Knicks came up short?
I think they're just, I think the big thing for them is they weren't good enough defensively in the end to really, slow down the Pacers at all. And in the games they won, they'd outscore the Pacers, which is a weird place for a Tom Thibodeau team to be. But that's where you're at when your anchors on both ends of your team are Jalen Brunson at point guard and Karl-Anthony Towns at center. You're going to have to find ways to get stops, with other guys and through scheme things. And Indiana just had too many things they could go to, too many good players. And the fact that the Pacers are able to turn a lot of these games into track meets, getting up and down. That's not how the Knicks want to play. And they just weren't able to keep up, no pun intended. They weren't able to keep pace with the Pacers. And they also just weren't able to score enough in the end or get enough stops. And that's why ultimately they lost.
Keith, the East gets really interesting this offseason because Milwaukee's obviously run into some turmoil, and there's talk that maybe they finally are willing to move Giannis Antetokounmpo, and he's open to the idea. The Celtics are going to be without Jason Tatum all of next year. The Knicks look like they're close, but probably aren't good enough to get there. The Magic need to add another piece. There just seems like there's a lot of movement that's going to happen with the top teams in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got everybody's kind of wondering what are the Cavs going to do, right? They had this incredible regular season and then fell in the second round. I think they'd be best served to kind of run it back. I think the Knicks should do that as well. I don't think those teams should feel that they're that far off the Pacers. All credit to Indiana, of course, but I would not feel like, we're miles behind those guys as far as catching them to move forward. And then, yeah, you're right. Boston's going to take a step back. If Milwaukee trades Giannis, that's going to be a whole different thing there for them. Who knows what Philadelphia does? They finally hit that, magical, healthy season and make a real run, or are they going to kind of continue to go through it? So, yeah, absolutely. A lot of turmoil in the East. And, it's one of those things where the East continues to put good teams at the top, 3, 4, 5 teams. And then behind them, the rest of the way, it gets really, really rough.
You hearing anything out there, Keith, about Lauri Markkanen and his future? And would you be surprised if the Jazz moved him?
I wouldn't be surprised. I think, there's certainly teams that have interest. I think for some teams it's great that he's on this long-term contract now because they don't have to worry about him leaving. There's other teams that I think would look at that and say, not really, where we want to go long-term with our money. He can be a little bit of a difficult guy to build around because he's a great offensive player, but not anybody who's going to anchor a defensive spot. As a big, that can be a little tough, like we talked about with Towns. When you have a big that can kind of be picked on a little bit, that can make things hard. But there's certainly going to be opportunities where teams would love to have Lauri Markkanen in the fold. And then I think for the Jazz themselves, they're really in a tough spot. Not staying in the top couple picks in the lottery. that's just so big because it was such a blow to the franchise that you're still going to get a good player at 5, of course, but it's just not going to be a transformational type guy like you were hoping for out of this draft class. And that has to put them in a spot where they say, all right, do we do it again? Do we, run it back with Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonsa and handful of really Cam Boozer, other good players at the top of this coming draft? Or do we have to really start to move things forward towards winning? Because I know there are some frustrations within the fan base. I see them on social media all the time, complaining about, hey, we just kind of threw away 3 years in a row and we're no better off than we were, when we started this whole process. And that can be the tough thing when you're trying to build through draft picks and through the draft.
Suns are in the news today. Johnny Bryant, former Jazz assistant, former University of Utah player, a finalist for their head coaching job, one of 2 finalists there. What do you think is the best case scenario for the Suns this summer? And I don't mean with their coaching hire. I mean with Kevin Durant. I mean with Devin Booker. I don't think they're going to be able to move Bradley Beal, though I'm sure they're going to try again. What's a good situation look like for Phoenix entering next season?
I'm going to give you 2 different answers. A good situation would be blow it up as best you can, trade Durant, trade Booker, start all over, get as much draft capital in the door as you can since you've traded almost everything you can possibly trade draft pick-wise and hope it looks better moving forward. Then I think the other piece, though the realistic path is going to be they're going to try to get guys back in a Kevin Durant trade that can win now. You're absolutely right. They're going to do the best they can to try to find a Bradley Beal trade. I don't know that they're going to. And they're just going to try to be as good as they possibly can around Devin Booker. They've made it clear through ownership and the front office that they don't have any real appetite for rebuilding. They, what we just talked about it with the Jazz, can be kind of hard if you don't hit in the draft. They've basically said, yeah, that's not what we want to do. We want to be competitive. They don't believe that building through the draft is something that necessarily will always work. So I think they're going to try to shortcut this a little bit. I think it's going to end up being similar results where they've been, this year, which is, probably battling around the play-in tournament line and probably an easy out in the first round.
What are your thoughts on this year's draft? The Jazz are at 5, and we've had several pundits say this is a 4-player draft, and the Jazz sit at 5. But any thoughts on what this year's draft looks like?
Yeah, I mean, you've got obviously Cooper Flagg in his own tier at the top. Then I've got Dylan Harper kind of in his own tier at number 2. And then things flatten out a little bit. VJ Edgecombe and Ace Bailey are the 2 next guys, but not every team is sold on both of those guys. So there is a chance you could see some movement there. But I think Utah's got a chance to come away with a really good player. Almost no matter what they do, there's going to be a lot of talent still on the board, even if those 4 guys are the first 4 off the board at the draft. You've still got guys like Con Knipple, and you've got Kasparis Yakushonis and Kaman Mawach, really good players that are going to be available for them if they want to go that way. It kind of gives them a little bit of optionality too. I think the way the roster is coming together, it feels like they're maybe a little guard heavy, but none of those guys I think are so locked in that it's like, we can't go get another guard. If they feel like there's a better guard in this draft class, go get him. The same thing with the big man position. If you feel like it's someone's going to be better than Walker Kessler, you go get him, and then maybe you explore the trade market for Walker Kessler. But it's massive disappointment to have slipped as far as you could possibly slip in the draft, of course. But they're still going to come away with a really good player because I think it's a pretty deep draft, through 8-10 players, and then it kind of levels out from there.
Keith, thank you as always. We appreciate you jumping on with us.
Appreciate it, Keith.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
All right, there you go. That's our buddy Keith Smith from Spa Track talking about all things NBA.
Melting away in the Orlando heat right now.
Had really good things to say about Austin Ainge.
I don't think you're going to hear bad things about Austin Ainge. The weird thing about it is just that, his dad is Danny Ainge. His dad works for the Jazz, and people are going to assume that's the only way he got the job. And Keith, that's why I asked him, would he have gotten this job otherwise somewhere? And he said probably eventually. Maybe not this early, which I think will be the question. And maybe why, Danny Ainge sticks around for a year or two until it feels like Austin's going at full speed, has the full lay of the land and is ready to go and, make his own hires and bring other people in that he wants to, a scouting staff. Like, that's the other part of that comes in with this, is that when you hire a new president of basketball operations, they bring in their people. You look at when Kevin O'Connor left, like a lot of the Jazz people left, You wanted to see, or Dennis Lindsay wanted to see his own people come in. You look across the NBA landscape, like Walt Perrin was the former lead scout for the Jazz. He got hired to go do the same job for the Knicks, and they hired Leon Rose, and Walt was out of a job. So that's how it works. So there's going to be a lot of turnover for the Jazz, but probably doesn't happen immediately. It might happen over the next 12 months or 24 months. And I would imagine maybe Danny Ainge stays in his spot until some of those things are finalized.
If I'm Austin, this is exactly what I do.
Okay.
All right. I create a separate social media account specifically created to defend me on social media.
Can't go wrong.
Probably leak some maybe potentially, juicy injury information in the process of defending myself online. But here's the brilliance of it, Ben. If you get caught, all you have to do is throw your wife right under the bus.
Sure.
I mean, Brian Colangelo laid it out.
Mastered it.
I mean, just a masterclass.
Yeah.
I mean, you're so thin-skinned that you can't handle a bunch of social media bozos.
Making fun of your shirt.
Yeah, right. So you got to get in there and really defend yourself.
Yeah.
But again, the last line of defense is throwing your wife under the bus. I don't know Austin's
I don't know
wife,
his marital situation.
if she would go along with such a plot. But it really is brilliant.
I do think it's smart to have somebody who's 44 years old coming in.
Wasn't that the stupidest story? That whole situation. The Sixers are the worst franchise. They are so bad.
Yeah. For a team that has had reasonable luck in the draft historically, I know they tanked a bunch to get it, but they did get the number one pick several times in that run and ended up with Joel Embiid and drafted Tyrese Maxey. They've done some things very well. Yeah.
I think they only got it once, actually, didn't they? And they had to trade for it?
And they traded up to get Markelle, and they got Ben Simmons.
But
they had good picks.
Ben
They weren't
Simmons,
falling
that's
to
right.
5.
That's right. Ben Simmons.
So to be in that spot, yes.
Anyway, I'm just
The
comparing
76ers.
nepotism hires. Sorry.
I agree. No, I totally understand. Probably a fireable offense. in
And
all honesty.
that story is so ridiculous, it will never not be funny.
But I think having a 44-year-old is probably the right age for the job. I think you need to be in your prime.
Okay, your dad is a prominent professional. Do you think you could ever embarrass him so badly that he has to fall off the map? Like, I don't think we've heard from Jerry Colangelo since
In a
because his
while.
son is such an
Jerry-
embarrassment.
Yeah, I think Jerry was even done running he put together the Olympic teams, and now it's Grant Hill, right? I think
I honestly think
Jerry's out of a
he's
job.
very involved in Grand Canyon University and what's going on down at that. So I actually think that's what he's doing. But the joke still is out there. Like, could you embarrass your father so bad that he would have to leave his profession?
I definitely have the megaphone to do it.
I know.
Yeah, so yeah.
So you could.
But the nice thing,
That would be a big mistake.
He's he's an artist now.
I know.
He's a retired artist now. Retired person who is now an artist.
Like, the value of his work goes down just because he's associated with you.
Sure. Very possible.
Christian, think you could get your dad fired?
I don't think so.
No?
No, his job is pretty not connected to
Insulated.
this at all, yeah.
Pretty insulated? Okay.
I mean, that's the nice thing about being an artist too, right? Other than it is purely public opinion.
Uh-huh.
So if they were like, his son, they'd be like, we can't even bring him into the arts festivals anymore.
You being a degenerate, though, might actually make his
Sure.
go, like, if he has an infamous son, it might actually make the value of it go up.
Right. George Bush Jr., W. Like, his paintings sell. He's actually a pretty good painter.
I don't think he does sell his paint. Does he sell them? I don't
He
think
does.
he
He
does.
sells them. He actually donates the money to
Does he?
veterans.
So
which
this
is
isn't
very
a
cool
this
story.
isn't a Hunter Biden thing where
No,
where
I don't
he's
think so.
putting $500,000 a pop right in his
I
pocket.
haven't seen Hunter's work, but George Bush is actually a pretty good painter.
I always thought that was a
real skill.
cool hobby for a former president.
And but they probably do sell in part A because the proceeds go to a very good place, but B because the president painted it, not because
that's
he's the
100%.
best painter available to buy.
Yeah, no, that's
it.
100% of the value.
Yeah, right.
That's not like
So
part
maybe
of the
I could
equation.
do that for my father a little bit.
That's
with
all of the
fame or infamy.
Exactly. Well, your dad's kind of infamous in a way.
He is. He went viral again over the weekend. Can't
I
get
did
away
see
from
that.
Him. Yep.
See you on Monday, Bundy.
Yep. Went back.
Well, that's good. Who picked it up? I saw some other
Internet Hall of Fame, which might be the biggest that's ever retweeted it. Internet Hall of Fame has like 4 million followers.
They have a gold check mark.
They have a gold check mark, yeah, on Twitter.
How much do you have to pay for that?
Yeah, right. It's like $14 a month.
I think you have to be
$9.99.
You have to be given it.
Oh, do you?
So they got rid of the blue check mark to sell the blue check mark, only to create a gold check mark.
That's the actual original blue check mark.
This is so like the Sneetches.
It's a cat in the wall.
Yeah,
right.
Totally.
It's a golden cat in the wall.
Oh, man. All right. Big thanks to Keith for jumping on with us. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
With our crazy opinions.
Hey, what are you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek, it's right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
Hey.
You work at Doug Smith, don't you?
Don't you remember me? We go way back.
I sure as heck remember you.
Do you think you can get me a discount on a car?
We're practically family.
Didn't I give you my old college mini fridge?
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Hey there, old friend, old buddy, old pal. Drop in a Doug Smith in Spanish or American Fork for the Employee Pricing Plus sales event and get employee pricing on select 2024 and 2025 Jeep, Ram, and Dodge vehicles now through June 30th. No one knows deals like Doug.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday. Win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, you can win tickets to Aerofest with Styx, Kevin Cronin, the former lead singer of REO Speedwagon, and Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles. That's coming up June 11th, so very soon, Ben, at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com, or you can listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Ben, the Knicks have been out of the playoffs for how long? Like 48 hours?
Yeah.
And already reports are coming out about people complaining about Karl Anthony Towns.
He had a bad final game. Numbers looked okay, but he had a bad final game. Really some horrendous defensive possessions, but that's who he is. You know, the Knicks and the Timberwolves both traded really flawed players. And in the most important games of the season, you saw the flaws. Like, that's just the truth. And they actually thought that ended up being a pretty successful trade. Both teams went to the conference finals, despite swapping what was probably their second best player on their roster, maybe Julius Randle's third or fourth. But, you know, maybe you still think Rudy Gobert is better than he was. But in the actual playoffs, Ant was their best player. Julius Randle was probably number 2. And Cat's probably the second best player on the Knicks behind Jalen Brunson, at least the second most well-recognized, make All-NBA, was an All-Star this year. But he has real flaws.
I think, you know, speaking of great NBA stories, the Jimmy Butler, the way it ended in Minnesota should have ended the careers of Andrew Wiggins, Karl Anthony Towns, and pretty much did end the career of Scott Layden. Speaking of Scott Layden.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with it, Jimmy Butler was basically holding out of camp because he was disgruntled. And he was disgruntled by the effort of the star players of the team that were making all of the money in Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins at the time. So he flew in to training camp with the Timberwolves, picked the worst 5 guys on the roster, scrimmaged against the starting 5, beat them, and walked out of the gym yelling at Scott Layden. And that was the last time he would appear in that facility.
Yeah.
And then was shortly traded to Philadelphia, coincidentally enough, only to be let go via free agency to go to Miami.
Right.
But that story, because he was his whole point is that Wiggins and Cat don't have heart. And they're not going to do the hard things it takes to succeed at a high level in the NBA. And he was 1,000% correct.
Yeah.
About really everybody involved. And I know Andrew Wiggins kind of bailed it out with a, I don't know, what would you call it? I know Golden State, but like a role player in Golden State, right? Yeah. Not a star player. And I know we made the All-Star team once in Golden State, but that was just a vote thing. So it tells you everything you need to know about Karl Anthony Towns. You can't tell me he's not capable of being a good defensive player. And in fact, if you look at what the Knicks players are complaining about, Quote, too often, Cat executed incorrect coverages without communicating why. After it became a theme, players worried Towns didn't grasp the importance. Yeah, because he doesn't want to.
He's not good at it, and he doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to.
Yeah.
It was always a red flag that Minnesota traded for Rudy Gobert. It was all to placate Karl Anthony Towns, who didn't want to do hard things like
rebound.
Body up and rebound.
Yeah.
That's red flag stuff in the NBA.
Block shots.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's no shock that it's been a day and teammates are like, yeah, this Karl Anthony Towns guy. You know what? Jimmy Butler might have been right all those years ago. And it's interesting, you know, we're talking about Austin Ainge and we're talking about the direction of the Jazz and what the next step is, you know, who the next step is. Well, listen, you've got to have players that are fit a culture that Will Hardy's trying to create. And you got to avoid people like Karl Anthony Towns, even though he's so talented.
Very talented, ultimately flawed, and he's
best offensive big man in the league.
Yeah,
never going to win.
Yeah, he's probably the best, you know, other than Jokic, obviously. But yeah, he's up in that conversation. And his ability to shoot the ball is truly ridiculous. It's awesome. He is so flawed at the most important thing big guys do. You know, you can overvalue what Walker Kessler brings to the Jazz and how valuable he actually is and you know, misread that. The truth is, though, Walker does the thing that you need your big guy to do most, which is makes it hard to score in the paint. He just does. He's a really good shot blocker. He dissuades players from even driving to the paint because he's in there. He's not as good as Rudy Gobert was at his prime, but he's really good. He's
he
really
might be
good at it.
The best rebounder in the league.
Yeah, and right now he's one of the best, if not the best rebounder in the league. So there's a lot of value in that. And
Cat does
better,
none of it.
and it may not help you win very much.
Nope.
You know? Certainly nice to have, and the threat of it and creating floor spacing and being able to play 5 out, which is why the Jazz do want to get a guy who can step out and shoot threes as well and are trying to get Walker to dabble in it because the value is there for it, but you can't do it at the cost of all the other more important things you do, which is being a good defensive player.
Beware, and this may play into your conversation, which interestingly enough, Keith Smith didn't really agree with, but about the cap and how it's changing things and that sort of thing. You know, we talk about the old maid, the bad contract, right? Nobody wants to get stuck with the old maid. Beware of highly flawed, highly paid players.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be that highly paid and have a fatal flaw.
Not to pick on David Locke, but he has kind of advocated in recent months, not advocated, that's too strong, but brought up the possibility of trading for Trae Young. That is the player you have to avoid.
James Harden,
that's a great example. Yeah. I mean, players that are so, I would even throw Luka Doncic into this, honestly.
Yeah, he might be. This is the Nico Harrison argument. Yep. You're exactly making the argument that Nico Harrison had, which is, yeah, we could have paid him 5 years and $300 million. He doesn't do the thing you have to be able to do to win.
His flaw is so bad that he can't make up for it with his other stuff. Karl Anthony Towns can't make it. That's why Minnesota was so intrigued in getting Rudy. Okay, we'll get a big that wants to do the hard things, and then we'll let Karl do what Karl wants to do. And it's like, it didn't work speaking of Anthony Davis. That's exactly what he wanted in New Orleans, right? And they traded for Boogie Cousins. Disaster. For years in L.A., it was like, Anthony Davis wants to be the 4. Let's bring in all these stiffs at 5 so Anthony Davis doesn't have to do the hard things. No. They won the Mickey Mouse title when they made Anthony Davis play center. Yeah. And he's basically been their center since because that's his position.
Yeah. It's really hard to do. It's really hard to get perfect players, and there just aren't perfect players, you know, and to be able to overcome your defensive weaknesses or your offensive weaknesses on the other end, it's hard to do when you make $30+ million. You know, Jokic is so good offensively and at least talented enough or smart enough defensively to be in the right place and to be huge that he makes more of an impact on that end, certainly, than Cat does. And what does he do? Well, he's a really great rebounder. That's probably the thing that Jokic doesn't get enough credit for. He's an awesome rebounder.
Cat won't sit in there and rebound.
And Cat won't do it to that level. Yeah.
You're right about Jokic at least being big. Lateral quickness is Jokic's problem, obviously. But he still finds a way to be big.
How often does he get 20 rebounds? It's like every third game.
Shaq is actually the best example of this, that he found a way to be big even though he was super vulnerable defensively because of his lateral quickness.
But yeah, just be so
Cat
huge.
Won't even do that.
Yeah.
Now, here's the wrinkle to the convo. And I'll use Evan Turner as an example because it's a relevant one. Right now, Evan Turner is a flawed guy. On the other side of Cat, he does all the hard things and he does it really well, but he's flawed offensively, right?
Yep.
But at $19 million, He's a steal and a key component on that team. At $40 million or $30 or whatever he's going to get this offseason, he's an overpaid, flawed player.
Yeah.
He goes from being the most important, arguably most important, or at least X factor on a title contending team to anchor on another team's franchise. If he leaves in free agency and signs a big deal somewhere else, he will be an anchor on that franchise. Because if you're going to pay someone, and I don't think he's a max guy by any means, but he's going up from 19.
Yeah.
If you pay somebody, you can make an argument to pay Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown max deals because their flaws really aren't that, okay, you say Jaylen Brown, the big complaint in Boston right now is he doesn't have a ton of wiggle.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He can still score 30 a game and take the other team's best player out of on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
You can overcome. Oh, okay. So he lacks a little creativity. So what?
Wiggle has quickly become the most overrated skill in the NBA.
Amen.
Who cares? Jokic doesn't have any.
He does have a little.
But LeBron doesn't have any. Giannis doesn't have any.
LeBron has never had any. Yeah.
Luka doesn't really have any.
Yeah.
Luka's really strong.
Right.
Giannis is really strong. LeBron's really strong. I don't care if you can go side to side. Who cares? What? Yeah, whatever. But
does it go in?
Jaylen Brown's. Yeah, right. Does Jaylen Brown get 20 points a game? And does he lock you up on the other end? Okay. There's value there. I don't care if he goes side to side. Who cares?
Is his lack of wiggle going to cause you to lose basketball games? Probably not.
Yeah, you know who doesn't have a lot of wiggle? Isaiah Collier. You know what he is? He's the fastest person in the league, and he's really strong. There's value there. Yep. I don't care that he doesn't cross you over. Who cares?
But this is a great point. But you can't pay him a third of your cap.
No, absolutely not. He's too fatally flawed to pay that much money.
Because I can hear people yelling at their radio, like, there's only like 5 of the guys you're talking about. It's like, yes, that's why the Supermax is not a good move unless
you have the right guy.
It's one of those 5 guys. And the teams that have got tempted into maxing out, or more appropriately, super maxing out players just because those players end up being the old maid.
The best player tax. I've always said that.
Yep.
You can't get caught paying your best player a max salary just because they're the best player on your team. Are they actually good enough? And this will be a question for Lauri Markkanen and why the Jazz might be willing to move him, because the Jazz are paying him a high salary. Now, it's not so exorbitantly high, even though it's a max deal, that they can't afford it or that he can't earn it, but he is a flawed player. He's not a good defender.
Yeah.
He's not a lead number 1 offensive scorer, though he can lead your team in scoring. Can you get a player who has fewer flaws at a same price range who maybe is not as good as any one thing as Lowry is as a shooter scorer? And that might be the trade the Jazz have to make.
The Jazz, this is an interesting discussion because the situation is a little different. The Jazz have to pay somebody. There's a league minimum.
And
they have to pay somebody. They were also in danger of losing what became a significant asset for nothing. And I don't think, if you gave Danny Ainge Truth Serum, I would guess that even when they signed the deal, did not forecast him finishing the deal in Utah. Just a guess. I don't know that. But I bet.
But I agree with you.
Even then, they thought the likelihood of him finishing in Utah was quite low. Plus, the TV deal is going to kick in and all that stuff, where all of a sudden it's not quite as painful as it was. But if I was another team that was pretty capped out and trying to make one more move, I'd be a little skeptical of Lowry. Now, maybe right fit, it's the perfect move for somebody like you've brought up, Houston a lot.
Houston, yeah.
Which maybe that makes a ton of sense, and that's what they're lacking, and it's a good fit. But I would look at it with a little bit of a side eye going, how's this going to go if we give him, what is he at?
$40 million.
I know, but what percentage of the cap is that? I'd have to get in and do the math, but what is it?
30%.
30%?
Like yeah.
Because Supermax is 35.
Maybe it's 25%, but whatever. I think it might be 25. Whatever.
Is that
too much?
Is that too much? I mean, you got to really look at that sort of thing. For Karl Anthony Towns, way too much.
It is, yeah. The money he makes, which is he not the highest paid player in the NBA? He's one of them. He's up there. Yeah, it's just too much money
Who's
for
a max guy
who has that many flaws.
Too much.
Yep.
Bradley Beal, way too much.
Yeah, way too flawed.
And that'll sink you. Phoenix is in the position they're in because of Bradley Beal. Mm-hmm. Now, it's not his fault, just like it wasn't Andre Karolinko's fault when he became the old maid here in Utah. But he is the reason that they can't maneuver and do anything to make themselves better.
It's just a good lesson to learn, and looking at the draft, it's the same way, and apply it. If you don't play defense, you can't be the best player available. If you're that fatally flawed on one side of the ball, especially in the top 5, you can't be the best player available. Even if your one offensive skill is better. Look, Pascal Siakam, and he's been awesome. Don't get me wrong. Like, he can score 30 in a playoff game. But he's awesome because he can really play both sides of the ball, right? He's a good defensive player, switchy, can defend multiple positions. Great. You like to have him.
Tough.
But he's not going to go out and score 30 points a game and average a night. But he's more valuable right now than Karl Anthony Towns was in this series.
Way more valuable. But he's always been more valuable. That's the trick, We fall in love with one-sided players that are extremely limited and prima donnas who think that they're something that they're not. I mean, I could tell you from my childhood several examples of this, but have you ever played in a pickup game with somebody who's big who doesn't want to be?
Yeah, yes, of course.
The 6'6" guy at the sports mall
who wants to shoot threes.
Who wants to shoot threes the whole time because he doesn't want to, that doesn't work.
Right.
That guy is so guardable now. You make yourself go from unguardable to guardable. Anyway, we fall in love with these things and we ignore the flaws. And the thing is, dumb general managers fall in love with it too, and especially with number one picks and oh my gosh, this guy's our franchise. And he's not.
Yep. Yeah, he's not.
And you can't pay him like he is.
And we'll see if they shop him around. And maybe they will.
Oh, no, I think he's becoming the old maid.
He might.
He might,
yeah.
No thanks, Leon. I'm not taking that problem off your hands.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
Right.
Whereas Julius Randle, I think, actually is more tradable than he was going into the playoffs.
Yeah, he's only got 1 year left on his deal. Absolutely.
Man, both those players should flip again.
Yeah, they easily could.
If both teams know what's good for them.
But there's a chance that they could. Yep.
Well, the Knicks should fire their coach, trade Karl Anthony Towns, cut Jalen Brunson.
Lose their entire identity.
Probably trade Josh Hart.
Okay. Good two-way player.
Can't move off Bridges. You spent too much to get him.
Yeah, you did pay a lot. Pay a lot to get Bridges.
And then change ownership. And maybe they'll get to the finals eventually.
Yeah.
Cut Jalen Brunson just out of spite. Oh, you got to fire his dad at the same time. Speaking of nepotism.
Yeah.
That one's kind of going the other way, though.
Right.
You look at Brunson's dad and be like, you think you'd be here if your last name was Anderson?
Yeah, right. Would you still be here? Would you still be on the staff? Hey, he might be a Tips guy. He's been a Knicks guy for a while, right?
Yeah, since a month before they signed Jalen.
Well, he played there, right? Did he play for the Knicks?
I have no idea, nor do I care.
Yeah.
But they hired him right before they signed Jalen. Way to go, Dallas. Was that Nico, too, who didn't re-up Jalen? Yeah. It was. That wasn't Donnie. That was Nico. Way to go, Dallas. He was going to sign for a
$40 million.
Yeah. All right, stay tuned.
4 years, $40 million. They said that's too rich for us.
Oh, my goodness, no.
Not you.
Stay tuned. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
The Jazz have added to their front office Austin Ainge, president of basketball operations.
Double A coming home. I had covered Austin. I was beat writer for the Watchdog at the time, and he has an excellent mind. He used to discuss stuff with me that it was obvious to me he's going to be in basketball at some point. Austin has trained for this for many, many years. Of that, I'm assured. Obviously, he's got the same last name, but beyond that, I can speak to he's got an excellent mind for the game, which I think is important these days. You have to present a message, and it has to be presented in a manner that reflects well on your entire franchise and your organization, and I think he'll do that. And I like they did it now because he's got basically a whole month to get on board with what the line of thinking is going forward here.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Ben and I were having a chat. Maybe we have more of a long-form chat about this at some point, but the flaw in stats and analytics and, sometimes you should just believe your own eyes. Think about that terrible movie, the Jonah Hill analytics vehicle with Brad Pitt. That team never won the World Series.
Sure.
They got to the playoffs, and then they lost to the Yankees. Because at some point, the 6'5" guy that mashes it out of the park
still has value,
is going to beat your wonky math formula. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is still sports. Bigger, stronger, faster. And frankly, more skilled is,
And
like
then
you would tell me, and you made a great point. You would tell me that Nikola Jokic and Karl Anthony Towns were kind of in the same neighborhood.
They're probably both
as
right there.
players.
12.7 rebounds per game if we're talking about rebounding.
If you look at their stats, statistically, Jokic is better, but it's not.
If you were only looking at the box score, you wouldn't
country
know.
mile.
Yeah.
You watch those two play and you go, oh.
Yep.
Well, this guy in Denver is significantly
Different
more
caliber.
impactful.
Totally different caliber.
Than Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah.
You just can't get the whole story with stats. And that's where, to bring this show full circle, because, we started talking about Austin Ainge and basketball people, where you go, oh, that guy's a basketball guy, or these are basketball people. It's such a subjective business. There's no definition of that. You know what I mean? You want a basketball guy who knows basketball, is going to make the right decisions because they know the game, not because they looked at a spreadsheet.
I don't think you have to have played at a certain high level to understand basketball. You know what I mean? I think it helps if you've been on a basketball court in a 5-on-5 situation and understood what is valuable and what's not valuable.
Yep.
And Danny Ainge has done that, and Austin Ainge has done that, and I think those things do translate. Will Hardy's clearly done it. He played at Williams College. I think knowing what some of those things work, and they just scale up. It's not like it's a totally different game in the NBA than it is even at the lower levels. Like the talent is obviously enormously different, but knowing what works on an NBA court and what generates advantages on a court is something you can know from playing at BYU or playing in high school and take to the next level that I think might be hard to replicate fully if you never played.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's stats and analytics can be a tool, but people...
Well, and the hard part about stats and analytics is that they are adoptable by everybody. Right. What is not adoptable by everybody is 6'5" Masher. Right? That's ultimately the problem. I can teach Aaron Judge the analytics, and I can put Aaron Judge within the analytics. I can't take Aaron Judge's physical advantages and drop them on 6'1" Tim Elko or what, you know what I mean? Yeah. Whatever, and say, but also do that. Also have the amount of power that you can mistakenly hit a ball out. That's an advantage you still get from Judge that you can't teach. It's the cliche. You can't teach size. That means more than just actual height.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I found a story that Rudy Gobert's ex-girlfriend is shading him on the Snap Talk.
Well, he's had a rough month.
Let's see. She reposted a text graphic that says, "You have every right to speak your truth, to share what happened and how it affected you. Their discomfort isn't your responsibility. If they wanted to be seen in a better light, they should have treated you better."
Rudy, if you don't know the story, had a baby with his fiance. Is that what they're saying?
No, they were married.
They were married?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good for Rudy.
I think they got married.
Regardless, he had a baby, and then she got pregnant again, and the story is he kicked her out. Or at least that's kind of the short story. I don't think that's fully what happened, obviously, but they are no longer together as she's pregnant with their second child.
Rough.
Not a great look for
No.
the personal lives of children in Minnesota has not been.
No.
Not been good.
It's been, at least the headlines have been terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Noisy personal life, Ben.
Rudy's noisy.
Rudy
Rudy's
is
a noisy person.
He's always been noisy.
And apparently it's noisy everywhere.
That's why what's-his-name punched him in the face.
He and Kyle Anderson punched each other.
I've never seen anything like that.
No, that was crazy.
We've seen contentious teams. We've seen teams that don't like each other.
Of course.
We've seen
every team doesn't like each other.
Lots of players that don't like each other. Never seen one just say, you know what, screw it, and throw down, punch the other right in the face.
Is it in the playoffs or was it just late regular season?
It was in the playoffs.
And then Jaden McDaniels broke his hand punching the wall on his way out in a different...
Noisy.
Yeah.
Real noisy. That's why, seriously, Oklahoma City's superpower might be they're not noisy at all. And you know what? Indiana isn't noisy at all either.
The Knicks should trade Cat for Rudy Gobert.
Just swap the... Oh, man. All right, stay tuned. Hans and Scotty G are coming up next.
Thanks, Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. If you've lived more than a decade, you've seen organizations die, companies, nonprofits, even nations. We often think that in a turbulent world, stability is our safety net, but the opposite is true. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. It's worth saying that again. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. Having a death grip on the status quo, denying the need for change, and using history as a roadmap is the surest way to become obsolete. Whether at an individual or a corporate level, we should not be asking if we should change, but how can we change? Learn more about dealing with change in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, oh, mics are on. Hey, let's go. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good noon, Scotty.
Life good in the Olsen house over the weekend?
Not bad. How about you?
Yeah. Doing a lot of work. My yard is overgrown because I'm doing house stuff. And
how's the house? Did you get the painting done?
Got some of it. Stage 1 is done.
Oh, good.
There's 3 stages. And then we got to move stuff around and then attack stage 2 and then move stuff around again and then attack stage 3.
Well, this is getting done before your bathroom, so that's good. That bathroom took a minute.
Yeah, may not.
Was that bathroom over a year project?
Oh, yeah. And frankly, there's still some stuff that probably needs
in
to
the
be
bathroom? I thought you
just some random stuff that I can probably just do.
Little caulk and elbow grease.
Yeah, a little bit of that, and we're bringing in the heater because it's like 61 degrees in here.
Oh, yes. Thank you. It's unbelievable. The hotter it gets outside, the colder it gets in
Would
here.
you do that on camera, Lloyd?
What did he do?
I can't do it. Look at him.
Lloyd Cole, our producer, is that the heart symbol? I think he's giving us the heart symbol.
Saying, I love you guys.
It's just weird why the thumbs are pointed the wrong way.
Yeah.
So the heart symbol?
Yeah.
I love that, Lloyd. We love you. Thank you for being concerned about our well-being. Scotty and I are afraid of getting pneumonia here in the studio. So.
I know. Like, they're like, why are you on workman's comp? And they're like, well, because we got pneumonia in studio while doing a show.
Which pneumonia is going to really slow us down. So we need to get some heat going in here. Thank you, Lloyd, for heating us up when it's 95 degrees outside.
Yes.
If we had a window, we could just open that. Let's just carve a window right through.
Remember that time you almost pushed me out the window there at the old studios?
No, actually. I don't.
We were wrestling, and you slammed me up against the window, and that sucker buckled.
The 5th floor of the Delta?
Lloyd, do you remember that? When I
never pushed Scotty against the window at the Delta.
We were wrestling.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Huh.
Now, look, it wasn't unprovoked. I was a willing participant. And but
how did that window not go?
I know, because we were beefy.
Yeah, we were sharing probably 550 at the time.
I think
because I was giving you 3.
No, you can go a little bit more on me, not you.
I can't believe we didn't go through the window, but it was all good. Lloyd's got us heating up. We've got a lot of sports stories. It's crazy how much sports we've got in a crazy summer here. So a lot of things to get to.
Let's do it. Hans and Scotty, 12:08 as we kick off your Monday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go.
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday. It is your starting lineup, all brought to you by our friends at Mountain Supply, where the pros go for all your irrigation needs. Frankly, if water runs through it, they'll get you taken care of. Find a location near you at mountainland.com.
Do you feel like we're trying to build Boston West here?
A little bit, yeah. And if you can replicate the results in Boston, then I'm all for it.
So I do feel like it's kind of a Boston West situation. The Utah Jazz hired Boston Celtics assistant GM Austin Ainge, who is the son of Danny Ainge.
Yes, played at BYU.
As the franchise president of basketball operations. And as you read more into this, by the way, he spent 14 years working in Boston's front office and the last 6 in his current role as the assistant GM. So this guy is very well versed. He's been around a very long time. He is a former, as you mentioned, former BYU basketball player, but he is another piece of the Boston Celtics. And the first thing I thought when I saw his name was Jaylen Brown's in play. I haven't heard that. I haven't seen it anywhere. But the first thing I thought when I saw Austin Ainge was Jaylen Brown's in play. And maybe something else is in play. Maybe Kristaps Porzingis, who's got a final year on his contract with the Boston Celtics. I don't know what exactly to take from this, but I do know Boston is on their way out.
Yes.
They're ready to crash through the basement floor. They're going to be on a full-on rebuild because they're without Jason Tatum next year. Jaylen Brown is rumored to be moving on. Kristaps Porzingis will be in the final year of his deal. In 25-26 is the final year of his deal. You've got a couple of guys that are locked up. Derek White is locked up all the way to 28-29. That's a really lengthy contract, but still affordable at about $28 million per year. It's still affordable.
Yeah.
And I think the Utah Jazz are looking at it and saying, all right, got a former coach, already got a former GM, grab their assistant GM. Everybody's familiar. Anybody from Jaylen Brown on through should be familiar with the names and the people here. And it makes me wonder a little bit. How much are they looking at a potential grab off this Boston Celtics roster? Or do you think I'm way off and this is just the right way to go?
I don't think that they're hiring Austin Ainge for the sole purpose of Jaylen Brown. But I do think, so when you saw the news come out, the immediate thought was, and I wasn't even aware this was a term, but I've seen it all over the place today, Nepo baby. And I'm like, what is Nepo baby? Well, it's a kid that's a product of nepotism. So everybody's thinking, okay, Danny Ainge is paving the way for his son to get a nice cush gig as a president of basketball operations with an NBA team. Look, maybe so. Let's be honest. Austin Ainge probably has had opportunities available to him because of his dad that he may not have had otherwise. But that also does not mean that he hasn't cut his teeth and done everything that he needed to do to get this opportunity. Because if you do look at the resume of Austin Ainge, he has been in that front office in Boston, working his way up as a scout to a point now where he was integral and part of the team building under not just his dad, Danny Ainge, but was there with Brad Stevens and was Brad Stevens' right-hand man in building and maintaining a team that won a championship and was very close to winning a championship in other times as well. So you just can't look at it and say, oh, he's not qualified just because of his lineage. You look at the resume is very, very astute. I mean, it's very well put together. So I think that you're looking at somebody who does have ties to players that will hit the open market in the offseason and that the Jazz could look at. And if that gives you an advantage, albeit.
So be it.
So be it.
Yeah.
Does it also mean that he's a guy that can help with roster development and finding gems that might be available to you at number 21 in the NBA draft or second-round picks that could be available down the line for the Utah Jazz in scouting and developing and what this person might look in our roster? Yes. Is it also a guy that's got a lot of history in dealing with Will Hardy and having a prior relationship there? Absolutely, yes. So everything you're saying is absolutely true, and then we can add on to it with a bunch of other things as well.
I had a little text exchange back and forth with one of his former teammates at BYU. I was just asking him, because I don't know anything about Austin Ainge.
Yeah.
I think he played at BYU just after me and while I was playing professional.
Yeah, yep.
So I don't know much about him. I did know that he was been in that Boston Celtics organization for a lot of years. 17 years total.
Correct.
In different forms. But in texting back and forth, his former teammate told me that his best attribute, his number one attribute is talent identification. This is number one. And that's what he's been doing a lot with Boston, talent identification, according to this person. So, I mean, he would know way more than me, so I'll lean on that guy. In that, you were talking about some of his qualifications. So with the Celtics, he's been a part of 6 Eastern Conference Finals appearances. 6. Last time the Utah Jazz saw a Western Conference Finals, people, was back in 2006.
Yeah.
He's been a part of 6 of them since he's been with the Boston Celtics. He's been a part of 2 NBA Finals. And he's been a part of 1 championship team.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, a pretty important part. And I'm not saying that he's the one out there that's pulling the triggers and calling the shots, but if he comes to me and let's say I'm in charge of pulling a trigger in the second round of this upcoming draft, because we talk about 5-21, but they've also got 43 and 53. So if Austin Ainge comes to me and he says, hey, boss, I think that there's a potential of a Nikola Jokic. Oh, really? In what way? I think if this dude can move to 43, and I think if we get the right development, I think this guy could be the next great 43. I'm going to open my ears. I'm going to listen. I'm going to say, all right, well, what comparisons do you have? When you were with the Celtics, what did you do in the second round? Why do you think this? And just really pick his brain, because the guy's got 17 years of Boston Celtics experience. Also, talk about living in a pressure cooker.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Celtics put you in a pressure cooker, Scotty.
Unlike really anything else in sports. I mean, we talk about Toronto and the NHL and what that fan base is like. I think the Boston Celtics and that fan base is about similar to what we've talked about with Toronto and NHL.
Well, look at this. I mean, you've got an exit from the postseason, and you've got this team locked up that had won a championship. You have an exit out of the postseason, an unexpected exit, because you get an Achilles tear and the bum luck that goes against you, and you get an exit. Everybody's like, Jaylen Brown's gone. White is an albatross. Porzingis sucks. Tatum's going to be out a year. And the whole thing collapses on him. Austin Ainge is like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be in this pressure cooker. And I was in Boston for 1 week at that Red Sox game. In that week, that pitcher, that reliever came in, gave up 3 runs against the Mets, and gets death threats. And it's the big story the week that I get home.
Yeah.
You know, I'm at that Red Sox game, and it's whatever it is, 32,000 fans. It's 32,000 fans tight in there. 32,000. However many Fenway can fit. I think it's around 32,000. Both nights, tight. People are locked in, engaged.
I've heard there's not a lot of breathing room when that place is packed. You're shoulder to shoulder.
There's zero.
Yeah.
There's zero, but it makes it really fun.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it creates a very unique atmosphere. And by the way, they're not as disturbing and disgusting in person or at I had great experiences, but they care more than I've ever seen a fan base care, ever. And I think Boston has been a pressure cooker for Austin Ainge, and I hope that he doesn't come in here and like, oh, finally I can breathe and settle down a little bit. No, don't do that. Bring whatever intensity that you've been working with in Boston and bring that to the front office here with the Utah Jazz, and I'll put a smile on my face. Find me a gym at 43, and I'll put a smile on my face. Help facilitate a move because you believe in Ace Bailey, and you believe in it to the point you're putting your name on it with your dad, and so you put together a package to move to number 3 to go get Ace Bailey. Like, do and be a part of something aggressive and something exciting. Don't come in here and be a Nepo baby.
Nepo baby, yeah.
Don't come in here and be a Nepo baby. Come in here and be, hair lit on fire.
Have you heard that term before?
Never. No, that was
Lloyd, have you heard that?
That was the first I've heard of it. I know a lot of them.
I was this morning. I was talking about it. My 14-year-old's like, because he's like thinking he wants to get into broadcasting. He goes, "Can I be your Nepo baby?" I'm like, there ain't nothing I can do to help you out.
Hey, look, if we're going to work for his nepotism, let's do it where we can make money.
I need you to be successful because I need you to fund my retirement. And going in this business, I ain't going to do it for Dad.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and by the way, nepotism in this business is difficult unless, you own a state. Like, you got to own signals or you got to really own stations or something.
Yeah.
But just being a voice
Nah.
It doesn't play a role.
Ain't going to happen for you, buddy.
Doesn't
Sorry.
play a role. 'Cause why Nepo into $58,000 a year? Let's make smart choices.
You Nepo into like 300,000-400,000. Go. You know what's a lot easier to be a Nepo baby is to marry a trust fund girl.
There you go.
That's what you do.
Now that's the kind of Nepo baby I'm looking for.
Exactly.
But I do like the move.
Well,
potentially.
And the thing is, you are, by the way, giving Austin Ainge a lot of keys here to work with. Now look, I don't know this per se, but I get the general sense, based on the wording of his title of President of Basketball Operations, I believe Justin Zanik's probably going to report to him. So you are looking at somebody
So
who
you just hired Zanik's boss?
Yeah. That's
according to the title.
That's just me reading between the lines that
wow.
Then
you are putting a lot.
You're putting a lot of trust and faith into him. And Danny Ainge, Danny, I want to say this the right way, because Danny Ainge has a huge impact on what happens with the Jazz, but not the day-to-day operations. Like he said, and Danny's been pretty upfront and honest, I don't want to deal with the day-to-day bleep. Okay? I don't want to. Danny Ainge is here for two real big reasons, the NBA draft and free agency. Those are what he considers to be fun, and he's at a point in his life where he can dip his toe into the waters when it's fun and then jump out when it's not fun. He doesn't want to deal with marketing and sponsorships and what's social media doing and all this other stuff. He don't want to deal with any of that, and he's old enough and established enough, he doesn't have to deal with that stuff. So what he wants to do is do the stuff that is fun for him that he's really good at, and that's the draft and that's the lottery. Or excuse me, that's free agency. Mm-hmm. And trades and things along those lines.
Lottery, not so much.
And so
that was not so much fun.
Exactly. No, nothing was fun about that. And I think if you're Austin Ainge, you're looking at coming in, and if I'm Danny, I'm like, Danny's looking at it and saying, I got number 5, okay? That's my baby. I'm going to find the face of this Jazz team, whether it's 5 or moving up or whatever the case is.
Or packaging it all.
Yeah. He goes, what I need you to do is go find our Peyton Pritchard, who was drafted at 26 and is a big part of that Celtics team. I need you to find who we can get at number 21 who's going to be a really good role player. That's what I want you to do.
Or a potential piece of gold at 43.
Exactly. Or the next, if you can find the next stud, that would be incredible as well.
See, that's the guy I'm always looking for. I want the guy that can identify that guy.
Yes.
And Walt Perrin used to, be pretty darn good back. Was that his name?
Walt Perrin, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He used to be pretty darn good.
I loved Walt.
Back in the day, he'd sniff out a Paul Millsap, or he'd sniff out a Rudy Gobert, or he'd find something that was at least entertaining and interesting. If he's that guy, fine. I'm happy with that. That'd be great. If he could be that guy, just sniff that out. But this is a big hire, man. I didn't realize that hiring at the player personnel was going to be that significant.
Yeah, this is a big move. This is a big move today by the Jazz.
So, a couple of other thoughts that I've been harping on this for the better part of a year and a half now. Going back to the 2023 draft, when there were 3 picks, Danny Ainge was identifying young talent. We knew that the Jazz were going to head to the youth development. And I've been harping on this probably to the point where people are sick of hearing me talk about it. But I'm going to continue to push it, because last season on your roster, you had 8 players that were age 23 or younger. Just this last season, 23 years or younger, 8 of them out of whatever, 14, 15?
Mm-hmm.
8. 23 or younger. And now you're talking about potentially adding at least 2 more at 5 and 21. Now, you'll have 1 or 2 that'll age out of 23, but you're going to probably put another couple that are under 23. And so the youth development is so critical. And I want to know, how much can Austin Ainge help me there? If I'm a Jazz fan, if I'm Danny Ainge, if I'm Ryan Smith, if I'm Justin Zanik, how much can you help me here? because I got all these young guys. It's herding cats, man. I'm trying to keep them in line and keep them professionally motivated and help them understand that their body is their business. And even though they're making millions, to put the millions back into their business and blah, 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 and on and on and on. Everything that I ran through my mind 1,000 times as a rookie or a second year or third year player in the NFL. You're just constantly learning how to build yourself and develop. At least that's what you should be learning.
Yeah.
And I am very hopeful because here's the thing. You can fill your front office with all the new and fresh faces and all the best people in the world that you want. But if you aren't getting your young guys to believe that they're top-end professional athletes and treat themselves as such, it's wasted. It's all just wasted motion. It's wasted money. It's wasted movement. Those players have to be taught to be dogs. They have to be hungry. They have to be developed. You got to find the right talent. Right, Austin Ainge, you got to find the right talent. But these guys have to be built into the Jason Tatums of the world, into the Derek Whites of the world.
Yep.
Into the Jaylen Browns of the world. They have to be built. They don't just come that way. They're not just prepackaged to be great. Guys latch on to top-end professionals. That's why I've always talked about, like, I wouldn't mind keeping Mike Conley around a little bit because I do believe that Mike handles his business in a professional way. Now, he fell short, and I think that Minnesota will continue to fall short as long as they're putting the majority of their money into Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley. Well, not the majority, but a good portion into Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley because I think that there are talent limitations there. And I think Mike's kind of aging out. But what Mike probably gave to Edwards is probably priceless.
Oh, 100%. Yep.
So, I just think about those things, Scotty. You're going to have a roster full of 23 minus on your team. So what can Austin Ainge do for me? What can any of you do for me? Because those guys have to believe that they are the next group, the next 4 or 5, the next grouping of the greats in the NBA. You have to find a way to make them buy into that.
Well, and when the Jazz acquired Patty Mills last offseason, I think there was a thought that Patty could kind of be that guy. But I think he did to a certain extent, and he tried. But, obviously he's at a point in his career where he's not going to have that kind of impact. You got to have somebody that may not necessarily be a superstar in the league, but still has enough quality left in his game that people are going to listen and be like, okay, this guy's showing up early, this guy's staying late, this guy's getting in shots, he always is in the weight room, and he's demanding greatness out of us. And that is, like, there's a lot of people out there that believe LeBron didn't take the next step in his career of being an elite player until he went to the Olympics in 2008 and was around Kobe. And when he worked with Kobe every single day for that summer, that's when he's like, oh, that's what I got to do to be great. And then he ends up becoming another level of a player.
Well, I do wonder with Boston a little bit. I kind of wonder if that's why they've kept Al Horford around. Al had to be some type of impressionable.
Has to be,
right?
Yeah, for sure.
And you bring a guy like Drew Holiday in.
Yep, another guy.
Yeah, those two guys, I think, would bring an intensity and a level of professionalism. And, Drew, at the very least, I'll play both sides. I'll give you effort. At least that's the way I look at it. So Austin's got to look at that and be like, okay, well, what was it that built Boston? Now, he would know better than I, but I've seen a couple old dogs that they've kept around for a minute, and I've wondered, well, why? Why keep him around? Well, every once in a while, Horford will rotate out to the perimeter. He'll knock down a three, and he'll give you what he should be giving you at this age in his career, and hopefully he's helping build guys like Neemias Queta.
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm Neemias Queta, I don't hate being around Al Horford. He's been around for a bit.
Yeah.
So anyways, I just am drawing these comparisons because I feel like it's a Boston West. And if you're going to build a Boston West, that's great, but you better be ready for player development, player identification, talent identification. You're going to have to hit a couple of times big or pull off that big move that does bring in a Jaylen Brown. And I'm not opposed to it. Now, Jaylen Brown's going to cost you nearly $60 million a year. That's where Jaylen Brown is.
Yep.
Over the next 4 years of his contract, he's going to be right around $60 million a year. But can he impart that wisdom? Can Jaylen Brown be that guy that's like, hey, I've been there. I know what it takes. Follow me. Get on my tails. Let's do this together. This is how it goes. And with the reinforcement of Austin Ainge and Danny Ainge and Will Hardy and all of them, like, okay, everybody listen to Jalen. Jalen, run these practices. Jalen, let's get these kids in order. We've got a lot of talent, but if you can get them to follow you, then we could be great like we were in Boston. It's just an idea, just a thought.
1228, Hanson Scotty, good friend of the program, Tim Lacombe, who knows Austin Ainge and coached Austin Ainge. We will chat with him coming up at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
The Jazz have added to their front office Austin Ainge, president of basketball operations.
Double A coming home. I'd covered Austin. I was beat writer for the Watchdog at the time, and he has an excellent mind. He used to discuss stuff with me that it was obvious to me he's going to be in basketball at some point. Austin has trained for this for many, many years. Of that, I'm assured. Obviously, he's got the same last name, but beyond that, I can speak to he's got an excellent mind for the game, which I think is important these days. You have to present a message, and it has to be presented in a manner that reflects well on your entire franchise and your organization, and I think he'll do that. And I like they did it now because he's got basically a whole month to get on board with what the line of thinking is going forward here.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. If you've lived more than a decade, you've seen organizations die, companies, nonprofits, even nations. We often think that in a turbulent world, stability is our safety net, but the opposite is true. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. It's worth saying that again. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. Having a death grip on the status quo, denying the need for change, and using history as a roadmap is the surest way to become obsolete. Whether at an individual or a corporate level, we should not be asking if we should change, but how can we change? Learn more about dealing with change in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
IFA can help you take good care of your backyard chickens with the most nutritious feed available. Your eggs will be both tasty and good for you. Give your flock only the best. Our poultry feed is locally milled and formulated to provide complete nutrition. Our all-natural plus Chick Starter Crumble gives your chicks what they need to grow up healthy. Visit your neighborhood IFA or shop online at ifa.coop. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance, so 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. New sheriff in town for the Utah Jazz, Austin Ainge. And makes me feel old because I remember covering Austin Ainge when he was at BYU.
So he would have been one of your first covers.
Oh,
then.
yeah. Yep.
Decent basketball player?
Yeah, good basketball player. Really good shooter. Good three-point shooter. Good floor general. All the other little stereotypes you can throw in there. Scrappy. Did things the right way. But no, he was a good player. Lloyd, you remember him, right?
Yes. He could shoot it. He had the green light.
Well, I know that he cut his teeth in college coaching, right? Didn't he jump on it like Utah Tech or
something like just for
SUU
a moment,
maybe, or it was SUU,
and just for a moment, and then got a job in the NBA world, and once you get those jobs, you stay there. But the thing is, I know that look, I see Twitter, and I'm sure the Jazz are fully prepared for the reaction that they were going to get. But at the end of the day, you're not hiring people that aren't qualified. And by the way, the press conference introducing Austin Ainge will take place at 3:00, and you'll hear it right here on the Zone. But you don't make that hire if there isn't a high level of qualifications. And you look at the resume. This isn't somebody that was just hanging out at home playing Xbox downstairs and like, Dad, I need a job. I mean, this dude put in the work. He put in the time and cut his teeth and did it the right way.
Okay, so I'll admit to this. One thing I'm learning is that the label president of basketball operations is actually a much more significant label than I think a lot of people out there might think.
Yeah, no, this guy's going to be running the show. This guy's going to be running the show for the Utah Jazz.
So, because when you see head of football operations or there are about 10 different titles now in college football.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, that guy comes in, he schedules some flights and gets hotels, and then he's the kicking dog when people are ticked off. He's the one that gets kicked.
Yep.
But president of basketball operations.
Somewhere Zach Nyberg just heard you and started smiling because
he knows.
Yeah.
It's a tough job.
Oh, it's the worst job.
Don't envy those guys at all.
I would never want that job.
But president of basketball operations, which I know that's a higher label in the professional leagues than it is college. I completely understand that, but I guess I'm kind of misinterpreting to a point how big this is for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
This is a big move and hire.
You have essentially hired somebody that will report to Danny Ainge and Ryan Smith. I think those are the only two he would report to.
Everybody else reports to him.
I think Justin Zanuck will report to Austin Ainge. Yes. I think Will Hardy reports to Justin Zanuck, who reports to Austin Ainge. And I think, now, granted, one thing, and I think Ryan Smith deserves a lot of credit for this, and I think this is how he built Qualtrics and some of his other businesses, at least people that I've talked to. And you and I were part of, he purchased the radio station and the Jazz, and we were there for maybe less than a year before we came over here to Bonneville, and they sold the radio station to Bonneville. So we weren't really part of the organization and didn't really see much of what was about to be built there before we were on here to a different organization. But from the people that I've talked to that are part of the Jazz, who worked with him at Qualtrics, he wants a lot of people to have autonomy. And there's a kumbaya element.
Ryan does.
Yeah. There's a kumbaya element of, I'm going to allow a lot of people to do a lot of things, and hope that everybody comes together and figures things out. Because I guarantee you, somebody is going to ask Austin Ainge or Ryan Smith or Danny Ainge at a press conference today, or Justin Zanuck, who has the final say in the draft room and who reports to who. And I guarantee you the message is going to be, we all will have our different responsibilities. We will all come together as a group, and we will all make a collective agreement as to where it's at. And that's not lip service.
So the message won't be Danny Ainge has final say.
No, I don't think so. But I do think Danny will have final say.
That's what I think, yeah.
But I don't think that's what the message will be publicly, and I don't think it's going to be lip service. I think Ryan Smith wants an organization where everybody has equal amounts of leadership. Nobody really appears to be over anybody else, even though there is, your old stereotypical hierarchy of charts and graphs and all that stuff that people like to do in the corporate world. But I do think that you will see a presentation of a leadership group that will say, we all will be decision makers. We all will come together in a room. We all will make decisions together as a collective group. And then when we do make that decision, we will present a unified group with that decision, whether it be free agents, drafts, trades, things along those lines. And I think that the hope is that is able to work and work at a high level.
Okay, so I'll just give you some of my deep observations. And that's pretty much I love to just sit back and do depth observation.
Yes.
What I'm observing right now with this Utah Jazz organization as a whole is it's a full-on leveled commitment. When you extended Will Hardy to the 2031 season after a 17-win season, and you extend him out to 2031, and then you bring in an Austin Ainge, you're committed to Danny Ainge. There is a level of commitment to this group that's kind of unique, and I'll tell you why I am even bringing this up. Because when you go through hard times, that galvanizes crews, that unifies you. It's the same with the football team. And as a high school sophomore, if I go through a 2-win season, but I go through that 2-win season with 6 other guys that are going to be seniors my senior year, and we're preparing for our senior year, and we're both saying, do you remember that 2-win season? Bull crap. That'll never happen again. And you've got this veteran leadership that bled together when things were really bad. All of a sudden, when times get tough and times start getting good, you're all on board together. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So I feel like Will Hardy just took a crew through the worst time that they'll go through as a professional, anybody in a professional front office. And they're adding this Austin Ainge piece that I think is a direct conduit. All his connections to Will Hardy and his dad and probably quite a few talent that are on the roster that he probably scouted and knows really well. Because this talent is loaded with guys that maybe have 2 years of experience that Austin's very familiar with. And he's saying, all right, nobody's going anywhere. Nobody is going anywhere. We're going to fight through this 17-win season. We'll probably fight through another 17-win season. We're all going to hate each other. We're all going to cry in our Cheerios. We're all going to hate life to the point where we all come together and say, we got to do better. And how do we do it? That's just a former professional athlete's 30,000-foot view and observation of what's going on with Ryan Smith. He wants everybody to go through the fire.
Yeah.
And if you go through the fire, when we get on the other side, as long as I've got the right people, we'll go through the fire. And then when we get out on the other side, we're all going to be better for it to the point that we'll make a run together. Because I want the people that are going to make the run, I want them to have suffered and see what this is all for. And you should get some benefit out of that.
Makes it taste a little sweeter. That's for sure.
Well, in this crazy sports radio world here in the state, it's been crazy, man.
Always has been.
Yeah, it's just a rodeo. Like there are guys that you ride or die with in this business because you know that they've been through it. And I remember going back years and years ago talking to, I think it was DJ. And DJ's like, you don't even get your feet wet in this business until you get fired. You're not even starting in this business until you lose a job. And, you look at the guys that are mainstays and long-timers in this market, they've been through the war. And on the other side, they get to enjoy some of the benefits of it. And I know who's been through the war. I know who's been through the battle. And I respect those people, And I think it's the same way in all business. And that's what it's going to be with the Utah Jazz. He's just made a long-term commitment. And Austin's not coming in for a pit stop.
No.
Right?
No, this is a higher job than a general manager. He's essentially running an NBA team. This is going to be his baby. He's got a general manager that will report to him. He will report to Danny Ainge and Ryan Smith. And frankly, Danny Ainge probably won't be in the office much outside of the NBA draft and free agency. So Austin Ainge is right now kind of your face of the Utah Jazz. It may not be so publicly, but make no mistake, this was a monster hire by the Utah Jazz in terms of the autonomy and the amount of responsibilities given to this young man. And I say young man, he's 43. He's not a spring chicken. But this is a major hire by the Utah Jazz.
Feels like a young man in this business, except for you look at Will Hardy and you're like, oh,
yeah,
that's a young man.
That is, yeah. As long as anybody that's younger than me is a young man.
Yeah, but congratulations to Austin Ainge, and I hope that he is the magic touch. I hope he's got the magic eye. I hope he can identify talent like people tell me he can. And obviously they've identified a lot of talent, brought it into Boston. They organized one hell of a roster in Boston.
Yeah.
That even if I'm Boston ownership, if I'm just the Boston brass, I'm looking around like, are we really ready? Are we really ready to slam the hammer down on a TNT box on this thing?
They may not have a choice.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Or do we suffer through a year? Because we've got Jaylen Brown locked down. They've got Jaylen Brown locked down through whatever it was, the 29 season. We got Derek White locked down. Whatever it is, the 29 season, I think.
Do we have to get rid of these guys?
So do we wait a year, suffer through with Jason Tatum, getting him healthy, try to add another piece, maybe move Kristaps for something? But that's not what they're doing. To me, a bit of Austin Ainge leaving Boston is him saying, nah, that's sinking. Because if you're Austin, you don't leave Boston. I know that it's looked at to potentially be Danny Ainge's replacement at his son Austin when Danny sells off into the sunset, which it can't be more than 5 years, 6 years. Danny's getting up there.
Yeah.
What do you think Danny is, 62?
Oh, I think he might be north of that.
You think he might be north of 62?
Yeah.
64 maybe?
I think he's closer to 70 than 60.
Oh, really?
That's just my guess.
Well,
just barely.
It's a good guess. Okay, so 66.
Wow, 66 years old.
So, if I'm Danny, like you said, I'm enjoying my time because I don't got to deal with the media. I told him I don't want the day-to-day crap.
Yep.
I don't have to deal with all the heartbreak and all the misery. And all I get to do is just go have fun, identify some talent, make some moves, be bold, and try to use my name for leverage. Like, that's great. At some point, it's like, I'm ready to step away from that too. 70? 71? So what does that leave? 4 years?
3-4 years. Yep.
So essentially, if I'm Danny, I'm just building my son into my replacement.
Yeah.
Would be my hope.
All right, what you may have missed coming up next, a little college baseball update. Some interesting storylines coming up out of the weekend. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Tyrese Halliburton absolutely is having a coming out party for sure. But is he a traditional great player on a great team? I don't think so.
I'm with
and
you.
I love Halburn.
And I wonder if that's just where the NBA is headed, and we're going to have a few of these true superstars, which I think you take on that label because you win a lot over a sustained period of time, and I just wonder if it's not going to be a sustained period of winning for anybody in the NBA.
Because it's basically impossible. Like the Nuggets are finished. The Pacers are not going to be in the finals next year because they're going to lose Miles Turner or they're going to pay him $1 zillion and can't pay anybody else.
Probably, yes.
You know, we talk about windows and things like that. This is the window for the Pacers randomly.
Yeah,
this is it.
I said this is going to be the playoff run that Donovan Mitchell laments for the rest of his career because the window is open. And these other teams are letting it get away.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. You know, you talk about you getting in your 30s, your 40s, maybe even your 50s, and you feel like you've hit that plateau in life. You feel like, okay, I can't make any more money. I don't really have any advancement opportunities, and I just feel stuck in mud. How do I get noticed, and how do I advance so I can better my earning potential? Well, you need an executive MBA, and the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University is going to help make that happen. You're busy. You're a dad. You're a husband. You got your job. You got your 9 to 5. Well, guess what? They're going to work around your schedule. You want to knock it out in 1 year? You can do it. You need up to 6 years? You can do that as well. They've got satellite branches up and down the Wasatch Front. You can do it completely online. You can start any semester you would like. It is the executive MBA program that's going to focus on important details like how to make strategic decisions as a leader, the principles of leadership, strategies of business, all of those things that you need to take the next step in your career. It's all available for you right now, and they'll waive the registration fee at the registrar's office. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program. Time to better yourself, courtesy of Utah State.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right. Yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you can't have your headlights on the car? Or
No,
what?
you can have your headlights on. It's house lights.
Really?
Yeah. So any house light that points out or up has to be off. So all of our house lights just point down. You can't have upward pointing house
Or
lights.
outward.
Or outward. Yeah.
It's a light ordinance in Eagle Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea that existed.
So you don't want something shining outward when somebody's
What about-
like maybe a late night porch pirate's coming by.
Yeah.
You could just downward light, yeah.
So, what about Christmas? They wave it during, Christmas?
I think they must, right? Because everybody's got their Christmas lights on. I don't know how they manage that exactly. And not everybody abides. But all the city has to abide, which I do like that.
Yeah.
So,
the dude must abide.
The dude.
Like all the street lights that they put up on schools, they all have to face down. Nothing can be like a light that distracts from the stars, apparently, is what they're interested in. I guess Eagle Mountain was founded by astronomers. So
Oh, I guess so.
they like the stars.
We've got a star watch, for crying out loud.
Well, this is the lull. This is the time that we have to stall and wait. We don't get any postseason play until Wednesday.
Yep.
NHL Stanley Cup puck drops Wednesday, 6 p.m., Panthers and Oilers. I do love the matchup.
I do too.
It is a reunion of the two finalists last year. There's bad blood. It's Canada, Florida. It's all things that you want. It's the tough team versus the best player in the league. It's just got everything that you could want. I can't say the same about the NBA.
No.
Got to wait till Thursday. Just a lull till game one, Thursday.
Hate that. Hate it. You know that Vegas has the odds of, you can bet on anything these days, as we all well know. But one of the bets is how long the series will go, how many games. And the number that's getting the best odds is 5 games.
Yeah.
It's 2-1.
If you gave me 5, I'd take either 5 or the under.
And that's the second best odds are 4 games, a sweep.
Well, when's the first time you saw a NBA Finals game series open and a team be a 10-point favorite in the finals?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Oklahoma City's a 10-point favorite in game one on Thursday. That was the opening number. I don't know what it's at.
Pacers aren't schlubs either.
No, they're not horrible. It's just Oklahoma City's so much better.
And the West was so much better.
Yeah.
And it's kind of looked as a bit fluky that the Pacers came out of the East. You know, you had to have injuries happen with Cleveland. You had to have injuries happen with Boston. You had to have some things go your way against New York. And you found your way out of the East. But everybody's like, yeah, the East is a sham. Look what Oklahoma City had to go through. Well, all right, big deal. You had to beat the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals. You might have had some bumps and bruises along the way, but OKC made light work of most. I expect it to be a 5-game.
Yeah.
And I would, if you said 5, I'd take the under.
I think you'll get a gentleman's sweep.
If you gave me 4.5, I'd probably take the over because I do think it's probably 5.
Yeah.
But if you gave me the 5, I'd say we'll probably break even.
Yeah.
But I'm taking the under. It's more likely 4 than it is 6, is what I'm saying.
Hey, congratulations to UVU. Their baseball team stunned Oregon in the NCAA tournament opener, knocked the Ducks back into the losers bracket. Unfortunately, though, the Wolverines ended up losing to Arizona 14-4, and I believe they lost last night as well to wrap up their run. But Heck of a game.
Well, it's a great win, and beating Oregon was great. And everybody's seen the big controversy that surrounded it. And Oregon was getting themselves back into this. I think at that point, UVU had a couple of run lead, and Oregon had an opportunity to get within one run, I believe it was. And this guy named Anson Araz hit a pop fly into left field and was turning the corner. And the throw came in from the outfield, and he was headed home. The throw was just over the catcher's glove, if I remember right, just over the catcher's glove. And as the catcher missed the ball, he kind of tucked, and Araz went right into him, just went right through him. The NCAA's reviewed the call. They ended up calling it malicious contact. They waved off the run, and they ejected the player. The NCAA reviewed it, and they said, no, it's the proper call.
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's just me.
Yeah.
But I think by the letter of the law.
But here's two guys that have fallen in love with hockey. So take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, and two guys that grew up watching baseball players with an opportunity to headhunt on a catcher.
Yeah. Look, we all remember Pete Rose in the All-Star game.
Yeah, your job was to take off their heads so that they dropped the ball.
Yeah.
But NCAA rules.
The Buster Posey thing changed that.
Yeah, your guy.
Yeah, when he shattered his ankle.
Yeah, everybody's like, "Oh, the poor Giants."
And that changed it.
Yeah.
Great job, Posey.
Poser.
Hey, you shut your mouth. Don't talk about Posey like that.
Well, if he had stronger ankles, we could get away with this stuff.
Yeah, that's so true. That's not Contact's fault. That's him just not
being tough enough.
Drinking enough milk when he was younger.
More milk.
Ejected from malicious contact. And it's all you saw on social media. Saturday.
And last night in 11 innings, UVU loses to Cal Poly 7-6, and so UVU's season is over. But heck, you can really hang your hat on a big time win for sure.
Didn't that one end off was it maybe not a walk off, but there was a home run late.
Yeah.
That caused that. Arizona whooped them up good though.
Yeah.
14-4.
Yeah, UVU had a go-ahead run in the 10th inning, but weren't able to extend that, and then Cal Poly comes back and gets the win. There's look, I don't watch a lot of baseball, college baseball, but there was another big upset too that a team that had won like 17 games ends up beating LSU at LSU, and they'll play again. But, yeah, I don't know. College baseball, apparently crazy things can happen all the time.
Did you mention that Wolverines win was a 4 seed over a 1 seed?
Yes.
Okay. It's a big upset.
That's a huge upset.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, 1 o'clock straight up. The great Tim Lacombe will tell you everything you need to know about Austin Ainge and what he means to this Jazz organization. Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs. And clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus, in America too. She's a good...
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lloyd knows how to make our next guest happy. A little Tom Petty has to put him in a good mood. Joining us now, Tim Lacombe, longtime assistant coach at BYU and coached a guy named Austin Ainge, who now pretty much going to be running things for the Utah Jazz. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Coach.
I'm doing awesome. I actually missed Austin, though.
You did?
I played against Austin when we were at Utah. But when I came to Utah, he had gone. But I obviously around a ton, and through his journey, got to know him really well. And I'm really excited for him. I'm excited for the Jazz. But I want to take just a second and shout out one of the greatest dudes on the planet who takes so much crap from you two.
Whoa.
And from time to time, guys like me. And that's Lloyd Cole.
No, don't.
No.
Yes.
Stop.
I love Lloyd Cole.
No.
He's a classmate. He deals with way too much crap from you guys on a daily basis.
Lloyd, dump it.
It's finally, it's time. About time somebody came on here and was honest about things.
And I really like the dude. I this morning I was, I'm always kind of trying to be funny, and I think I might have irritated him a little. I don't want to do that.
That's
so
what
I love Lloyd.
That's what we do on every day on the show is irritate Lloyd.
I know. That's what I just said.
Yeah, we try. Hey, Coach, what kind of guy is Austin Age? I've never met him.
Austin is he's a deep thinker. He's very confident in his abilities. I told this story this morning, but I think it's worth telling again. As a player, it wasn't out of the ordinary. Coaches would put something in, and after practice, he'd go over and say, "Hey, I like this, but have you thought about this? Because this defender is going to sit on this, do that. What if we decoy?" So he's a deep thinker of the game. I think that's what made him a great player. His talent level wasn't as high as some, but it was his mind. And then, like I said, personally through the years, I've gotten to know him, and a great family. He's got great family, great wife, great kids, and it'll be tough. It's tough for him to move from Boston. I mean, they've had a great thing going. I have gotten a kick out of a lot of the comments about the nepotism and all that, but I will just say, he must be pretty damn good because they did it anyway. And I know that through the league. I know how he's thought about, but, he'll prove his worth as he goes, which is what he's always done.
Well, I wanted to bring that up because, there's some guys that get opportunities that probably aren't deserved. But if you look at the resume alone and just take out the last name and just say, okay, what has he done? What has he been a part of? And he started from the ground up, worked his way up to the point where he and Brad Stevens were pretty much running the show there in Boston. And, again, take the last name out of it. It looks like this is a well-earned opportunity for him.
For sure. And, I had a great opportunity while we were coaching. We got invited back to training camp. And so while we were back there, we kind of had carte blanche. We could walk around and go into offices and talk to coaches and, watch practice. And it was really interesting to me. I mean, Danny is obviously he's one-on-one, and there's only one Danny Ainge, and he's more than made his name. But I think what Austin's done kind of in his shadow in Boston, it says a lot when Danny left and Austin stayed. I know how Brad Stevens talked about him to me. He talked about his intellect. He talked about his eye, his ability to see guys. And, I'll throw out a couple names. Robert Williams, the third, was not well thought of coming out. And he's been, a force in the NBA. Hasn't been like a all-star or anything, but he's been. Pritchard won the Sixth Man of the Year award. That's something that, I think Ainge saw. Neesmith, that's now with Indiana, was drafted by the Celtics. Did a great job of evaluating him, and he's, he just continues to get better. But I think the bottom line is that people need to know he was really instrumental in putting the roster together that won the title. And, there were things they had to do, some sacrifices they had to make. They went back and got Al Horford again. They brought Drew Holiday in. I just think it's what they did, it didn't just fall into place. They had to go make it happen. And that's the same situation he's going to be here in Utah.
How much of them bringing Austin Age and having Will Hardy and Danny Ainge and a real Boston connection, how much could that play into a potential Jaylen Brown grab?
Well, it's certainly a possibility, I would imagine. I mean, the relationships are so good. And I've said this from time to time, but like the Ainges have the ability, and I've seen it firsthand. When teams come through, I usually get there early. I try to get there 90 minutes before, maybe 2 hours before, so I can go down and watch everything that's going on and try to pick up anything I can for what we're doing up in the booth. And, you know, the one that stood out to me, Chris Paul walked out of the tunnel early before anybody was in there, and Danny was on the other end. And the dude sprinted to the other end to give him a hug. The bottom line is these guys know who, but players like them. And, you know, I think they're transparent guys. I think they're shrewd for sure, but they manage relationships great. And I mean, to the point, you know, a couple of people this summer who are great friends of mine who got jobs, I've texted them, congratulate them, haven't heard one thing back in over 2 months. Austin hit me this morning when I texted him back. I just like people that value people. And the basketball part's one thing. And again, that we can go into that more. He's brilliant in that regard. But I think the people part's going to be big for the Jazz too.
How much of, I mean, obviously you grow up in that household, you're going to live, eat, drink basketball, and you're going to soak up every bit of knowledge that your dad can give you. But how much of a understanding of the game has he developed from other people and his own identity? This isn't just, it doesn't feel like this is just a Danny clone that the Jazz are hiring here, is I guess my point.
No, I think Austin's grown, and I think his journey. You talked about it, but he started at Southern Utah as an assistant for Roger Reed. Who, I mean, you go back and watch BYU film when Raj was there, and he was a clinic. He really was in the half court, akin to like Stu Morrill. Had that kind of impact on the game. So I think Austin going there was big, and then he had 2 years where he was the head coach of a G League team, and that's such a great proving ground because you can try so many things. You know, he went there, and then, like I said, he went to Boston, and he immersed himself in that situation. I mean, 16-hour days watching tape for, you know, preparing for drafts and stuff aren't out of the ordinary, and he's in for all that. And, you know, he's young. He's 43, 44 years old, and I mean, I say that's young now, but you know, I'm 55, so he's young. And he's got a nice journey, a nice track record. So it's going to be fun to watch. I'm excited about it. I do believe that, you know, if the Jazz announced today that they hired a guy who had basically kind of put together a roster for a championship and his name was Bob Myers, then people would be freaking out. But I think this is a little clouded because of the name, but I think people will see soon enough what his ability is like.
I know you know Danny Ainge really well, Coach, and I'm curious, how much is he enjoying what he's doing, and how engaged is he in what he's doing right now?
I think he's very engaged. You know, it's a spot that's kind of unique. The Jazz didn't really have that CEO position prior. I think what Austin's coming in is to kind of fill the Dennis Lindsey role. He'll work with Justin, but you know, Danny just kind of overseeing it all. I like the idea of those guys sitting in a room and fighting about guys because they do. I've sat there and watched it, and it's so fun because there's no yes men in those guys, and they will do the hard thing from time to time to make, you know, to find greatness. So I think that his place in that room is going to be really big, but Justin Zanuck is such a trusted voice, and he's so great around the league, his ability to put contracts together, his ability to understand nuance. So to me, it just, you know, it solidifies things for a long time. You've got a younger guy now that's in that position and, you know, is committed to trying to get this thing moving. And so I'm excited to see how he does.
How do you anticipate that room where, let's say, the Jazz are on the clock, and granted, I know they'll get their work done before, and so I'm making this sound a little bit more dramatic than it really is. But honestly, when you have Danny Ainge, when you've got Ryan Smith, and then you got Justin Zanuck, three guys that have, you know, that have big opinions, bring a lot of knowledge, and then you throw in another alpha into the mix as well. How do you think that decision-making process goes amongst those four?
You know, by the tone I get, I think ultimately that Austin will make, you know, the final decision. I think obviously it's got to go through and everybody's got to feel good about it. But I think that's what this move is about. no great team is ever just one guy. And so the value, obviously, of the experience and the journey of Danny, Justin, and then Ryan. And just a note about Ryan, I mean, absolutely great owner, because he shoots for the stars, but he doesn't get in the way of the basketball people. Like we've seen in Phoenix, just very recently. I mean, that dude's really ambitious, but his ambitiousness has really worked against him. So I've always said it. I think Ainge's speaking of Danny, his greatest quality is patience, and always seems to kind of strike at the right time. So I do believe that at the end of the day, you've got a very seasoned group, but I think Austin, is going to be in a position where he's going to do a lot of the legwork and feel good about the guys that the Jazz bring in.
Coach, for you, as things sit right now on June 2nd, 2025, where the Jazz have 4 picks in this upcoming draft, how many of the 4 do they actually make and keep?
Well, I'm tight with the group, but I'm not that tight. I think we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of weeks as we prepare for the draft. It's wild. It is June. Like you said that, and it kind of shocked me. We're 6 months into this year, and I'm barely writing 25 on checks and stuff. It's barely getting to my head. So yeah, I mean, to me, it's a signal that status quo is kind of out the window. I do believe the Jazz are going to be pretty aggressive this summer, and what that means and how that works, I don't know, but they've got a lot of young guys. And so to me, it would behoove probably to make some free agent moves and maybe move some picks so you don't have just a bunch of young guys coming in again. But that's going to be up to those guys. And I do believe since they've taken over, I've loved their drafts. I think obviously we're still waiting on a lot of these young guys because that's what you do. But I think we've seen signs. Cody Williams is the one guy who was just physically outmatched last year, and I think you will see a much different Cody Williams this year in that regard. I saw some film of Taylor Hendricks stroking the 3 this weekend. I mean, he didn't miss in about a 7-second, 8-second clip, put up 4 or 5 threes, and the shot looks really smooth, and he's moving well. So, again, patience on our side is going to be required. But I do believe that this team's going to try, the days of the tank. I can see that kind of being subsided. And I've said this a lot, and it's interesting because in the conversation I had with Ryan a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, I don't know where you guys are on this, but I think if everybody played this year, I think you would have won 40 games. And he said, it's funny because we talked about it and, if everything would have gone well and guys would have been healthy and stayed through it, they felt like they could have won as many as 36. I said 40. But if you just make a couple of tweaks and some of these guys that are developing come in and get better, you could see an uptick here. And so I think the Jazz are, it signals kind of a new phase to me. There's going to be some activity in my gut.
I 1,000% agree with you on that, by the way. And I do think that the Jazz feel like had there not been roster manipulation as well as injuries, that they felt like that was a 35-win team, and there's no reason why next year they couldn't get to that level. Now you're kind of in a tricky spot where you don't want to lose that draft pick next year, but I don't think this team's going to just bottom out next year like they did this year.
No, I don't either. I think it was obviously the strategy, and everybody's got opinions on all that. I think both sides there's some validity, but I believe that we're going to move, down the road now. I think we'll start moving, and some of those free agent moves, perhaps some trades. We'll just see what the crew puts together. But I'm really, sitting here on June 2nd, I'm really excited because we're within a couple of weeks of the draft, and I think the picture will be a little more clear.
All right, so we got to wait till Thursday to get this NBA postseason underway. Yeah,
that's kind of tough, isn't it?
NBA Finals decided that they're just going to drag their feet and delay this. Who comes out of this? Who ends up hoisting the trophy, Coach?
Well, there are two teams that are hot as can be. And, I actually, with you guys, I think I picked the Knicks to beat Pacers, and I picked OKC. I still believe OKC is going to win it, but I love what the Pacers are doing. It's all about team. And, on the heels of being called the most underrated player by his peers, which to me is just probably a sign of jealousy, which does exist in a very large measure in the NBA.
You don't say.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for their spot. But, Halliburton is the essence of a team guy, and the way he passes the ball, the way he sees the floor, the way he pushes.
I think we may have lost Coach there. See if we can get him back on the line.
Shoot.
We gotta have that one answer on how he thinks the finals are going to go. Then we can cut him loose. He's not off the hook yet.
I think we could probably answer that for him. But
I think so,
But
too.
knowing Coach, he's going to find a way to make an argument one way or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, he might find a way to make an argument for the Pacers.
And there's one thing that Coach Lacombe can do is he can sell it, and you'd be like, all right.
I'm buying.
All right, Coach. Sorry we lost you there for a second. Your thoughts on the finals?
I think Oklahoma City is going to win it. I think that Indiana's playing great basketball, but I just think from the standpoint of building a team and having so many different options, you can really grind people out defensively, but you've got, a high-level scorer and a bunch of very aggressive guys. I think it's OKC's this year. I really do, and I'm excited about that because we're a couple of years removed from them winning 20 games. They were the team rolling through here like the Jazz, just getting the crap kicked out of them. And so it's exciting. And the fact that there's been a ton of parity the last few years, it has not been just the run-of-the-mill power brokers. And I think it's great because they're two small market teams, if that is still a thing, that are in there. So, I'm picking Oklahoma City to win.
Did they get it right with the Eastern Conference Finals Player of the Year, Pascal Siakam?
Well, he was unbelievable. I mean, to me, that team is what it is because of Halliburton, but Siakam had amazing series, and he's a huge part of why they're good. So I don't know that you can argue with it.
What are you listening to these days? Anything new in the rotation?
Well, yesterday was my Sunday jam day, and I pulled in some. I went to 1980 and played the British Steel album, cover to cover, the Judas Priest British Steel.
Wow.
United is one of my favorite. That used to be a thing I'd bring into the guys and let them mess with to try to get some unity in the locker room. But that's a great song, and I'm playing a lot of stuff, man. I'm having fun, but I've run into an issue. I broke my wrist, and so that's slowing me down a bit, but it's not stopping me.
How'd you break your wrist?
I turned 55 a couple weeks ago on a Thursday, and I was excited on a Saturday morning because I'm in that, you guys mow your own lawn, right?
Yeah.
You don't pay somebody to do it.
Never.
You're real men.
Yep.
I lose respect for people that pay for that service because I think it's such one of the coolest things we get to do. So I was racing to mow my lawn 2 days after I turned 55. I slipped on my socks on the stairs and went down and tried to brace myself with my right wrist, and I heard the snap. So I'm dealing with that, but it's all good. I didn't go to the doc. I just ordered something off Amazon, threw it on my wrist.
That's my guy right there.
It'll get better.
Yeah.
It was funny because I asked you, how did you break your wrist? And you said, well, I turned 55. I thought that was the answer.
That's all you got to say.
Well, I mean, that's part of it, dude. It's 2 days later. So you guys, you just remember, you just watch me. I've always kind of hung with older dudes in my life, kind of see what's coming. So you guys got that to look forward to.
Well, that osteoporosis is a hell of a thing to deal with, Coach.
I know, man, and I'm sure the 75 Diet Cokes I drink in a day don't help.
Yeah.
Mix in a regular Coke every now and then.
Yeah. Go fully leaded.
My wife said, "Hey, water's good." And I was like, "Hey, there's water in this."
It's got to get a liquid somehow. There's water in there.
Right. There's water in there somewhere.
I cannot drink water. I can't. I know everybody.
I can't either.
It's hard. Yeah. Sorry.
I hope you guys know that you guys are the kings and you're the best. I appreciate you having me on. I'm excited about Ainge, and I just want to reiterate how great a guy Lloyd Cole is.
You had to end with that. No,
start and finish. That's the way you do it.
We agree. Lloyd's the man, and we appreciate all he does, and his work ethic is phenomenal, and just a tremendous friend and a great person.
Our contracts are almost up, Coach, so we've got to.
I was in a group project with him in college, and I feel bad too because I made him do all the work.
Yeah.
I was just the actor in the movie.
Oh, okay.
But he did all the work, and so my grade we took it from Craig Worth. That was our professor.
Oh, okay.
The great Craig Worth, and but Lloyd's a big reason I got an A in that class.
Love that.
Look at that, Lloyd carrying the weight.
I love that.
Good for you, Lloyd.
Love you, Coach.
All right.
I love you, buddy.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See you, Coach.
See you, Coach.
He's the best. The one and only Tim Lacombe.
He's full of lies today.
Yeah. Not a lot.
I felt like Scotty's sounded more like a lie.
How much are you paying him for that, Lloyd? That endorsement?
None whatsoever. That just came free will right there.
I don't know, man.
I don't even know where it came from. It kind of threw me off. I was like, wait, what?
I feel like that's Big Pharma all of a sudden leaning one way or the other on a candidate. Like, oh, yeah, just by chance.
Oh, for sure.
Of course they don't have anything else in mind. You paid him.
I could see how that might sound like that, and it felt like that a little bit, but no, that's just, Coach, just amazing.
I texted Lloyd a while ago.
Okay, but there was a reason that you texted that, because you've never, ever said anything like that, and it felt so... I was very uncomfortable with you saying that.
What'd you text, boy?
I said, hey, have I ever told you how much I appreciate your friendship and respect your leadership? I mean, really,
Wow.
You are the complete package.
What time did you send that?
I sent that May 18th at 3:31 p.m.
Wow, right after the show.
Yeah.
Wait, what day was that? That was a Sunday, right?
Oh,
was it a Sunday?
wow,
Just
even
randomly
better.
on a Sunday.
Even better.
Oh, yeah, it was a Sunday.
Yeah.
I was thinking of you.
Even better.
On a
Just happened
Sunday.
to be thinking of me on a Sunday.
On the
right
Sabbath
before
day
on
holy.
Monday.
Was there anything after that? Or no, there was no but?
I said,
was there a but?
No but. I said, I do need to chat with you when we have a second.
Okay.
I do need to chat.
Because I wanted to chat with him and catch up with him.
Yeah, right.
What was the catch-up, Lloyd?
We don't need to talk about
Was it about how great you are?
It definitely was not.
It was.
It definitely was not.
It
was I might need some help.
Hey, I'm excited about this at 2:05.
Yes.
The great Eric Weddle is going to be joining us. We haven't talked to Eric in a while. And he was just hit with a big honor.
Nominee for the College Football Hall of Fame.
That's so cool.
He needs to be there.
He will.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt.
I've just been texting back and forth with him, and I said, with the attention on two-way players nowadays, it's a shoo-in.
Yeah.
Why are we even having nominations? Just announce it.
Just give him the nod.
Yeah.
Give him whatever colored jacket those guys wear, and let's go. All right, Good, Bad, the Ugly coming up. And remember, Eric Weddle will join us at 2:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations.
Obviously, the job is to win. That's the
the
most
whole
important
point.
thing, and that's what Austin Ainge is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now. The nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. When your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team.
But I think people complaining about that are being naive. Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
There's at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, The estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Ready to put hope on the green? Join BYU head coach Kalani Sitake at the Hope in Motion Invitational, Monday, June 16th at Thanksgiving Point Golf Club. Tee off for more than bragging rights. Support children with developmental disabilities through Kids on the Move. Whether you're swinging clubs or sponsoring holes, your impact drives real change. Grab your foursome and register today at KOTM.org/events. That's KOTM.org/events. Because every great shot deserves a great cause.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. And honestly, it was a bittersweet moment, Hans.
Oh, it's horrible. But this is the greatest good all time, man.
Yeah. The NBA on TNT, inside the NBA, officially coming to an end.
Yeah, it's done, and it's sad because we've loved it. But Lloyd was kind enough to put together just a couple of cuts of some of the greatest moments from the TNT crew. I've got a couple I want to relive. Scotty, I'm sure you've got a couple you want to relive. But here's just a little reminder of the magic that was the crew of TNT.
TNT's The Alien.
TNT's The Alienist premieres this Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and is one of IMDb's most anticipated new shows of 2018. It's based on the best-selling murder mystery novel by Caleb Carr, set in Kenny's hometown, New York City, 1896.
There you go.
Wait. Time out.
Yeah,
I know what you're gonna say.
Y'all giving him credit for knowing how to read? All right, won't you read it then?
Come on,
Go.
dude.
All right, no. Go ahead. Go. Your turn. Go, Chuck.
Wait.
Go ahead. Okay, you go first. Go ahead. Just go.
Y'all giving this guy credit.
No, we're not. Go ahead, Chuck. Go.
Okay. And we'll see who's better.
Okay.
We'll see who's better.
Go.
TNT the Alienist premieres.
TNT the Alien.
TNT the Alienist premieres this Monday at 9.
This is not a word.
This isn't.
No, this is a word.
Not this.
This ain't a word.
DIS. Go ahead, Chuck.
DIS is not a word.
Hey, man.
It's not up on there.
Y'all quit screwing around. All right, go ahead. Somebody have people thinking I can't read.
No,
There you go. Hey.
No, you gonna have people thinking you can't read.
TNT the Alienist.
Okay, it's time for more Shaq than a fool. Just stop it, man. Stop.
Good job, Shaq.
Stop.
Disappointed in New Orleans. Where they going, Chuck?
Galveston. That dirty ass water. We're not even gonna send them to Cancun. We're gonna send them to Galveston where that dirty ass water be washed up on the shore. You people think they're in the beach. Y'all located. We gonna send y'all to Cancun. Y'all drive y'all quit. Drive your ass down to Galveston. Come on, man.
So they're not taking a little.
Come on, they didn't even try, man. No, we're not getting them no plane ticket to the beach. We send their ass to Galveston, Texas, right where that dirty water washed up on the beach. They can't even get in the water. Come on, man.
Oklahoma City, 106-85 in Game 3. It's
a bunch of threes. I'm looking forward to it.
Galveston called.
That's the way it looks. That's exactly the way it looked down there. The Rockets tricked me. They told me we were going to the beach for training camp. They took me to Galveston. You couldn't even go in the water. Dirty ass water.
Here you go. If you'd like the box scores.
I like that. Can I get that? Hey, way to go, man. 50.
I had no 50-point games under that.
How many did
Shaq
you
have
have?
one? No, Shaq, you didn't have
You have one?
How many?
He got a sheet for Shaq.
How many 50-point playoff games did you have?
I must at least say one.
No, you didn't. And now we can go to when we come back.
Whatever, Ernie.
Wow. So many good moments. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, man. Scotty and I just sat here in the studio and laughed because that crew, man, they just had it. They had it unlike anything else in sports on TV. And
they are going to have something on ESPN next year. Although in an interview earlier today, Shaq said they'll be on TV about a third of the time that they were in years past. So they're not going to be on a lot, but they'll be on ESPN as TNT is kind of giving them loaning to ESPN. But I don't know.
If you're going to only have them on a third, that's a big mistake.
It is.
You need to have them up on just as much.
And, this is what I think made that show so beautiful is they'd all had their years and they've all got their money. And as cancel culture came in and as it got more and more difficult to be unique and yourself in a broadcasting job, they just kept being unique in themselves.
Yeah.
And I've always felt like this. If you and I could just sit at a mic and just unload.
Oh, boy.
And just unload. Whatever was on the top of our mind.
Our off-air conversations we had on air.
Yeah. If we did that,
we would give you a ratings bonanza, but oh boy, we'd be in trouble.
We'd be fired inside a segment.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But those guys found a way to completely, talking about fat girls in San Antonio and hammering the water in Galveston and anything from Shaq throwing F-bombs. Shaq threw another F-bomb. It's our last time on TNT, so you know what? F it. Like those guys just did their thing, man. And watching Ernie, who always came across as that quiet grandpa that would never do or say anything wrong, laugh and just have fun and with the back and forth, it just worked.
Ernie's the guy. Look, Ernie doesn't get a lot of the love. You got to have a good straight man to make that all work. And he was the ultimate at that.
The ultimate. And Kenny was just right because Kenny would try to get all serious, but his serious was lame anyways.
Yeah.
And those guys all knew it, and just some of my favorite bits was anytime Barkley would bring up a single double was what is just my favorite. Oh, he hit another single double. Oh, he's averaging a single double. Like his single double take is my favorite. What's that, Draymond? Oh, Draymond he pulled off that single double. And then Shaq would be like, that single double, he got him on that single double, didn't he, Shaq? Didn't he? It's just so good, man.
Did you see the bracelet last night where he got it from a guy in the sauna?
Oh, yeah. The replay of the bracelet is amazing.
Oh,
the bracelet is top 5, and then I think that the washing the jersey was actually NCAA, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Shaq and the gas tank will always be top 2 or 3.
Which one do you got?
Here's the bracelet story. This one was phenomenal.
Like, who made your bracelet? That looks like a great aggressive
I got this bracelet from a guy in the steam room back in Arizona.
You got what? Time out.
Hey, Kenny, quit asking questions, man.
You got the bracelet from a guy in the steam room. Explain, please. Please explain.
I saw this guy wear this in the steam room, and I noticed it's dark.
So what, did you ask him for it?
Are you kidding me?
And I did. We were talking. I said, that's a nice bracelet. And I said, I had never seen it before. And I asked him, I didn't ask him for it. So we get out of the steam room, we get him dressed. He comes over, he said, man, you can have the bracelet.
Wait, I had a question. Were towels on or off in the
Towels were on.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, man.
Towels were on.
Okay, man.
Hey.
Yo, get out. Yo, he got me up. He's like, ask him about the bracelet.
Wait,
so I didn't know the story. Oh, my God.
Towels were on, Chuck. Towels were on. But he was a real nice guy. He gave
Obviously, he was real nice. Oh, yeah. In the steam room.
And I guess
Was it a steam or a sauna?
This is sand. It was sauna.
Okay.
You know
No, it was a steam room, actually.
How'd you see that in the steam room?
Bulldogs in the steam room and bulldogs.
Oh, this is like sand from the Black Sea.
Yeah.
And this is.
You know what? Nobody's
shout him
listening.
out his name.
Nobody cares.
America's greatest makers. That's a great bracelet, man.
Hey, man, y'all can't make me feel bad. We had our towels on. There was 2 men talking in the steam room. Y'all haters, dude.
Oh, my gosh, I'm crying.
They're beautiful. They're beautiful. You never got good NBA analysis, though.
No, and how many times did ESPN try to schlub something together to try to match it, and they never could?
Yeah, they never
could.
And because it'll just never be about the analysis.
No. If you're watching that show for NBA analysis, you're in the wrong place.
Like, I can almost guarantee you that Ernie threw out, was it a sauna or a steam room, just to make Charles, like, what's the difference? Just so Ernie can be like, oh, man. And, Kenny can be like, how do you not know the difference between a steam room and a sauna? They just love to get under each other's skin and laugh. And there were many times between Shaq and Chuck that it was like, nope, the laughs and done.
Yep.
It was always coming to Shaq going, I'm just going to punch you right in the face. That's it. I'm going to punch you in the face. And then when Charles heard that, he always knew, okay, I got him. I got him on the ropes. And then Charles would go at him. And one of my favorites, I think I retweeted it. One of my favorites was when Shaq had enough and he goes, that's it, Chuck. I'm just going to punch you in your face. And Charles goes, well, first of all, you ain't even a good fighter. And Shaq's face, like, no, don't you dare say I'm not a good fighter. Like, you can say a lot of things. Don't, Just the best, man. I'm gonna miss those guys.
I am too, because once ESPN gets their paws on you, you're never the same.
No, they're done. It's done.
I'll give it a shot, but
magic's gone.
No, they can say, oh no, we'll let them do their thing, but sooner or later ESPN's like, hey, we can't say that.
Yeah. Yep.
We can't do that.
Or we're going to be saying this.
Or you need to say this.
Yeah. They'll push them.
The women in San Antonio are really upset with you.
So we're going to make an apology.
You need to make an apology.
And whatever you got going on with Galveston, that's over.
That's got to end. But, at first they'll be like, oh, hey, we're not getting involved. We're going to let them do their thing.
Every boss says that until the rubber hits the road, and they get 35 emails of, I'm done.
Yeah, or they get on Twitter like, these people say they're not going to watch anymore. We need to send out an apology immediately. No, you don't.
They weren't watching anyway.
Yeah. Whole world news coming up next. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
The Jazz have added to their front office Austin Ainge, president of basketball operations.
Double A coming home. I'd covered Austin. I was beat writer for the Watchdog at the time, and he has an excellent mind. He used to discuss stuff with me that it was obvious to me he's going to be in basketball at some point. Austin has trained for this for many, many years. Of that, I'm assured. Obviously, he's got the same last name, but beyond that, I can speak to he's got an excellent mind for the game, which I think is important these days. You have to present a message, and it has to be presented in a manner that reflects well on your entire franchise and your organization, and I think he'll do that. And I like they did it now because he's got basically a whole month to get on board with what the line of thinking is going forward here.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is helping you get your money working for you. So maybe you've had some trouble in the past. You don't know exactly what to do with that money. America First Credit Union has some answers. You can find them at americafirst.com. There are 116 locations continuing to expand, but remember, they started right here in the great state of Utah in 1939. You see them on all the great sports logos. You see them on fields and on buildings. America First loves to get involved with sports because they love community. What's more community than sports? That's why you see them in your high schools. You'll see them in the colleges. You'll see them all over professional sports because they want to be a part of community. In fact, maybe you've got your favorite sports logo. Maybe it's Utah Hockey Club or the Utah Mammoth. Maybe it's Utah Jazz. You can get debit cards with your favorite sports logos on it at America First as well. America First Credit Union, doing amazing things since 1939 right here in the great state of Utah at americafirst.com.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
IFA can help you take good care of your backyard chickens with the most nutritious feed available. Your eggs will be both tasty and good for you. Give your flock only the best. Our poultry feed is locally milled and formulated to provide complete nutrition. Our all-natural plus Chick Starter Crumble gives your chicks what they need to grow up healthy. Visit your neighborhood IFA or shop online at ifa.coop. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see.
Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got the whole world in our hands. You got you and me, brother, in our hands. You've got you and me, sister, in our hands. You've got you and me, brother, in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We got
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what? Hans and I are here to help you. We want to help you. We want to go to work for you, and we can do that for you right now. All you have to do is send a text to make sure I get the right number here, because you got to make sure I get the right one. Send a text to, where is it at? There it is, 57500. That's 57500, and send the word HANS, H-A-N-S. If you have a product you're passionate about, you have a service you're passionate about, and you got a business that needs a little Hans and Scotty magic, we're here to help you out. 57500, and our sales staff will take care of the rest. Again, all you got to do is text HANS, H-A-N-S, to 57500.
Easy. 57500.
Maybe you're interested in the 60 and 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you want to be attached to any one of our different segments. We'll find a way to do that. Hey, and if your product's really good, Scotty and I, we'll put it on our social media accounts. How about that? Just text HANS to that number.
57500.
Is that a tough one to remember? 57500.
Shouldn't be too bad.
Sorry, buddy. I just opened up my container with the hard-boiled. I didn't fart. That is the hard-boiled eggs. Whew.
That's a bad coworker right there.
Jeez. Well, I closed it. I opened it, and it hit my nostrils. I was like, Scotty's going to think I've got gas.
Do you have any salmon you want to put in the microwave, too, there in the middle?
Any raw broccoli? Any raw broccoli? You remember that happened down at Tim Daly Mazda.
That's right.
That was rough. That raw
Happened
broccoli.
a couple times, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jen, the nicest person on the planet, Jen Tanner, and she knew that we're trying to cut back. She usually brings donuts. She brought a vegetable tray, and she cracks open the old cellophane on that, and that broccoli just permeated throughout that entire building to the point where we thought somebody had done some damage.
Okay, so whole world news. I wanted to do this story. You know how much I love history.
Yes.
I love history, and I love our country's history. And I saw this story over the weekend, and it shocked me, and I couldn't understand how this was possible. So I went back and just looked at it a little bit. So did you hear about this Harrison Ruffin Tyler dying at the age of 96?
Oh, yeah, the grandson. Yeah.
Grandson.
Yep.
Okay, so got to go all the way back to 1845. This country hadn't been around very long.
Nope.
And there was a sudden dismissal and an exchange of power in the White House to a man named John Tyler. He was the 10th president, and he's not the most well-known president. But that was about 1842-ish, 41-ish, 42-ish, somewhere in there, where that it was a quick exchange. So John Tyler takes power, and he leaves the White House in 1845. 1845. His grandson, not his great-grandson, his grandson just passed away at 96. That's shocking to me. So I was like, okay, well, how is that even possible? Well, this is how it's possible. John Tyler had a son at age 63. That son, his name was Lyon Gardner. He had a son at age 75.
Whoa!
Okay, so John Tyler, the president, had a son at 63. His dad had a son at 75. That son just died at 96 years old. That's how you just had the grandson, not the grandson of the country's 10th president.
Yeah.
John Tyler pass away.
When his grandpa was born, he was in the 1700s.
He was in the 1700s. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's the most wild story. And then what's funny is, when you're like, John Tyler, I just don't know a lot about him. Yeah, there's a reason. He was not the most beloved president.
No, that was not a...
He was actually called the accidental president. President William Henry Harrison unexpectedly died in office, and John Tyler took office.
And it was for less than a term, right? It was 2 years? Or
I think it was close to a term.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was, but I didn't see the specifics on the term.
But yeah, he got bounced pretty quick.
He was the first vice president to gain control of the White House in the wake of a death.
He was in office 1841 to 1845.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I figured it was almost a full term.
Oh, who did he take over for?
It was William Henry Harrison.
Was he the guy that caught pneumonia at his inauguration and died?
I think that's him.
And that's why Lloyd, that's why we're so concerned about pneumonia here in studio.
Yeah, and thanks for the heater.
And that's why I take care of you.
Yeah, and
that's why
so
I put a heater in
we
there.
appreciate that.
So he married twice and had 15 children.
Yes. William Henry Harrison was in office for exactly 1 month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was I think he died of consumption, was it?
Oh, really? Is that what got him?
I think that's what I think, but I'm not 100% positive.
That's what got old Doc Holliday.
So
consumption.
Listen to this. The time between the president's birth and his grandson's death, right? So just the president's birth and grandson's death, 235 years.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That really is cool.
That's amazing. And 96 years old, passed away. And I don't mock John Tyler's service. I don't, because I think every one of our presidents served an extreme purpose. And our country was destined to become what it is, which is the greatest country in the history of the world. But when you read through John Tyler's service of this country, it's just interesting. He was a different cat.
Speaking of accidents, having a kid when you're 74 years old.
That's wild, isn't it?
Or wait, no, he was 65. 63. Okay,
yeah.
And then his son
was 75.
Yeesh.
75? You're having a kid at 75.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know if I really want to dig into how old was the mom?
That was the second marriage, so I don't know.
All right, Hans and Scotty. Hey, gather around the radio, folks. This is going to be a fun one. Eric Weddle will join us next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports is proud to support Primary Children's Hospital with the KSL Give-A-Thon. We need your help raising money for sick Utah kids. Go to KSLkids.com and donate now. Be a smile maker. An automatic monthly donation will help save lives all year long. Sponsored by J&J Garden Center in Layton. With the KSL Give-A-Thon, we can't do it without you. So give today at KSLkids.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Moundland Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountainland contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountainland supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey guys, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. If you're looking for a way to invest in your home to improve its livability and its value, well, there's no better place to start than doors and windows, and there's no better place to do it than with Peach Doors and Windows.
Peach has 5-star customer service with no exceptions. They love their customers with an eye on every detail from the beginning of the process to the very end, and years down the road, you can check out their 5-star reviews on Google. Whether you're looking for French doors, sliding glass doors, customization is the name of the game with Peach. Peach can do renovations that other companies will not touch.
So you can check out those reviews on Google. You can go online to peachbuildingproducts.com. You can call and set up a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255.
Or better yet, go see them in person, 2940 South 300 West in Salt Lake City. They're open Monday through Saturday, 6 days a week. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Busted.
This here's a jam for all the fellas. Try to do what
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. College Football Hall of Fame announcing nominees for the upcoming class. One of them is our next guest, Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us. Eric, how are you?
Mr. Weddle.
What's up, gentlemen?
Oh, it's good to hear your voice.
Hey, it's always good to be on with two of my favorites. And, living in sunny San Diego, it's getting a little toasty out here. I'm not liking how hot it's getting so quick, but, I guess you got to live with the 82 hot days in San Diego.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, it's tough times for you. Hey, Erica, I don't mean to blindside you on this, but you thought we were bringing you on to talk about you. We're actually bringing you on to talk about Gage Weddle, who is going to be a much better football player than Eric Weddle. So let's talk more about Gage.
Wow, you know how to win him over, don't you?
That's the
Hans?
worst time to drop.
Or was it a drop? Or was he like, he said he's gonna be a better player than me? Click.
Did he say blindside me? Click.
I'll blindside you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, are you there?
You there?
I'm sorry. My Wi-Fi cut out and ended the call, so I got to get a hold of my Wi-Fi company. It's still not good out here, but all I heard was Gage was going to be better than me, which I can only hope for.
Well, you cut out right as I said.
I'm like, oh, Hans did it. Hans ticked him off.
I said, you thought we were going to bring you on to talk about you, but we're talking about Gage, and then all of a sudden you're gone. And I'm like, well, I didn't talk to him about that before, but tell us a little bit about Gage, man, and this amazing kid you're bringing up.
Oh, man, he is a joy to be around and also a headache at times because he's so passionate about the game. He works so hard, and he wants to be perfect. And I got to tell him at times it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to not be at that level all the time, every 24 hours a day. But he's pretty special, and I'm amazed at what he's done so far and what he's continuing to do. A lot of kids get notoriety early, and it can go two ways. One, they can use it as motivation and become better and be what they inspire to be, or they could let the attention get to them and not stay humble and feel like they've arrived. And with Gage over the last 6 months, he's just turned it up another notch and internally motivating himself, which is ultimately what you want as a parent is your kids to be passionate and motivate themselves. And he's been working his way. So I'm excited to see him lead our team and see where he ends up in a few years.
I love it, Scotty. Think about this. He's the class of 2028. So just a young guy.
Yeah.
Intrinsically motivated, has pretty much every major offer he needs at this point, and he continues to work on himself. You give him some love, Eric. That kid's amazing. Can't wait. By the way, 6'2", 6'3", 185?
Yeah, he put on 20 pounds. He played at 160-ish last year, and he's put on 20 pounds, 25 pounds since then, and one of our strongest players, hardest workers. I mean, everything. And, as a dad, last year was a struggle at times because not being able to give positive affirmation to your son because of the eyes that are on it. I am not going to apologize for coaching and applauding our best players, regardless if it's my son or not. And I've been doing that this past this off season, and I'm just much more happier. I like being around the kids and even my son because this is going to come and go in a flash, and I'm going to appreciate and enjoy being around my son as long as I can be around him.
Love it.
Hear, hear.
What's life like as a coach? What's that transition been like for you?
Well, it's been quite an adjustment from year 1 to year 2, and now year 2 to year 3. I love the opportunity I have to give back to the kids, give back to the community, try to give them something that's helped me along the way. I do this nothing more to give back. I get my $7,500 stipend check, and I give it back to the program. I use it to pay my assistants. So I do this for free, and I do it because I want to help the kids. And ultimately, I'm not going to be able to help everyone, and some parents and some kids may not like what I do or how honest I am or the direction I try to give them in the grand scheme of things of being the future fathers and husbands of this community. And really that's what I'm trying to build is men of character and men that we can be proud of once they leave my program. The kids are the outliers that maybe be able to play college ball. They are the outliers. So what is your program going to be built on, and what are you going to stand on? And that's building these kids into being men. And I try to do that, and sometimes it gets lost in translation, but I got great kids for the most part. And the kids that want to be a part of the program, I'm going to pour into. The kids that don't, then they can go off and do other things. I'm not going to sit here and beg kids to play the greatest game in the world.
I love that.
And you are speaking our language.
I love that.
This is Rancho Bernardo, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Rancho Bernardo. So what are the California laws and limits? Because I got to imagine if Eric Weddle is in my territory and I've got a chance to put my kid on that roster, I'd do it. What are California boundary laws like for high schools?
You know what? It's pretty wild. As an incoming 8th grader, you can go to any school you really want as long as you put in the transfer, interdistrict transfer. Some get approved, some don't. But for the most part, as long as there's availability within the high school, then you pretty much can go wherever you want. On the flip side, in today's world, Hans, you would, if you're not, one, I can't communicate with incoming underclassmen, so it's irrelevant in those situations. But a lot of coaches do communicate and go around the rule books. But if you're not guaranteeing kids a spot or playing time, then most of these kids don't want to compete and actually earn it. And so I'm honestly probably not getting kids that I should, that I could help, on the mere fact that I don't guarantee anything. You got to come in here and earn it and prove every day that you should be on the field, on and off the field, doing the things the right way. And these kids don't really want to work for it and compete. And so do I miss out on a lot of boys? I think I do, but on the flip side, I'm much more happy with kids that understand what my standard is and what my expectations are.
So you find out you're up for the College Football Hall of Fame. What's your first thought when you get that phone call?
Kind of shocked, kind of thinking it's a long shot because of the great players that are involved year in and year out, and the way just humbled by it all. Quite honestly, I think I have a better shot. I think I have a real shot is the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't think I have any shot at the NFL Hall of Fame. So when I look at the College Football Hall of Fame, I think, I belong there at some point, whether it's now or 10 years from now. Like, I think I belong as one of the best college football players to have played the game. And so whenever it happens, or if it happens, you guys know me, I live life to the fullest. It's not going to change whether I fall asleep at 10 o'clock or midnight. I got many other things that are on my mind taking hold. But it's really humbling and truly honored, obviously, and know that it took coaches, players, faculty, family, wife, kids. Like, it doesn't happen alone.
I think that there's a lot of us, me included. Scotty and I've talked about it. Lloyd has talked about it with us, and we've all kind of felt like this is a no-brainer. And it's kind of funny to hear your point of view, your angle of, this is that and this is the other thing. But, Eric, you think about what you did in your time at the University of Utah. You were with some amazing players. You had some amazing teams. I got to imagine a lot of the position of being voted into the Hall of Fame has to be off the success of the teams that you were with. You guys did a lot of good things under Urban Meyer and throughout. Yeah,
you're 100% right. Being being a member of that 04 team that busted the BCS and went undefeated and ended up, I think, 4th in the country. Just no other team had ever done that as a mid-major. And then transitioning to Coach Witt and still winning 2 bowl games. And, we had a lot of success on the field. I think we kind of propelled the university into heights that maybe had never been seen before, and then parlayed that success into the Pac-12 and now into the Big 12, and just the facilities, the support, the notoriety, and just really when people look at the University of Utah, they look at one of the top 25 best programs in the country. And so I'm really proud to be a part of that, and to say that I had a small impact on and off the field is something that I cherish for sure.
I'm curious, and I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but when did somebody come to you, whether it was Coach Witt or Andy Ludwig, and said, you know what, we want to use you in Wildcat? Like, how did that come to be? Because that was a huge weapon for what you guys did in 06. I remember that game you were playing at Air Force, and that last drive, you took the majority of snaps and got you guys down the field for a game-winning field goal. I mean, how did that come to be?
Well, I think University of Utah and Coach Witt are notorious of taking football players and developing them, and whether they come in as a wide receiver or quarterback and then they move to defense and they're playing corner or safety or linebacker, like they just know how to develop, and I feel they do a great job of evaluating talent and developing them and bringing them into the culture of what is expected there. And so I think that was no different with myself. They knew I played everywhere on the field in high school and knew the type of guy I was, that just whatever is needed, like, let's do this. And I think with the injuries and whatnot at running back my senior year, we kind of introduced it at the end of my junior year, and it kind of just morphed into something the second half of the season my senior year. And it just came down to, like, whatever it takes. And I think that gets lost in today's world is it's not about me, and it never was and it never will be. It's always about the team. It's always about the organization. It's always about the university. It's about the team. And however I can help the team, whether it's special teams, whether it's punting, whether it's holding, whether it's playing a little running back, playing corner when, I not necessarily felt like I was a corner. Like, it didn't matter, because whatever gave us the best chance to win. And I think that mindset is being lost in the grand scheme of things when so much is focused on the individual. Individual success happens when team success happens. And we need to remind everyone who plays football that team success is the ultimate goal.
That's why you got to give a lot of love and respect to Travis Hunter. What did you think of him, Eric, while you were watching the college game?
Oh, my gosh. And just insane to think someone just playing, not just playing on both sides of the ball, but being one of the best on the field at that position, on both positions, is just really insane. I think the game has tailored more guys able to do that with the no huddle, and you kind of just line up and they signal in the routes for receiver, and you can play just boundary corner, and it's not as crazy to think as it once was, where you had a huddle and you got to jump back to the huddle, in and out, and different alignments for a receiver. So, and not taking anything away, I just think the game is tailored to those freak athletes that can do both is pretty amazing. So I've said this all along, I don't think he's going to be that in the NFL. There's just not enough time in the day to practice both and be elite at both, and the mental side of it, being in those meetings, the techniques, the fundamentals, and studying your opponent. But I do think, like they said, that he's going to start at receiver and then maybe have a package on like third down at DB or something. So I think it's cool. I think you gotta use them as much as possible, especially you trade up and take them at 2. You want to get your money's worth out of them, and hopefully they will.
So people forget that your wife was a high-level Division I athlete as well. Does she provide, when it comes to your kids, especially with Gage and his point in his career, the competitive nature, I think a lot of people assume comes from you, but I bet Mom provides a lot of that as well.
You couldn't be any more truthful in that comment. she is probably more hard on him than myself. And because she gets it, she understands it. She saw, getting a scholarship out of high school to play soccer when she was a track star and cross country. She could have went anywhere in the country for. Went to Utah State, had a great 4 years there, but she knows what it takes, not just on the field, but off, and the sacrifice and the time and the effort and really the passion that goes into it. And then seeing myself and then all the years and time in the NFL, like, it's not, you don't just wake up and it happens. And I don't think my son thinks that, even though he's a real confident individual. He's all he's ever seen is football, right? Like, I go to Sundays, I watch my dad play football. I see him at practice. I see him lifting. I see him, like, if there ever was anyone that was born to play the game, it's him. But he still has to understand that it's everything you can do and more that separates yourself. So I think Chanel is very honest and direct with him and loves him up even more. But she's a realist, and she reminds him that you not just have to be the best in San Diego, you need to be the best in the country if you want to get this done.
Man, Eric, your perspective on you and your career has just interested me, because the way you put it, where you're like, yeah, the college thing's one thing, it'll never happen in the NFL. But Scotty and I went through your numbers. What was that, about a year ago, Scotty?
Oh, yeah. We
were kind of going through numbers. We're like, Eric has got to be in this thing. Like, he's got to be in the conversation. 13 years, 1,300 tackles, 30 interceptions. I mean, you go through the numbers and picks. And the one thing that the argument I made with Scotty was they need to go back in his San Diego years and look at the percentage of snaps he took on special teams and defense. And if you're just looking at awarding somebody that was committed to being on the field, your percentage of snaps at San Diego was ridiculous. Eric, what was the percentage of special teams and defensive snaps, if you do remember?
Oh my gosh, that's a great point. That if that mattered, which I don't, because I'm not going to be up for the Hall of Fame for special team snaps, but for 10 years, I was on at least 2 special teams. I didn't get off the special teams until I got my first year in Baltimore, which is my 10th year in the league.
Yeah.
I was on my first, 4 years in the league, I was on 3, kickoff return, kickoff, and punt. Then after that, for the next 4 or 5 years, I was on punt and kickoff every year. So it was just expected, it doesn't matter you're a defensive, stud. It doesn't matter that you just got paid millions of dollars. You're going to be on punt and you're going to be on kickoff. And I didn't know what life was like when without it. And it was just like, wow, a whole new world opened up when I didn't have to play special teams anymore. So that is a valid point. I don't think it's going to matter, but it just puts things in perspective a little bit.
Well, I'll keep coming up with the valid points, Eric.
We got you there. Hey, when you, as your philosophy as a coach, we talked to a Division I coach, and he said, you know what, special teams matters a lot. My best players play special teams. Are you that way at the high school level? Do you keep your high level talent on those units as well?
Yes. We practice special teams every day, at least 20 minutes. And I know the importance of changing the field, winning the field position battle, and then obviously creating big plays in the special teams. So we do. We also try to reward kids that aren't starters and give them roles on the team. So football is very unique, where there's up to 75 roles you can get on a team, whether it's offense, defense, and special teams. So we do, gauge practices in the special teams period, but I don't have him out there because if something happened to him, it would be not good for us. So, but he does practice because he knows eventually at some point he's going to have to play special teams, and it's good to get those techniques and fundamentals that we preach and work on. So it's a delicate balance at the high school level and as you move up, but we probably have a mix of starters and role players that are on our special teams.
Well, Eric, this state is insanely proud and is just excited to see this process play out. And I think I speak for the state of Utah when we all collectively say this is going to happen.
Oh,
and it couldn't happen to a better person. Congratulations on the nomination. Keep doing amazing things as a coach. Scotty, Eric was great with my son Rock, just giving him some really good advice through recruiting and has done some great things. But we're just proud of you, Eric. Happy for you.
Oh, you guys are the best. Love you guys. Always great to get on the phone with you. And if I ever see you in person, a big hug will be coming.
Well, that's two ways, brother. Thank you.
You're the best, man. Appreciate it.
You got it, guys.
There he is. Eric Weddle right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. No big deal.
It's not a closed case conversation with the NFL.
I know.
It's not.
And I get his point. Like, if I were him, I wouldn't want to allow myself to think about it either. But
13 seasons. Did he win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, with the Rams. Remember when he came out of retirement? Yeah.
So he wore the C when he won the Super Bowl. He was kind of brought out of retirement.
Yeah, midway through the year. Right before the playoffs.
They put the captainship on him.
Yeah.
I think he jacked his shoulder up.
Oh, yeah. He played hurt in that Super Bowl.
Played through pain. So he won a Super Bowl with them. He was a maniac with Baltimore.
Yep.
And then you give him his 10 years in San Diego where, I talk about his defensive and special team snaps. He says it doesn't play into it, the special teams. I disagree. I think when they are looking for nominations in the Hall of Fame, I think they look at the whole enchilada, the whole package. A guy like Lynn Swann probably shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
No.
He was 7 years or 8 years.
If that.
Cut short with injury.
And he made a couple highlight catches in Super Bowls.
But he became a personality.
Yep.
His Super Bowls were big. But it was, when I look at receivers that made it, you look at Lynn Swann and you're like, I don't know. But you look at what he's become. Look at what Eric's become.
Yeah.
Eric is everything. He could take over on a Sunday pregame show. He could take over tomorrow.
And frankly, if he was dead set on making the Hall of Fame, that's the best way to do it, is get yourself on TV. And he'd be awesome as a color analyst. But the thing is, he wants to be around his family. He wants to give back to his kids. He's been gone for so long and doing the NFL thing that he gets to coach his kid in high school. And I got to imagine his daughters are in a ton of events and sports as well.
Yeah. He's such a good dude, man.
Yeah.
He's a good dude, and he deserves this nomination, and he deserves the entrance into the College Football Hall of Fame.
100%.
That's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
How many University of Utah football players do you have in the College Football Hall of Fame?
One. Alex Smith.
That's it. And it doesn't hurt that was your teammate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about it doesn't hurt your cause to get in.
Yeah.
That was your teammate. Like that was peak football in 2004. And Urban Meyer became what he became because of Eric.
Yep. And frankly, Urban's the first to admit that too.
Yeah. So I hope that they, not only college football, I hope that the NFL takes the full picture approach. I've seen better players not get the NFL Hall of Fame. I've seen, you just see it. It happens. But man, they got to take a really good look at it, especially if he gets the College Football Hall of Fame nomination. I think that'd help his case too.
Yeah. All right, 2:30. Hans and Scotty will spin the roulette wheel coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Tim Reynolds joining us on the program. He writes for the AP.
It's 11 conference champions in the last 7 years, too. 11 out of the 14 have been different. So not only has there been a change in who wins it, there's also a change in the teams that get there. I mean, we've had a new CBA and rule changes within it. The aprons, they changed a lot of things for a lot of teams. It's really tough for teams to get good now from the middle. You've either got to bottom out or you've got to get super lucky or you're stuck in the middle. I think it's great that legitimately 20 of the 30 teams can honestly say we have a chance. The NFL doesn't have that. Major League Baseball doesn't have that. It's great for the league because the league didn't have this for a while. Now we just have new things to complain about. We complained about how boring it was when it was Cleveland Golden State every year. Now we just complain about other stuff.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're building your $1 million dream home, giving your current home a facelift, or just trying to get it out of the minor leagues, Peach Windows and Doors brings the big league look.
Modern style, energy efficiency, clean lines, tough builds, and curb appeal that hits like a home run. Not sure what you need? No sweat. Peach has the coaching staff to get your home in the game. No pressure, no gimmicks, just solid game plans and pro-level results to help you knock it out of the park.
Come see for yourself big, beautiful windows that bring the outside in. Visit Peach Windows and Doors showroom, big enough to spark ideas, small enough to feel right at home. It's time to step up your game and make your house the MVP of the neighborhood. Why live in the minor leagues when you can swing like $1 million? Peach Windows and Doors, because real homes play like champions. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 for your free consultation.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
When was the last time your vacation was living the art of adventure? Discover it in Cedar City, Utah. Towering red rocks, epic trails, summer events, and world-class drama at the Tony Award-winning Utah Shakespeare Festival starting June 17th with Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra, and more. Marvel at nature's masterpieces with just a short drive to Zion, Bryce Canyon, Cedar Breaks, and Kolob Canyons. Discover Utah's earliest artists at the Parowan Gap Petroglyph site. Head up to Bryan Head for chairlift rides that deliver endless high-elevation views. Wildflower Meadows, topped off with ATV and downhill biking trails. Be starstruck by the skies at Cedar Breaks National Monument. Browse Cedar City's unique shops and indulge in savory bites. Come experience the art of adventure around every turn in Cedar City. Start planning your vacation right now at visitcedarcity.com.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
The Wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, tickets are available now for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games. Opening ceremonies coming up June 6th at Southern Utah University, featuring live music, biggest fireworks show in Summer Games history. Tickets available at tbirdtickets.com. Get down there. Hans and I are going to be there as well. Coming up on Friday, we're going to have ourselves a blast. So make sure to be part of the festivities down there. I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun down there. All right, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel.
Oh, Rudy, no.
Dude, it always worries me when ex-lovers start in on social media with these athletes. And Rudy Gobert, doggone it. You know, it feels like just yesterday we were announcing the delivery of his baby. We were announcing his engagement and, you know, this amazing love that he was sharing with this Julia Bonilla. And that love has fallen apart. And their 1-year-old is kind of in the middle of the whole thing. And she is taken to social media. And look, I wouldn't even address these things. But when an ex goes public, you're always like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And she dropped a pretty hard one over the weekend. It was this just this image, and it was a meme, and it says, when you know that you can destroy their image and narrative by telling your side of the story, but then you remember rotten fruit always falls on its own. You know, when your ex sends out subliminal messages like that, you're like, oh, Rudy, what's going on? And Rudy has remained pretty quiet on this whole thing. I know that he wanted to get the postseason wrapped up before he was addressing anything with his ex, because she had alluded to some other things earlier. Like she'd posted a picture of their bags and was like, out on my own again, living door to door, going to the next Airbnb. And it's just like, oh, no. This is hard stuff, man.
Bad deal, man. It just, poor. There's just, okay, you know who you really feel for in this whole thing is the 1-year-old.
Yeah.
That's who you really feel for.
Yeah, no question. So she's mentioned destroying his image in a post. She's mentioned moving from Airbnb to Airbnb. She mentioned moving to a home of peace filled with love. And, you know, obviously she's including the 1-year-old.
Yeah.
And if you're Rudy, you're just like, ugh. I've had friends that have had their wives do this, or I've had friends that have had their husbands do this, where they take the subliminal, the subtle, harsh jabs.
Yeah.
Like I had one friend that their spouse started posting.
Oh, I remember you showing me those.
Things about narcissism, things about porn addiction, and everything was like, it's going right at that individual. And he'd call me and he's like, what am I going to do? I'm like, I don't know, but I have no idea. You can't stop him.
No, you just have to sit there and take it. Because the one thing you can't do, or you shouldn't do, is fire right back. And I know you want to. Every part is, every part of you,
thing to do.
Every part of you is screaming, retaliate, retaliate. And I'm telling you right now, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Rudy, don't do it. Because if she continues on this path, it's getting progressively, more and more jabby.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's going to come to some type of harsh point.
Yeah.
Don't
do it. Don't do it. And you know what? If I were a, mediator, I don't think they ever got married, did they?
I don't think so.
No. But there'll be a, mediation of some level, financial terms. And if I'm a lawyer that's going to be representing Rudy, I'd be like, don't say a word.
Yep.
Don't say a single word.
We are going to take the highest of high roads.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Spin it, Lloyd.
Does the Madden cover curse still exist?
It's a good question. I saw when you put that on there today, I was like, huh. Because it seems like that's kind of gone quiet lately, hasn't it?
Well, the only reason I ask is because Saquon Barkley was pumped. He's excited to be on the cover this year. It was just announced this morning that Saquon Barkley will be the cover of the 2026 Madden. And he was pumped. And I was like, do you want to, people are back to being excited? Or, because for a while, wasn't it
It was a bad deal.
Kiss of death, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you knew that was that ACL tear was on your horizon if you were the Madden cover boy.
Yeah, and if I'm Saquon Barkley, I'm sending out the hands clasped together emoji on my Twitter because he had a magical year.
Well, just McCaffrey was just barely on it, and he had he's banged up. I think it's still fairly alive.
All right, so last year's cover, Josh Allen, he's fine. He had a good year. Cover before that, Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady. They're okay. Lamar Jackson was in 21.
Did he make it through okay?
Yeah. So.
Mahomes, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's really suffered a
Lamar Jackson
injury.
The year before.
Lamar Jackson.
Maybe he did make it through that season.
Yeah, through 26 seasons and ran for over 1,000 yards.
Okay.
So the last 4 or 5 have been okay. Oh, outside of Christian McCaffrey, yeah.
What year was Christian on that?
Last year.
Oh. Okay, well, that's a bum one.
Yeah.
Which completely derailed the 49ers.
Correct. So.
And which Saquon Barkley would completely derail the Eagles.
Yeah. This is so good.
Would he not?
Oh, yeah. If he falls apart, yeah, that's no bueno. But, yeah, there was a while there that it wasn't going particularly well. Do you know Antonio Brown was a cover boy?
No, I did not.
Yeah, 2019. Then it went Mahomes.
Who was the cover boy in 2019?
Antonio Brown.
Holy cow. Like the actual AB?
Yeah. And he actually had a good year after when he was when he was on the cover.
He's a loose cannon.
Yeah, just a bit. Then after that, it was Mahomes. He was fine. Lamar Jackson, fine. Patrick Mahomes again with Tom Brady. Then Josh Allen, and then Christian McCaffrey.
So, okay. Well, we're doing all right.
We're doing okay.
I was looking at Saquon Barkley's 2024 numbers last year.
Obscene.
Over 2,000 yards in the regular season. That guy was unstoppable.
That's cover, by the way. Because that play, you will never find another play as good as that play.
The backwards jump.
Yeah, you'll never see it again.
It was weird.
I remember watching that live and just, like,
really
you
weird.
watch enough sports, nothing really surprises you anymore. Like, we've seen enough games where nothing like, oh, I hadn't seen that before. Well, that was one where you're like, nope, never seen that before.
That was really weird. All the rumors right now about Saquon Barkley's offseason is kind of interesting, that he's put on X amount of weight, that he's increased all of his lifts. I guess he's kind of gone freakish offseason. They're saying he's going to be bigger, badder, and better. It's like, okay.
Wow. He just loves to just rub the New York Giants' nose in it, too.
I always wonder how much that has shaped him.
Oh, a lot. Like, I think you get to a point, it's pretty easy to get complacent in life. You know, you got a job, you're with people you know, and then all of a sudden something happens that kind of shakes you a little bit, and you can go one of two ways. You're like, okay, well, I can fall apart. Or you'd be like, I'm going to prove everybody wrong, and I'm going to embarrass all of you. And more often than not, high-level athletes, they come in with that attitude like, like Eric Weddle. When San Diego said, we're not going to pay him anymore, and he goes off to Baltimore, he took it to another level.
He became a problem.
Yeah.
What? So, are we just looking at Philly to repeat? Is that kind of a given?
Well, now that the tush push is still in play, too.
Jalen's not going anywhere.
The
tush push is around.
Yep.
You still have A.J. Brown. You got Saquon Barkley.
You got that offensive line.
You got the crazy offensive line.
Yeah, I think they're going to be just fine. One more. Lloyd, spin it.
100 years ago today.
Well, for all you baseball nerds out there, today is a interesting day because 100 years ago today, a man by the name of Wally Pipp claimed to have had a headache and decided not to play that day for the New York Yankees. And guess who took his place? Lou Gehrig, who then went on to play for 14 consecutive years and never missed a game. And so, hence the legend, don't allow yourself to get Wally Pipped, was born. Because Wally Pipp took one day off and his replacement never gave him his job back. So, for all you kids out there, you need to know the name Wally Pipp. Why? Because one of the greatest baseball players of all time needed just one day, one game for a guy to get replaced. And once he took that day off, but when he's like, oh, you know what? I have a bit of a headache. And a lot of people believe it was a bit of a hangover headache, too.
Ooh,
and
even worse.
Legend says it was a kidney stone.
Yeah. Just needed that one little window of opportunity. And once that window just cracked open a little bit, Lou Gehrig went busting through and became a Hall of Famer. And Wally Pipp is just known as a guy that.
So did he ever move teams, or he just?
I don't know.
Or did he just kind of peter out?
I think he was just known for giving up his spot.
Wow.
I don't think he was known as anything else.
Wow.
So, for all you parents out there, need to give your kid a little motivation. Tell them the story of Wally Pipp. If you're out there and whether you're a sales guy or whether you're whatever job you are, and you got some young and up-and-comer nipping at your heels,
never give him an inch.
Don't give him an inch. Don't get Wally Pipped.
Yeah. He's the original, isn't he?
He's the guy everybody always talks about.
A couple
Wally
after
Pipp.
that, Aaron's.
It says he continued his baseball career, but not as a starter. He never started again.
Oh, my gosh. There's a couple after that. I would say, Alex Smith, I think, is in there.
Yeah.
Was it Kaepernick that took his job?
Kaepernick took his job, and he was off a concussion. Wasn't even his fault.
Yeah.
If you look at, again, not necessarily his fault, but Drew Bledsoe. And that injury against, was it Buffalo? And some guy named Tom Brady comes in for him.
How bad was his injury?
He's like a lacerated kidney or something. It was a bad injury.
Tom never let go of that.
Nope.
Those are the.
And again, these are like
two that really stand out in my mind.
And we're talking about things that like Drew Bledsoe couldn't have toughed out a lacerated kidney.
But what's crazy is we still said that they got Wally Pipped when that happened.
I know, and because it's just like there's certain guys that just once you give them an opportunity, they're not going to give it back.
What year was that?
100 years ago today. Yeah.
Holy moly.
So 1925.
And we're still talking about it.
Yep. All right. We'll wrap things up. Get you ready for JJ and Alex straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Tyrese Halliburton absolutely is having a coming-out party for sure. But is he a traditional great player on a great team? I don't think so.
I'm with you.
And I love Halliburton.
And I wonder if that's just where the NBA is headed, and we're going to have a few of these true superstars, which I think you take on that label because you win a lot over a sustained period of time, and I just wonder if it's not going to be a sustained period of winning for anybody in the NBA.
Because it's basically impossible. Like the Nuggets are finished. The Pacers are not going to be in the finals next year because they're going to lose Miles Turner or they're going to pay him $1 zillion and can't pay anybody else.
Probably, yes.
You know, we talk about windows and things like that. This is the window for the Pacers randomly.
Yeah,
this is it.
I said this is going to be the playoff run that Donovan Mitchell laments for the rest of his career because the window is open. And these other teams are letting it get away.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And when you're talking about summer and air conditioning, you want to make sure you keep that cool air inside your house. What better way to do it than to make sure you have the right windows? And look, Utah's a funky climate, Hans. We have extreme heat. We have extreme cold. You need to go with a company that knows how to produce windows for that Utah climate.
And you also need to go with a company that can help you with payments. And right now they've got no payments or interest for 12 months. You got high-performance rebates, competitive financing options. You got factory direct savings. This is your trusted window company, and it's right here in Salt Lake City. Everything from measuring out your windows to giving you the estimate to building the windows. They build them right here in Salt Lake City. Then to installing, it's all done through one company. That's Advanced Windows.
$2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more, whether it's a full house replacement of windows or just one that you need to get fixed because somebody put a baseball through it. Whatever the case is, Advanced Windows is here to help you. 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we understand the value of a dollar going further, especially right now. So we're offering up to $10,000 off almost any brand new 2025 Mazda. Yes, up to $10,000 off. Or get 1.9% APR on a 2025 Mazda CX-50.
Yes!
You heard right. Get up to $10K off or 1.9%. Make your dollars go farther at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. Financing for up to 36 months OAC. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends soon.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
All right, we're going to wrap up quickly because Austin Ainge in the press conference, we will take it live right here on the Zone. So if you want to hear from the new president of basketball operations, he will be on our airwaves coming up here in just about 5 minutes from right now. But Hans, fun show. Again, we broke down the Austin Ainge conversation, first hour of the show. Also, Tim Lacombe joined us, and great conversation with Eric Weddle as well. Big thanks for Eric joining us today.
Eric was great, and congratulations to him and his nomination. Excited to see how that process plays out. And tomorrow's going to be a big show. We got a big week planned out for you, so make sure you tune in right here to Hans and Scotty.
Let's do it. Hans and Scotty, the Austin Ainge press conference coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Are you in the telecom industry and want to earn more? We are looking to hire telecom technicians and fiber splicers with experience. Those who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirement. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Invest in yourself. Join today. For more information, call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings, but this time we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome on in. It's JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us. We are going to go straight to the Zions Bank Basketball Center, where we are going to hear straight from Ryan Smith and the introductory press conference of Austin Ainge. Here we are right here live right now from Zions Bank Basketball Center.
Is our president of basketball operations. We've had this role open for some time, and we've been very methodical about it. And we're super excited that Austin and his family made the decision to come to Utah. Another bright, brilliant executive that we're bringing to the state and run our basketball program. So we couldn't be more excited. Ashley, myself, our group, in having him run basketball for the Utah Jazz, and specifically not anyone else. So we're excited to have you here. I think before I kick it over to Austin, I'm sure there's probably a lot of questions around organizational structure and design, and what I've learned in business and also in the NBA, that every organization's set up a little different. For us, Austin will be running the program. He's got final recommendation to myself on any decisions that need to be made. I think it's the job of both Justin, Danny, and myself to kind of plug into him. And so hopefully that alleviates quite a few questions of who kind of has the final decision on roster and management and personnel. His resume speaks for himself, for 17 years kind of growing up, either playing hoops, scouting, coaching, and particularly on roster management. I think it couldn't have come at a better time for where we're at as an organization, and we're just thrilled. I'm super excited that he's chosen to come back here after playing in Utah for 4 years, and we're super lucky to have you. So excited to get to work, man.
Thanks. I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Ryan. I wanted to kind of explain why I chose to do this, why I'm so excited about this opportunity. First thing is people. Ryan and Ashley, their passion, their leadership, their energy, their drive, they really, really want to do this right. And I couldn't think of better people to partner with. So, and then the management of the team and the coaching staff of the team. I used to share a wall with Will in Boston. We've known each other for a number of years and talked a lot of basketball. I'm a big believer in Will. Justin, I've known since 2009. Very excited to work with him and lean on him and learn from him. My father and I worked together for 14 years and had a lot of fun and a lot of success. I'd love to try to duplicate
I take that success right now.
Yeah. And there's a whole great group of management people here. Some of them are right here with us. A lot of people I've known since they were 19, Avery Bradley and others. Anyway, there are a lot of great people. The next thing is the state, and specifically the fans. The passion here, it's not common. It's not everywhere in this NBA. And that passion is so infectious, and it pushes a team, it pushes a franchise, it holds us accountable. It puts pressure, good pressure, to succeed, and that was a huge draw for me. And then lastly, the situation of the team. We have a ton of optionality, a lot of future picks, a lot of things we can do. It's going to take a lot of work, but I can't wait to get started.
We have 2 microphones. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand, and then also please announce your name and outlet so Austin can get to know you.
Ryan Miller, KSL.com. Austin, you're coming in the middle of a rebuild. Kind of how do you approach that on how they've done things in the past and versus how you want to do things in the future?
Well, I'm learning a little bit how they did things in the past, but and I'll just try to add what I can. But it's really there's a lot of ways you can execute it, but mostly it's just making a lot of good decisions over and over and over, right? 2 ways: second-round picks, first-round picks, trades, free agency. It's just making good decisions, stacking up good players, so you have more to work with. That's really the job. And so whether you're in the middle, the beginning, or the end of building a team, that's what you're doing every day, trying to make good decisions. And so that's what we'll try to do.
Dana Green with ABC4. Ryan just said you're going to have final say in personnel decisions, but how will you consult Justin and your father about making those decisions? And then maybe just discuss the dynamic you have with Danny and how you've worked together and what that dynamic is like.
Yeah, I mean, I plan on including DA Justin Will and lots of people here, everyone. Like this is a team sport, both downstairs and upstairs, right? This is a team thing. Ryan will be super involved in everything, of course. We're going to have millions of conversations and argue and fight and research and work and watch and then get in a room and figure it out. And that's really how it works in all these organizations. And I mean, specifically with my father, we've been doing this since I, a kid, even, working together or separate teams, or before either of us were working with teams, talking about players, talking about ball. That's life, that's fun.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Do you have, Austin, like an approach to how to build teams in the NBA of what you think is winning right now, where the league is headed, and how attainable that is?
Well, I can't tell you all the secrets. No, I mean, I really believe that it is kind of a boring answer, but I really believe it's just stacking good decisions, one on top of the other. And, a lot of times people see the big trade or the, big move, that big free agent signing or something as the end, but really that requires lots of diligent management to build up to that point, right? And so it's just about stacking good decisions together, and that's what we're going to try to do.
Ryan Miller, KSL.com. What was the process like of getting this job? When did you first contact each other? Kind of just take us through that whole thing.
Brian, do you want to do that one? Or do you want me to do it?
We can both do it. Why don't you start?
I got a text from Ryan. It said, "Hey, call me," or "Hey, I got a question. Can you call me?" And actually, I was in a meeting with new Celtics ownership for 2 hours, planning their entire offseason. And I got a text, so I couldn't respond for a while. When I got out, I called him. It was kind of an interesting conversation. I'll maybe let you take it from there.
Yeah, I think for me, it's something that we had always thought about within the organization with this role. When Danny came in, he was very clear that he did not want to be the president of basketball operations, and that's the role that he had. He wanted to be able to choose his spots at this phase of his career, but still had a lot to offer and value. And Danny can play business with us till he's 85, and Michelle doesn't want him in the house anymore, whatever it is. And when you have a Hall of Famer that's around, whether it's last week watching him post up Cody Williams down there, or whatever it is where he wants to go, I've always kind of wanted to get him in that role. And I would say that over the last 2 years, I think Justin and Danny have operated probably about as lean as any team in the organization and in the NBA, just with their roles and how they did it. So it'd been something that had been on my mind, but really it came to a conversation with me and Ashley and some of the folks in our group, and said, who would you go get? What would you do? And I kept coming back to Austin. The challenge is I had no clue how Austin felt. And, they've been in a pretty epic championship window. It's clear where his role was and what he meant to that organization. It was also very clear that not only at the beginning of last year, but this summer, his name was starting to float around in a lot of these other opportunities to run teams. And, kind of had a pit in my stomach last year when I saw that, because I always had this in the back of my head. He really needed to know that I felt that way. And I don't think that he'd ever known that. So I called him and told him how I felt and how I saw this. And he called me back after that meeting and said, "I can't get this out of my head. Was this something that you would think about now?" I was like, "Whenever you're ready." And called me back the next morning and said he was.
I kind of said, if we're going to do this, now is that I want to be a part of. These are big decisions coming up, and if this is something we want to talk about, it now feels like the right time.
So the biggest challenge for me was I had to call Danny, who was not in town. Said, "I hired your son," and Danny and I had built a lot of trust over the last 15 years, and I didn't know at that point whether I had completely lost all trust or he was going to say that was the right move. But here we are, and so I couldn't be more excited. And then just knowing Jay-Z and how much of a team player and how great their skill sets complement each other. I think from the outside, oftentimes in the NBA, you see that, oh, someone made that trade or someone did this. I've never been part of a decision in the league where it's not a group and a team effort, just like we're trying to build on the court. And so I'm really excited. We got better. The Jazz got better with this move, and I'm really excited for it going forward. So that's kind of how it happened. Fortunately, Austin felt as good about our situation as I felt about him, and things happen quick. And so I also would be remiss if I didn't thank Brad Stevens and the Celtics, because when I called Brad, just the way he handled it, knowing that was probably not an easy call for him to receive, given where they're at and what Austin meant to that organization. He was also so excited and saying that it was the best part of his job that he gets to see this, and that it was a super smart move, and he hopes that Austin still feels as strongly about the trades with Utah as he did from this side. So
he tried to negotiate with me on immediately. It was great. It was great. It was great. As DA did when he left and came here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. You mentioned big decisions coming up. Like in the next 3 weeks, you've got a top 5 pick, and you can start negotiating extensions for some of the players. Is 3 weeks enough time to have intimate knowledge of what is going on there? So, the Celtics are picking 28th or whatever it is.
Correct. Yeah.
How familiar are you with the 5th pick and then the players already on this roster?
Yeah. I mean, luckily, I've always believed, and we've always done it, where you evaluate everyone. The whole draft. It is, you never know what trades come in on the clock, and so I've definitely spent a lot of time. I interviewed most of these young players at the combine already. I've put in the time all year on these guys, so I feel prepared. But certainly we'll crunch, and I can't wait to learn from all the great people in the Jazz organization and get their input and think through it. Big decisions. There'll be trade conversations, all these things. It's a very active time of year, so we got a lot to prepare for.
David Locke, Jazz Radio. Seems as though this season may have been the first time where the new collective bargaining agreement really began to put a stamp on the league and roster building. What did you learn from watching how the first season of this new collective bargaining agreement had an impact on how you roster build now?
Yeah, that's a great question, David. It's subtle differences. It's still talent and teamwork and all the same things. I think some extensions and other contracts will be negotiated a little stronger. Bird rights used to matter a little bit more, to get a little bit into the weeds on this stuff, but I think it's a firmer cap, right? And so every dollar matters a little more. We used to care a lot about expiring contracts. We used to care a lot about holding on to players for potential trades, and really now the trades are easier, and it's more about the space and the room under the aprons. So that's the short answer.
Dana Green, ABC4. Austin, what is your perception of this current Jazz team, and how far away are they from becoming a legit playoff contender?
It's a great question. It'll just depend on how these guys develop and what other moves we make, right? It's a hard thing to predict. I think it's fair to say we got a lot of work to do.
Hi, Austin. Lauren Green, sideline reporter here at the Utah Jazz. It's nice to meet you. You mentioned the situation of the team, a ton of optionality as well in the upcoming years. What excites you about that and just being in that battle with the different people who are in this room and just in this organization?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of moves, right? When you have a treasure trove of assets, there's a lot of things you can do. And we have young players we're excited about and see how they develop. There's a lot of different ways to go, hopefully up.
Sean O'Connell, ESPN 700. As someone correctly stated, seems like a team in a rebuild, and some things were done this past season to potentially manipulate where the team would end up in the draft lottery odds, and unfortunately some of that is dependent on luck, and the team got a little bit unlucky. So do you have a philosophy? What is your philosophy on, for lack of a better term, to be indelicate tanking or manipulating minutes and player performance in order to achieve better lottery odds?
We won't see that this year.
JP.
JP Chunga, UtahJazz.com. Ryan, when you look at the front office additions, Austin mentioned Avery Bradley, bringing in Danny. How have you seen the front office and the executive part add to the pool of talent that you already inherited with ownership?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime, and just like they're going to go through in Boston, anytime you kind of come in, you're starting over a little bit because you kind of sit down. It's actually a weird experience when you come in for the first time and take over because you really didn't choose anyone that's there. And, fortunately for us, I mean, Jay-Z and a couple of the other folks were just true team players, and they came in and said, hey, Jay-Z was a little bit of a mentor to me as we came in and was like, hey, I got you. Like, this is going to be crazy. We're not going to do anything rash. I mean, there's a lot of school of thoughts here. And then, when Danny was able to come in, it was just another step in that process. And this is a really big step because ultimately, this is Austin's show and we're all part of it. And, we're truly working as a team. But if I look at Will and his contract extension, I look at where Austin's coming in, continuity is really, really important to me. And I think the one thing that Jazz fans can take away from this is we're sitting in a really good spot up top. We've got to go match that on the court.
Austin, Jeff right here, Fox 13. With your connections to Utah, having played at BYU, is this a dream job for you? And what was that first conversation with your father after you accepted the position?
This is a dream. I mean, I've worked for a lot of years to have the opportunity to lead a team, right? This is was the next evolution for me in my career. And we always, in the basketball business, we always say ownership is the most important advantage. And so be able to do this in Utah with Ryan and Ashley is very much a dream. DA and I have talked, multiple times a week forever. And he just, I can't remember, said something like, this is awesome. It's going to be so fun.
Kevin Reynolds, Salt Lake Tribune. This one's for Ryan. With how the draft lottery played out, does that change your approach to the rebuild and change your thinking on the rebuild at all, or are you guys going to stick the course?
I think Austin kind of answered that. I mean, I think, we've got smart people around the table, and they'll look at all the optionality that's in front of us. But, we're going to get a great player if we draft at 5. So I think that's kind of missed in all this, as disappointed as everyone was not to get the number 1 pick. I think, maybe something that isn't talked about enough is the talent that's in this draft, and we'll be prepared.
If you look at the playoffs and look at all the best players in the NBA and how many of them went number 1, it's better to have number 1. But there's a lot of other stars that came from all over the draft, and certainly the Jazz have a long history of second rounders that have become all-stars, and so it's not the only way to do it.
James Peterson, ESPN 700. There's a perception, Austin, that there's certain ways you can't build a team in Utah, which I'm sure you're aware of that perception. You obviously had a lot of success building it the way you did in Boston, you and your team there. That said, how much of how you went about roster construction there do you feel like you can duplicate here in Utah?
I think it's the same, honestly. I think this is a great place, and I think you build it the right way. Like I said, stacking good decisions over and over and over. And players want hope. They want to win. They want great culture. They want great coaching. They want great teammates. So that's what we have to give them.
Dana Green, ABC4. For Ryan, can you define Justin Zanik's role with the organization now after this?
Yeah, Justin's the GM of the organization. His role hasn't changed at all. And, I actually think that if you think about the skill set that Austin has and, Jay-Z's skill set, they actually work really well. I mean, Austin came up from player coach, heavily into scouting and talent evaluation and roster construction. I think Jay-Z came up as an attorney or lawyer into talent, much more managing players on that side, and has kind of come over to this side together. And if you look at where they meet up, and then you combine that with DA, who hopefully can pick his spots a little bit more, and have a little bit more depth there, as well as the demands on the league. I mean, we're supposed to be everywhere at once. I mean, we're supposed to be here watching our team while also tournaments are going on in the Big East and the Big 12, plus, overseas. I mean, I was just talking to Austin today about all the trips that he spent all over Europe, all over Australia, and we're all supposed to be everywhere. And so I think that, as I mentioned earlier, we got a lot better. I think the one commonality that you have between everyone is there's truly a good vibe and teamwork, and I think Will's a big piece of that, as well as the other parts of our organization, which is what I'm excited about.
Questions? Thank you both.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
And there you go, the very first introductory press conference. Austin Ainge, the newest president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz, got to sit down with him. Ryan Smith introduced him. I don't know if we can't see it, but it didn't sound like that Danny was there at that press conference.
Probably by design.
Probably by design. Thoughts right off the bat, though. One thing that, first of all, we had a conversation about how old we feel because Austin Ainge and I were in classes together at BYU. And it's been forever since he's even been back here in the city. He's been 17 years at the
I covered him as a player at BYU.
It's crazy.
He was on that 2006 team that made the NCAA tournament. They were really good. And to see where he's come along the way, and now you realize, well, it's been almost 2 decades that he's been working in the NBA
and working for one of the best franchises. Obviously, when you talk about blueprints on being able to build, tear down, build again, that's what the aim is, right? And so, obviously, there are people who will get stuck on the hey. What'd your dad say when you got hired? And hey, that's cool. Your dad works for the Jazz.
Well, lucky you, your dad got you a nice job, didn't he?
Yeah, and I know that that's something that they're gonna have to fight against all the time, and they have to try to convince kind of the fans at large, right? I mean, that's one of the jobs. They have to convince everyone, hey, no, this is a legitimate way that we are. I mean, this isn't just a hey, we feel like this is great if we can just hire a bunch of people in the Ainge family. These are people who have had success across a couple of decades in the NBA at the highest levels, in the biggest markets. Why not bring that type of experience here to the state of Utah? And obviously, you land Danny Ainge, you work through. I think that the question at the very end about so what is it exactly that Justin Zanik's role is going to be, because of all the personnel decisions are going to be finalized by Austin Ainge now. That was said during the press conference. So what is the role then for Justin Zanik? Is it in support of that? Is it getting him all the information he can get and making those decisions? Generally, we look at the GM as being the one who is kind of the end all on giving the final stamp of approval. Sometimes you have owners who will want to have that type of a stamp on it. That's not Ryan Smith's and Ashley Smith's deal. They let their guys do their thing. But what do you think the biggest impact of bringing Austin Ainge in today to the organization is, and how big of a win is it?
Well, he mentioned that they are a little bit short-staffed. You look around the NBA and they have larger front offices than the Utah Jazz did, and so there was a need for this role. And that's why he says that Justin Zanik's role doesn't change, because Justin Zanik will continue in the role that he's been in. Previously, it was Danny Ainge that had final say in a lot of that, and I think that it sounds like Austin's going to take over a lot of those.
Right.
Not to say that Danny's not going to be involved in some of that and obviously be a consultant in all of that, but that now it's going to be Austin Ainge saying yay or nay on a trade, right? Before, Justin Zanik would do a lot of the lead work. He was the relationship guy. He would talk to other GMs around the league. As he mentioned, he's a former player agent, so he understands players and knows players really well. So there's everybody in this situation that has different strengths. And so Austin's going to bring his. So what is that strength? Well, I think it's natural, as we've related, and it's the elephant in the room, is that he's got to prove that I'm not here just because I'm Danny's son.
Right.
I'm here because I am very qualified. I have done the work. I have worked for many, many years. He started in 2008 as a scout for the Boston Celtics. Now you can say, well, how did he get that job? Duh. Well, you know what? If he wasn't good at it, he wouldn't have been able to last.
Right.
And so he did take that opportunity that he had,
and he's made the most of it. He was also a G League coach. He was a head coach in the G League for a couple years. So he's been in this league as a scout. He's been in this in the NBA as a head coach at the G League level. And then he's worked as an executive with the Boston Celtics. He's the assistant general manager, even beyond when Danny left there. And you look at their current roster, a team that won the NBA championship last year, and Austin Ainge played a significant role in helping build that roster. So you look at the situation, and you're bringing in somebody who now has almost 2 decades of experience in the NBA in a role as a scout, a coach, and an executive. He knows how to evaluate talent. He understands the business of it. You just heard him explaining all of those things there. He's very well versed in what the business is in the NBA and how to get stuff done, what needs to be done, how do things work with the collective bargaining agreement and the second apron and all those kind of things you talk about. He understands all that like the back of his hand, and they're bringing in somebody that now can do that. And there is something to say about the experience that he's had, and it extends beyond that, because when you've grown up around so many people in the NBA and spent your entire lifetime, not just the last 17, you learn things and you see things, and you're around some of the biggest names and some of the most accomplished people in the NBA and in professional basketball, and he brings all of that as well. So it feels like a good fit, and obviously the relationship there with Ryan Smith that goes way back. Will Hardy, there's already a relationship there.
Sure.
From Will Hardy's year with the Celtics and a team that made a run to the finals. So it feels like a match. And he comes in at a very, very important time in this franchise's history. And he's going to play a big role in whatever this rebuild is and whatever comes next for the Utah Jazz. And now he has a chance to establish his legacy in the league as a front office executive.
Well, interesting, be able to hear all those questions. It's also interesting because it's another – I said this to you very frankly during the middle of the press conference. It was like these are tough moves, because I think for the average person, until you add personnel who are putting the ball on the court and shooting, when you make a move like this, you could tell me what their title is. President of basketball operations, great. General manager, assistant CEO of basketball. I mean, we have all these different titles and things, and sometimes it's really hard to see what that translates into from a fan perspective. Oh, hiring Austin Ainge, okay. Does that move the Utah Jazz to within a year of getting better in this rebuild situation? And the answer is we'll see, right? But the real answer is hard to tell. Probably not. Maybe not. Got to wait and see. Let's see how this thing goes on. And from the fans' perspective, I'm sure people are like, oh, so Danny Ainge, Austin Ainge, Justin Zanuck. Okay, all right, interesting. So Ryan Smith has got his guys now, right? I mean, these are people.
And now it's time to see results.
You better start figuring it out. And they said they're doing this. They're doing the evaluation stuff that he talked about. Even, I mean, we're going to start getting into these conversations about trade prospects going into the draft. He said the word trade. Not because it's something that they're going to do, but it's something that you have to be aware of, and you have to look at every angle if you're going to be smart about this.
He answered abruptly, too. They're not tanking. Tank next year.
Yeah.
He was very short on that answer. We talked about it. We were off air there during the press conference, and I brought it up. It's like, what are the biggest stories that have happened to Utah Jazz over the last 3 or 4 years since the Donovan Mitchell-Rudy Gobert trade?
Right.
Which obviously those were massive deals. Start thinking of what is it? What's been interesting? What's the big splash thing that's happened? What's the memorable thing?
Yeah.
There's nothing, and that's a problem.
Yep.
Is this organization needs to start having impact.
Some
it
buzz.
needs to start seeing some progress in moving forward towards getting better again.
Mm-hmm.
And that starts with this hire. It better start with this hire, or people are going to be turning on this real quick. You can only have so much patience.
Well, from one live press conference to another, where we're making announcements all day today. You got the Utah Jazz with the new president of basketball operations in Austin Ainge. Right now we're at the warehouse here in Salt Lake City, a building that we know very well, number one. But number two, we haven't been in the last little while. Tom Curl, of course, has been nursing himself back to health, and he's been kind of living between Utah and Arizona, and we've been chatting with Tom during that whole time, and he still rolls out deals. Even if he's not in town, he tells you all the deals that are going on right here in Salt Lake City. Clayton Curl, his son, is sitting right next to us on this beautiful couch in the no, this is a sectional. See, I It's not a couch. It's not a love seat. It's not a sofa.
It's all good.
You've taught me well over the years, so I should correct myself. Clayton, first of all, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you guys. Happy to be here.
Yeah. So you said we got an announcement to make. I said, okay, I'm not gonna try to do anything myself. I'm not gonna try to find out and I want to be as excited as anybody else about some new goings on here with the warehouse. Tell me what's going on.
Let's go. I'm not gonna drop a boom. I'm gonna drop a bomb.
Okay.
So kind of like you said, my dad, for those, we have a wonderful relationship with our listeners on the radio. I even got emotional once when I told you guys, before I even was able to tell family members or friends that my dad was in a coma, it was like, we're doing a live.
Yeah.
And I told the radio, I told the air,
Yeah.
my dad was in a coma in 2021.
That's a tough deal.
It was tough, but we've felt so much support through that, and I'm here with the bearing of wild news, crazy news, of the obvious. My dad's never coming back.
He's not coming. He's not going to come back here He's not going
he's-
to do the day-to-day operations of the warehouse anymore.
He's a grandpa.
Mm-hmm.
He got a double lung transplant and 2 open heart double bypass surgery.
Okay.
He needs to focus on being alive and being a grandpa, which means I'm here.
Hey.
I'm nepoed in.
You're the Austin Ainge.
Speaking of Austin Ainge.
You're the Austin Ainge of the warehouse.
Let's go. Call me Neppy.
I love it. Well,
so I'm
it's not
taking
like
over.
Congratulations.
Like Austin Ainge, you have many years of
I was going to say
furniture experience.
Unfortunately.
I was going to say there's been a lot of years of sitting down.
You've earned this. You've been grinding over the years.
The decades of sitting down with this radio show. This isn't the first time we've ever chatted with you, so it's not like it's okay, so this is a new thing for us. It's not new.
I always joke with people. It started with Grandpa. For those that know, Grandpa was Road Redwood,
yes.
the massive store on 5300 in Redwood Road in Taylorsville. Rest in peace, Grandpa. But it started with when I was 12. Hey, buddy, want to come sell hot dogs? And then before you know it, you're on a truck doing a delivery to Wyoming with no payment.
That's how they get you.
Oh,
that's how they get you.
So I have a lot
of
of
internship.
It is. It's called builds character.
Yeah. It's a family.
So I have obviously have a lot of experience. I come from more of like doing the deliveries, the inventory. So if you can look around, since I've taken over 3 days ago, I've stacked it deep, and we're gonna sell it cheap.
Okay.
So let's cut to the point.
Let's do it. I'm
Cut to the
seeing
chase.
I'm seeing some pretty nice mattresses. When you say stacking them deep, like there's not any more room up to the ceiling on this side or on this side here.
Literally.
So let's go. Let's do it.
So I'm gonna do something we've never done. And I know my dad, we are the bread and butter. We are Utah's #1 adjustable base and mattress seller. And that's just not me. That's just not saying that. For the people we buy, that's the real hard
those are the numbers,
facts. Okay? I'm going to do something my dad has never done, and that's a BOGO. Buy one, get one.
I've known your dad for a long time. I don't think we've ever done a BOGO.
He's never done a BOGO. And now I don't have to ask my dad. My mom, she's really in charge.
Yeah, and Annette will also
I don't have to ask
We know who
anyone
the
in
boss
charge.
is.
Of
Right.
course. We know that. I'm going to do an M Lily, which is our top-of-the-line hybrid mattress. Mattress normally retails at $3,000.
Okay.
Our bases are normally – there's a store right around the corner, our competition, going out of business.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing bases alone, $1,299.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is our top-of-the-line M Lily hybrid mattress, I'm doing you buy one mattress on the Split King, I'm giving you the other one for free.
Nice.
Bases included. Regular $7,000 value, $1,599.
Wow.
Boom.
Buy
I got
one,
it right
get
there.
one.
What does it say? 50% off.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got them stacked to the ceiling. Come in, sit on it, lay on it, test it out. We've talked about this forever, and I've been the one always on the radio that says mattresses are like tires and shoes. Okay, they wear out.
Mm-hmm.
Throw out the old. It's time to upgrade. If you just want to upgrade mattresses, you already have a base. Come get this hybrid. Buy one, get one. If you already, have the mattress of your dreams and you thought about maybe getting a base only on this deal, I'm going $999. Let's say, like I said, you already have the bases, you just want the mattress, I'm $899.
Okay.
Which is crazy.
It is bonkers. We've got all day to be able to let people understand how crazy these deals are. We're going to keep doing this. We're going to keep rolling. That's just the start.
This is the Tom Crow retirement sale. I'm liquidating
love it.
everything. I hate stacking stuff, so come in. Let's get it out here. Let's make a deal.
Look, if you've got BOGO, then guess what you're able to do? See the stacks that are right there? You take one off of there and buy it. That means two are coming off the stack. He's motivated to get the stack lowered too.
Exactly.
So let's get it going. Clayton Curl, Congrats, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm nervous. To be completely honest with you guys, I'm nervous.
Well, you're not Austin Ainge, and so the pressure's off in that sense. You've got a lot better situation.
I don't have the $1 million contract either. You know what I'm saying?
It can be. It can be. It can be. All right. Clayton, thank you so much. We're going to chat with Clayton all day today here at the warehouse. 1825 South 300 West. If you want to come see where it is, we're just east of Costco here in Salt Lake on 3rd West, or north of Sam's Club by a couple of blocks. Easy to find. You'll see it out here. There's construction going on in the building next to us right here. You don't even need to walk in there. It says it's open during construction. Bag it. Just walk right in here to the warehouse.
Correct.
Get the best deals. You can get better deals on the same brand over in that building right here in this building. So take advantage of it. Let's get it going. 1825 South 300 West. We'll come back. We've got more to go. This portion of the program brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. They bring you the cut every day, and we just jumped right in with the press conference, and then we went to another press conference that was the warehouse press conference. So full of breaking news today. We'll see you right here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From 53rd South and Murray into Sandy, I-15 southbound is running below the speed limit. Nothing unusual for regular commuters there. No other major slowdowns on the freeways across the valley, at least for now. UTA is road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
The Jazz have added to their front office Austin Ainge, president of basketball operations.
Double A coming home. I covered Austin. I was beat writer for the Watchdog at the time, and he has an excellent mind. He used to discuss stuff with me that it was obvious to me he's going to be in basketball at some point. Austin has trained for this for many, many years. Of that, I'm assured. Obviously, he's got the same last name, but beyond that, I can speak to he's got an excellent mind for the game, which I think is important these days. You have to present a message, and it has to be presented in a manner that reflects well on your entire franchise and your organization, and I think he'll do that. And I like they did it now because he's got basically a whole month to get on board with what the line of thinking is going forward here.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This 4th of July, celebrate red, white, and wow at Monster Jam World Finals, the biggest family event of the year. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. And the biggest festival-style pit party of the year, all included with your ticket. Monster Jam World Finals. First time in Salt Lake City, July 4th and 5th. Rice-Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission and BKD Tires.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to utahsummergames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
The Utah RV Palooza is ready for another round of RV savings. But this time, we're hooking you up, South Salt Lake County. June 5th through the 7th, we're bringing our packed inventory of new and used RVs to you on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. Shop all the best RV brands fit for any budget and all at show pricing. You'll find payments starting under $139 per month on approved credit on select new RVs and clearance pricing on all remaining new 2024s while they last. You'll also get 90 days of all play and no pay OAC. Start shopping the best deals now at UtahRVPalooza.com. And it's the only show featuring the full lineup from Wayfinder RV, available exclusively through Bish's. Plus, every RV purchase receives a free 1-year RV Fix membership, your fast track to RV service repairs. All this plus free admission to the Utah RV Palooza, June 5th through the 7th on Harriman Main Street, just south of Winco. See you in Harriman.
Based on approved credit, 20% down, 8.99% APR for 180 months. Stock number 89922. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details. Deal number 822B426B.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Discover the art of adventure in Cedar City, the gateway to parks and plays, starting with the Utah Shakespeare Festival or Perro and Gap petroglyphs. Next, head up to High Elevation Recreation that ends with unique shops and savory bites. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Quite a day. Austin Ainge announces the president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. JJ, you're looking at his old BYU photo up there. That's the guy who I sat by in some classes at BYU right there, the young-faced Austin Ainge. And he was announced today. Introductory press conference was just about 30 minutes ago. And you can listen to that. Just go and listen to just go download the podcast, listen into the first segment of the show, and then you've got it right there. But, yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, the reality is, JJ, this team is they've got a lot of work, obviously. There's not just a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of years to have to figure some things out. And, unfortunately, in this job, there's a lot of luck that needs to be involved, too. We want to give so much credit to Sam Presti. Now, you got to put yourself in the position, but you never really know how these high-level recruits, how these big-time, draft picks are going to work out for you. You don't know which people are going to be bust versus – I mean, look, these guys are paid lots and lots and lots of money to grade these guys, scout them. And that's one of the strengths that Austin Ainge has is that he's been – that's how you get to this spot, by the way. This is not a business position. This is a personnel position within the organization, and that is to say, hey, look, we have got to get the right personnel in the building. We've got to figure this thing out. We've got to find exactly where it is that we want to put ourselves, and you got to drive that boat. You got to drive that ship. You got to figure it out, and it's an interesting one. He's going to have a lot of stuff on his plate immediately to have to deal with. But I thought one thing that stood out to me in the press conference, I took a couple notes, and one of them was when he said, hey, when they gave me the call, and he was in a meeting with the new ownership of the Boston Celtics.
Planning their offseason.
Who just bought, who just bought the team for $6.4 billion or whatever it was. And then he gets back to him, and he's like, hey, I got a question for you. Just call me back. The question was, do you want to come work here, right? And he says, if we're going to do this, we need to make these decisions, they're coming up. Don't hire me in October and then let's get the season going. Hire me now and let's start making these decisions because these next few weeks are critical. And that's the way he looked at it. These are critical for having some of that success in the future. And I was impressed by that. And it's a guy who knows what he's doing. I have the temptation to kind of look at it sideways and go, yeah, but – but what Ainges when has Danny Ainge been short on the intelligence side of the game? He's known for this, and guess what? No better way than to learn than to be under kind of what your dad was doing. And it's hard, it's awkward to bring up all the time because Austin wants to keep saying, no, I have my own career, and he does. But I think all of us recognize, too, if you get Danny Ainge's kid in here and he makes a lot of decisions that Danny Ainge has been making and has a lot of the attitudes that Danny Ainge has had, I think the Jazz will be in a good spot.
I think so, too. And one of the tells that I was paying attention to today, because I really wanted to see what the reaction was from Boston Nation, Celtics Nation. Were they going to be happy about this? Like, oh, good. Like,
indifferent.
What is he doing here?
Right.
Like,
Or what? Or
good
who
riddance.
cares? Right.
Or what is he?
Didn't even know
we
he
don't
was
need
there
him anyway.
Right.
Oh, it was quite the opposite.
What was it?
There was a lot of, oh, wow, this is a big loss for the Celtics. He played a big role in helping assemble the roster that they currently have. Remember, Danny left Boston 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't been involved. Brad Stevens runs the day-to-day operations of the Boston Celtics, and it says a lot that Brad could have sent Danny's son packing a long time ago if he didn't have value.
Sure.
Instead, he made him the assistant general manager.
Yeah.
And so they have recognized his value when it comes to personnel. He helped them hire coaches. Joe Mazzulla right now, he played a role in that hire, right? So he's played a big role in a lot of the things that they did. And remember, the goal here is to win a championship. Guess who has a ring? Austin Ainge as an executive. He helped build that roster that won an NBA championship last year. And if it weren't for Jason Tatum having an injury, maybe they'd be right there again right now. We don't know. So he has earned the place where he's at in the NBA today. And while you might cite the fact that it's easier because of who his dad is, you can also make a case that it's harder because of who his dad is.
Yeah, because we all look at it.
It's never going to be good enough because you're always going to say, oh, he only has a job because of his dad. So when he's successful, you're not going to recognize his success because, oh, it's just because of his dad.
Yeah.
And then when he's bad, you're going to pound. You're going to pounce even more. Because you want to prove that it was because of his dad.
What's funny, too, is
it's a tough situation.
And the Jazz know all this.
But he's overcame that.
The Jazz know all this, and they go, it is so much more worth it to get the result of what we think we're going to get from that than to have to deal with the slight fallout of people going, isn't that his kid? Like just
which
the
is
average
what
person.
they had, what
Of
he
course.
did in Boston.
Right.
And he did it without Danny. He won a title there, and he was a part of that without his dad there.
Yeah.
And so he's grown up now.
Mm-hmm.
He's spent 17 years in this business, full time, in different capacities. And so, look, he's going to have to prove himself as a president of basketball operations. This is a bigger role. This is a more important role than the one he currently has or has had with the Boston Celtics. So he's got a lot to prove. I'm not going to sit here and carry water and say he's going to be great, this and that. I have no idea. He's going to have to go prove that.
Yeah.
But you can't knock his record. I went through it. I was you noted during the break. I was going back and I was looking back at everything. This dude knows ball.
Yeah.
And he's been around a lot of big
He's been
decision
doing it for a long
makers,
time,
and he's
yeah.
rubbed shoulders with the best of the best. And his track record speaks for itself. And this might be exactly what the Jazz need, is somebody with his dad's basketball savvy, intellect, knowledge, experience, combined with someone who's young with a fire that wants to prove that they belong, wants to prove that they can do this job and win a championship somewhere outside of Boston and here in Utah. And that would be a remarkable accomplishment for him, and that could be his legacy as a basketball executive.
Well, now we're going to be really watching that draft on, in 3 weeks from now? The
It's
draft
coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking the third week of June.
3 weeks from Wednesday.
So when we're watching that draft and Austin Ainge is going to be able to have his fingerprints all over that thing, that's going to be the first round of judgment, right? That's when we're going to all look at it and go, oh, that was a stupid move. Or, obviously you won't actually be able to know until you see these players and what they get in. But, you know how fans are.
Pick for this franchise.
Yeah, that number 5
this
pick
is one of the highest picks in franchise history.
And
they got to get it right.
And Ryan Smith even said it too. He goes, I think, lost in all this because we're so disappointed because the team didn't get the number 1 overall pick or the number 2. Everybody looked around and went, oh, but you still have the 5th pick overall, and you're going to get a quality player wherever that is. So obviously we'll have our eyes on that, and we will be watching intently to see how Austin Ainge makes his first moves as the president of basketball operations for this Utah Jazz team. Okay, we'll take a break. When we come back, we've got a couple things going on. By the way, the finals are set in the NBA. When do those start up? Thursday? Thursday finals for the NBA, Wednesday finals for the Stanley Cup. And so I'm like really mad that I have to wait tonight and tomorrow night and not actually. I've been 4 days without, or 3 days without any finals.
Felt like we've had
conference finals or something. Come
NBA
on.
playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs every night, and all of a sudden, boom, we go without it for how many days?
Yeah,
We're starving.
Yeah,
Feed us.
so it's gonna be interesting. We'll have all that rolling out, of course, this week, and we'll be chatting with Ben Anderson. By the way, in the 5 o'clock hour, you heard a couple of Ben's questions in there. He's typing up on KSLSports.com right now an article, feverishly typing it up. You can read that. And then Ben's going to join us at the 5 o'clock hour. And we'll talk about that and all the teams who are still left, of course, in the NBA Finals. This upstart Pacers team and, of course, the very, very massive favorite who are the Oklahoma City Thunder going into this one on Thursday. We'll take the break. We'll come back. More to go from the warehouse. 1825 South, 300 West right here in Salt Lake City. We'll chat with Clayton as well. Stay here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations.
Obviously, the job is to win. That's the most important thing, and that's what Austin Ainge is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now. The nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. When your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team.
But I think people complaining about that are being naive. Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
There's at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products have been making beautiful homes and making beautiful windows for your home for now decades. Almost 40 years of experience. And not just that, JJ, we've talked about this a lot. There's a few things you want to look for when you start shopping around for windows. The quality obviously is number one. Can you get all those rebates back from the government? The most rebates you can get back means that they are the top quality window, and that's what you get with Advanced Window Products. But here's the benefit. This is a Utah company that has a lifetime guarantee that warranties it right here in the city of Utah. They are the factory. A salesman doesn't come down there from a third party and roll in and do it. This you're going to talk with an Advanced Window Products salesperson. The factory is right there. We've seen how the process goes, and they take care to make sure that you're not just getting the best quality, but the best price as well.
Look, your home is a massive and important investment. So are your windows. So if you're going to get new windows on a property or you need to replace old ones, you need to get it right. And Advanced Window Products will make sure that you get it right. You will not be disappointed with the quality of this product. You also won't be disappointed with the price. Go ahead and shop around. You won't find the combination of quality and great price anywhere else. And you're going to be buying from a Utah company. That's so important because they're right here. If there's any problem with your windows, they can fix it. You can get them directly on the phone immediately. They will help you. And those windows come with a warranty. There's so many great things about Advanced Window Products and what they do. Go see it for yourself. If you need windows, give them a call. You can get $2,500 off 10 windows or more right now if you give them a call at 801-850-9100. You don't have to replace them right now. You can do it in November. But if you call right now, you get that price locked in. You get on their books. You'll be ready to go. You're going to at least get that estimate, right? So let's go. Go to advancedwindows.com right now and learn more or give them a call, 801-850-9100. Advanced Window Products.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit WattSmart.com today and start saving.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. We are here at the warehouse in Salt Lake City, 1825 South, 300 West. We're going to be chatting with Clayton, who now is the operator of the warehouse. That's just in a couple of minutes here. This is not new to him, just like Austin Ainge. Basketball is not new to him. Danny Ainge is a name in basketball. Austin has had to follow in his footsteps. He's now the president of basketball operations. And Tom has now passed the reins, the president of operations of warehouse operations here at the warehouse. So we'll chat with Clayton in just a minute here. In the meantime, guess what we have? A couple things going on. Number one, it's our Weekend Warrior. You know about this, JJ.
I do.
People who won the weekend here for us, all brought to you by the good folks at Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on your furnace or air conditioning. $59. Give them a call right now. Get on the schedule. GilletteHVAC.com. That's GilletteHVAC.com. Hey, we've got some sound here. I've told you this is one of my favorite times of year. I enjoy watching the baseball, the softball, any of these collegiate levels of the College World Series when it comes to the softball World Series, the baseball side of things. Texas was your number 2 team in the entire land, number 2 overall seed. They meet chippy upstart University of Texas San Antonio. Having lived in Texas, I will tell you that being in the part of the University of Texas system is great. This is like UCLA softball being upset by, I don't know, UC Chico. You know what I mean?
Riverside.
Chico State, UC Riverside. I'm telling you, it's beyond crazy, but the Texas Longhorns baseball team has been knocked out of the Super Regional and will now, their regional, by another team who walked in there and made their dreams happen. The UTSA Roadrunners. Here's what it sounded like.
Galvan will be off at the pitch. Here's the 3-2. Went with a breaking ball. Got him looking. Locked up Ballou. And UTSA picks up the victory against the Longhorns, 9-7.
We saw Owens all night long
be the man of the match when he needed to. He made outstanding pitches, and he just drops the curveball in there. 3-2, and into their first ever regional final.
UTSA moving on to that regional final. Texas, awkward. Not going to be participating in that regional final. In the meantime, the internet has spoken, JJ. The zoomed-in pieces of watching Tyrese Halliburton's face when Pascal Siakam won the Larry Bird Trophy for the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. Here's what it sounded like.
Pacers waste little time. Ball relayed into the forecourt. Halliburton to Siakam. He did the rest coming in on the right side.
That's a great outlet pass there, full court.
Pacers waste little time and almost instantaneously get the ball up the floor. Halliburton to Siakam for a dunk.
Siakam has beaten the Knicks defense down the floor multiple times throughout this series.
Smith drives it from there. He's at the goal. He laid it up too hard, but the ever-present Siakam is there to finish. Siakam has 24 points, and the Pacers lead by 11.
Siakam had a 39-point game in the series that was very critical. He had, what was it in Game 6? Was it 32?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a doubt, he didn't deserve it. The thing is that I actually love this. This kind of goes with that same narrative of the overrated.
Yeah.
But there was that moment where he was walking up and kind of was like, what's up? People have it zoomed in now. He's become a meme. And when when Ernie announces Pascal Siakam and Tyrese kind of is like, hey, man, yeah, man, cool. That was as awkward as it gets, and I think is going to be part. Honestly, Pacers fans, you should be excited that that's how that thing rolled out. Because if you think there's not another chip on his shoulder, these guys want to win these trophies, and he just lost it to his teammate, who deservedly got it. But at the same time, the face of that franchise of the Pacers is Tyrese Halliburton.
He's so underrated, and he's so disrespected at times. It just adds to the narrative. You're absolutely right. He's going to have a great finals. I don't know if they're going to win it. I think the Thunder just have too much depth. But
sure.
Tyrese Halliburton is a great story, and whether he, just
maybe the Pacers officials threw a 100 spot to Ernie to be like, hey man, we want more of a. I want him to feel slighted again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We got 4 more games to
come
win.
on,
we
let's
need an
go.
angry bear.
I loved it. So they're your weekend warriors. We are here at the warehouse, 1825 South 300 West, and Clayton Curl has just taken over the operations officially this week from his dad, Tom Curl. And Tom, of course, will remain a fixture with this company forever. We just won't be able to chat with him like we are doing with you now. He's going to go full time to making sure that health gets back to where it needs to be, and that he's spending time with his grandkids. And he's passed the reins over to you for now, Clayton.
Obviously,
so don't screw it up, buddy. Back to you. No.
Obviously, family's most important.
Yes.
We want my dad healthy, and so it was kind of a family discussion. Look, Dad, just focus on you, man. And I kind of shifted my career options for a minute here, and I've been so involved ever since we started when I got home from my mission, and it's like a no-brainer. But with that being said, just like anything, there's going to be changes.
Of course.
And there's so much stuff that I want to get rid of, guys. I'm so excited to tell our listeners. For example, I'm going to start off with craziness. Okay. Yesterday, it's not yesterday. Sorry, I'm blurring the days. Saturday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I did a general inventory.
Okay.
I've got 40 solid wood dining tables with leaves in them.
Okay.
These tables are retail $8.99. I want to get rid of them. I'm doing something crazy. $100.
No.
$100 solid wood dining table with a leaf. Come buy it, please.
Wow.
Take these out of here now. Okay, I've got it out front right when you walk in the door. I've kind of got like a deal section. See over there?
Yeah.
I've got dining room chairs.
The chairs you can choose from over there.
$25 a chair.
Instead of like the $189 or the $209.
Regular $199.
Yeah.
$25.
I love it.
Get them out of here.
Like Deseret Industries prices.
Come on, man.
I've got patio chairs, outdoor patio chairs. $40 instead of $200.
Let's go.
Regular $200. I'm $40.
See, this is when we do this. JJ and I are like, well, what now?
These are like these are post-tariff prices.
Post-tariff prices.
Cheaper than you can get it from China.
I love it. So, okay. Dining room table with the leaf.
$99.
$99 normally.
Solid wood. This is no
$800.
this
Okay.
is no particle board bullcrap.
I love it.
Come touch it, feel it, sniff it, lay on it, sit by it. Take it today. I got a brand new in a box. Come look at it right when you walk in. Take it out. I want to jump on the Queens right before we end. I've got a Queen mattress, okay? Made in the same factory. It's a white label of what Sealy did. A store went out of business. We bought their inventory. I know because I freaking unloaded 7 stacks. I can say it like that, okay? This is a $1,200 mattress, queen size plush, regular. My dad said, I think 2 times ago on the radio, $899. I'm half price.
Okay.
Get it. Come take it for what I bought it for. Because
wow.
I need to get rid of this crap. I have so much stuff we need to get rid of. Where we were in that limbo of like, Dad, what do? We are just we have an excess of inventory, and I need to get rid of it. Queen mattress, $499. Boom.
Take advantage. Yeah, they've already got. Oh, and some of them have sold stickers on them. So
I've already sold 4 of them on Saturday, so I just marked them.
Let's go. Let's go.
I got some stacks over here.
The
like
stacks
I said,
are still there. You can still get it going.
Stack it deep and sell it cheap, baby.
Let's go. This is top quality. And by the way, Clayton and his guys, they've got it dialed up, and I think that this is really fun. Vidal can maybe sneak in a couple of his what is his brand? I can't remember. It was the Kingsdown. Yeah, this guy's over here pimping the Kingsdown. So you've got all sorts of things. So many options. Don't go anywhere else. Come to the warehouse, 1825 South, 300 West, east of the Costco here on 3rd West, north of Sam's Club. Easy to find. There's lots of furniture around here.
Yep.
Start it here and stop your search here.
We'd love to earn your business. Come give us a try.
Come give them a shout, and we'll see what we got going on. More to go right around the corner. Travis Yost is going to join us from TSN, give us some thoughts as to how this NHL final is going to shape up, how this Stanley Cup is going to shape up, a rematch of last year between the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space?
Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
Are you fighting a sewer line surprise? Or has your barbecue gas line gone rogue in peak grilling season? Utah Utility Pro tackles all your plumbing nightmares. Expert repairs and lightning-fast service. Call for diagnosis or quote. Visit UtahUtilityPro.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that thigh.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. Did you hear me mention the Cholula, producer Alex? Oh, I thought you were getting jealous over there. Vidal's got a Loco Burger over here, and he has his own bottle of sauce that he keeps in his back pocket.
He just
is drinking that Cholula over here,
teasing
dude.
us.
Oh my goodness. I'm not going to hate on it. That's a move right there. That is a move.
It's a great choice.
Just walk around. You got your wallet in one pocket. You got the bottle of Cholula in the other. That's like and a cell phone in the back pocket. So there you go. Welcome back to the program. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for being with us on the show. We've got lots going on. Our show is always brought to you by G2G Bars. Appreciate their business. Love the G2G Bar. Awesome protein bar. Give it a shot yourself. We're here at the warehouse in Salt Lake City, 1825 South, 300 West. And we're doing some mattress deals, so let's get it going. Let's kick off the hour, though. We've got a guest on here with us. This is exciting stuff because the NHL Stanley Cup Final, we're just kind of really prepping ourselves. What we're doing is that this is all just a rehearsal for us at some point in the future to have this conversation with Travis Yost from TSN, not just about these teams that are in the final this year, but maybe in the next 10 years we have this conversation with him about the Utah Mammoth in that same position. Let's get to the cut right here. Let's jump right in here with Travis.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The cut this hour, of course, brought to you by the amazing folks at the Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden, where you can find them now. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Go check it out for yourself. Make some deals. They are awesome. Travis Yost, he writes about NHL stuff for TSN. He knows what he's talking about. Travis, thanks for being on the program, man. Are you glad that this rematch is happening, or do you look at it and go, man, I wish we could have seen a couple of new teams in this Stanley Cup Final?
It depends on the timing you ask the question. I think once the semifinals were set and Carolina and Dallas were the other two options, four pretty darn good teams, no doubt. Mm-hmm. But once we got to the Final Four, I actually thought there was a good argument that the best possible matchup in that dream best-on-best scenario that people want would have been a Florida versus Edmonton matchup. And quite frankly, last year's Stanley Cup, I think people – I certainly to some degree memory holds it. I think people forget how insane that series was. It was – the Panthers get out to a 3-0 series lead. The Oilers score 18 goals from games 4 through 6, and it ends in a Game 7 thriller. But it was for a series that went the distance and was separated by a single goal, it wasn't really ever close in any of the games outside of, I think, 2 of the 7. So I'm actually curious to see how this rematch does look. I think if nothing else, you are going to get two very capable teams, 2 of the 3 or 4 best teams for sure in the league. And I do think anytime you get to run it back, it kind of is, you get this like budding rivalry sentiment, especially when you're playing for all the chips on the table like they are. So I'm for it.
Well, I mean, and I'm excited about this too. Last year, obviously, last year's series went to a Game 7, and it has that similar feel this time around. I look at both teams, Travis. I feel like both teams got better, but I was curious about the Oilers side of things because they came up short last year. What did they do? How are they better? How are things going to be different this time around for them? And why would it be different?
It's a phenomenal question, and I think let me say what both teams did. Both teams got deeper. Now, here's why it's important for both teams, respectively. The Florida Panthers are one of maybe 4 or 5 teams in the league that not only run like 4 credible lines, 3 of them are just bona fide dominant. And that when you have that sort of mix, when you have 3 lines, 9 forwards who can persistently create advantage play for the team, you are almost an impossible team to beat. And typically, only one of 2 teams can beat that sort of team. It's a team with a goaltender who's capable of standing on his head in a given series. Tends to be random. Or you have the deadliest weaponry known to man, and that would be the box that the Edmonton Oilers check in the form of Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. We watched this Oilers team 1 year ago, almost to the day. They fall down 3-0 in the series, and the forwards put on the afterburners, and all of a sudden this very robust, defensively talented, dynamic goaltending back team by Sergei Bobrovsky, they had no answers for the Oilers' attack because it was nonstop pressure. So I think one of the things that the Oilers had to do coming into this year and eventually ending up in a repeat or a rematch was they had to figure out a way how not to get crushed in the minutes that McDavid and Draisaitl were off the ice. When you have 2 superstar players, and I mean probably the 2 best players in hockey on the same team, with that comes a lot of salary cap pressure, especially in a hard cap league in the NHL. And if you're not hitting every single draft pick or the majority of your draft picks, it can leave your talent relatively thin. And it's one of the issues that the Oilers, McDavid's been on this team for 7, 8, 9 years now, 8 years now. They have persistently dealt with depth problems. And the teams that have exposed them in years past, Florida, Dallas in a prior series, Vegas in a prior series, they weren't winning the minutes head-to-head with McDavid. They were containing him, they were breaking even, and then they were obliterating Edmonton's depth. Well, the Oilers are a much deeper team. I think it's noticeable on the blue line than they were in years past, and they're going to need every part of it. I mean, I kind of like putting a little spin on like when I do series preview stuff like this at CSN, and one of the focus area for this series was I think this is a series Edmonton can win. The odds makers have it basically as a coin flip in the series. It's going to come down to, do the Oilers have answers for the second and third line of the Florida Panthers? Now, it sounds odd, right? You want to talk about McDavid and Draisaitl and Barkov and these superstars on, the guys who are getting 20 minutes a night. But frequently we see these teams in these scenarios typically trade goals in those moments, and usually it comes down to the second or third level who's winning those minutes. Florida won those minutes by the thinnest of margins last year. They obviously made some big splashes at the trade deadline. They bring Brad Marchand in. I mean, he's a middle 6 forward on this team, and he's still one of the most dynamic forwards in the league. I think ultimately if the Oilers can break even in those minutes against Florida's depth, and they get the 30 to 35% of the ice time that McDavid and Draisaitl are out there, and they win those minutes, the Oilers are going to win the Stanley Cup. But that is a giant, giant question, and no team has been able to answer that in the Eastern Conference against Florida so far.
It's going to be fun to see if they can crack that puzzle. It is that Florida team that is so good. Bobrovsky is a legit goaltender. They just have an energy on the ice. I mean, it's just like Carolina, who had been grinding people to a halt, could not touch Florida in that series. And on the flip side, Edmonton took advantage of a Dallas team. They made them look silly enough to the point that everybody's questioning everything that what Dallas was doing the entire time, if it was effective or not, and if they should even have the people in place that they have in place. That's the kind of response you got.
It's such a great point. And, I think of teams in every other market and fans of every other market, and they say, okay, what can I learn from this series, or from these teams respectively? Let's be honest. The Oilers are a bit of a unicorn, right? You can't just have Connor McDavid fall into your lap. He's a once-in-every-50 years type player,
Sure.
right? Where
Sure.
I think the takeaway, though, is for teams around the league and what the Florida Panthers have done so well, one of the most commonly debated topics in hockey is, we got to get bigger, we got to get more physical, this, that, and the other. Far too often, teams take that, which is let's get bigger, let's get stronger, let's get more physical, and they go out and acquire or draft precisely the wrong players, because at the end of the day, this is still a skill-driven league. The difference with the Panthers is they use their physicality to play with pace, and they use their pace to force turnovers. And one of the things that is very obvious, and you said it perfectly in the Carolina series, they make teams look so uncomfortable because they play extremely physical, they play very up-tempo, and they give nothing in the defensive third. There are teams, this is like a common Flyers joke Philadelphia Flyers joke the last 2 decades, but even in the pre-McDavid era in Edmonton, it was true there too, where it was always, well, why are we not good? Why are we struggling in the standings? Why can't we win games? Got to get bigger, got to get bigger, got to get bigger. Typically, teams, what they were doing when they were going the wrong direction was trading off skill and getting bigger guys on paper who were just not very effective on the ice. And the Panthers are showing you, yes, it can be an absolutely hulking, behemoth of a forward that can dictate the terms of play, but it also can be a Matthew Tkachuk, this really feisty, really talented two-way player, or it can be a Brad Marchand who's like a little tiny pit bull on the ice, but he's made an entire career out of it, and he's going to walk into the Hall of Fame. So, if nothing else, especially if you're a Utah fan, and I say this actually because I think there's some takeaways if you're a Utah fan watching the Panthers. The talent is there on this Utah team. The question is, how do I find this at every level of my lineup, especially when it comes to the forwards, and not just the Clayton Keller line, not just the Logan Cooley line, all 4 lines across the board. Are they bringing something that creates advantage play? That's what the Florida Panthers have, and it's what a lot of teams do not have.
Utah Mammoth fans are going to be watching this Stanley Cup Finals and enjoying it, but there's also an excitement about this offseason that they're following as well. The number 4 overall pick in the draft, a bunch of money to spend in free agency. I wanted to start with free agency with you, and you look around the league, and I'm sure you've looked at this. Which NHL free agent should the Mammoth target? It's one thing to go after whoever it is, like just throw some money at Mitch Marner, but who is the guy that would make the most sense that's a free agent out there that would be the best fit for them?
Yeah, it's until otherwise, they're going to be connected to Mitch Marner. I think that's just the reality of it at this point. And I would argue that of the teams that Mitch Marner makes a lot of sense for, Utah's near the top of the list because he is a bona fide superstar playmaker of the highest order. Take some pressure off him, get him in a different type market, and let him thrive with the talent around him. And if nothing else, Utah does have talent at the top of the forward group. But I think you could say, hey, look, there is a good counter-argument to the Mitch Marner experiment, which is twofold. Number one, hasn't really worked in the playoffs when it matters. And even if you're willing to say, hey, that's a Toronto thing, that's a team thing, that's a structural issue, which I would actually agree with, there is a second, bullet to chew on there, which is, are we willing to pay this guy $10, $11 million a year, which is what Mitch Marner is going to get? I think to me, the interesting point, if you're a Utah fan and looking at how do we upgrade this team, I actually think it's a potential Winnipeg Jets free agent who I think is a more dynamic player, or at least an equally dynamic player who may cost less. And that'd be Nikolai Ehlers out of Winnipeg, who is going to command a pretty penny. But he is exactly the type of player that if Winnipeg, who's starting to push up a little bit against the cap ceiling, is unwilling to allocate that money, you're talking about a bona fide first-line winger that dramatically adds wins to the standings. And if you're going to pivot away from that and say, hey, look, we don't want to deploy an extreme amount of capital. We want to maintain cap flexibility going into the trade deadline, which, by the way, This is like the drum I've been beating for the last 3-4 years. The league's salary cap dynamics have shifted. The teams that are under serious cap distress going into the trade deadline are at a big disadvantage because there are a lot of interesting names that only come available at the trade deadline, not necessarily the summer. I do think John Tavares could be an interesting name, not to borrow from another Maple Leaf, but the reality is Toronto is going to be making some serious lineup changes. I mean, that's the reality of it. And whether it's not extending Tavares, whether it's not making a deal with Mitch Marner work, one or more of these guys is going to hit free agency. And at least in the Tavares argument, you're not betting on a player. He's not going to be the guy driving the bus, right? It's still going to be Clayton Keller. It's still going to be Logan Cooley. It's still going to be the young players. But if there was an argument that, hey, look, good leadership matters, not just I'm a guy with a lot of experience, but also I can still add 25 goals in a given season and play, maybe on your second line. John Tavares makes a ton of sense. I mean, he spent years, a decade with the Islanders organization. He really hasn't had a substantial offensive production drop-off, and I think there is a reasonable argument for Utah, less so other teams, maybe more so Utah, acquiring a veteran who can still play for the next couple of years actually makes a lot of sense for us. Sounds like I'm targeting some of the bigger names who may command bigger contracts in free agency. That is true. The reality is, though, Utah is going to be one of the dozen or so teams that does have, one, the cap space, and two, the appetite to improve this summer. They are not looking to go in reverse. So I do expect Utah to be very aggressive with free agents this summer.
The other question for the Utah Mammoth is what they're going to do with the number 4 overall pick. And they lucked into that. It was pretty awesome to see they get the number 4 pick as opposed to the Jazz not getting a move up in the draft, which we're still bitter about here. But what a great gift it is for the Mammoth to get that number 4 overall pick. The question is, do they really need that number 4 overall pick with all the young prospects they have on their roster? Is it worth it for them to keep that pick and take it because it's just so rare to get a number 4 pick? Or should they, because of all the guys they have that are young, consider trading it for a veteran player?
I think and I'm so glad you said the latter, because I think that is, I don't care what they say, the latter option is absolutely going to be on the table. Utah is one of and we've seen this, and you can even ignore everything about Utah hockey. You can look at teams like Ottawa in the past. You can look at teams like Montreal in the past. These teams that look like they're on the upswing and believe in their core prospect group are going to be more willing to trade out of these valuable, but it's not the right time for us right here. Like, don't get me wrong. Utah could land, an Anton Frundell or Michael Misa at that spot, and, a dramatically positive impact to their prospect cover pool. But by and large, these guys are 2-3 years away. Good scenario, right? Outside of like a top overall pick. That's not what Utah's looking for right now. And so the one option I don't think on the table is Utah trade down into 2 other picks. And you see that commonly in other spots. That makes no sense for Utah. You're either drafting best available here and reloading the coverage, which may make sense, and it's probably the most likely outcome. The second option is, do I find a team that's in some organizational distress and salary cap distress? The Toronto Maple Leafs, I keep coming back to them as one example. They're not the only one, of a team that's looking to make changes and maybe looking to move off a player that may not make sense for them anymore, but may make more sense for Utah. The thing I would add to this, too, when you're trading the number 4 overall pick, you don't have to add a lot of sweeteners. The expectation is you're getting an established top 6 forward 2 years in, an established top 4 defenseman 2 to 3 years in. That's how valuable that pick is. And if Utah is willing to swallow it and say, hey, look, we'll move off our first rounder this year, we're going to keep everything else in stow, that is going to be very interesting to teams who are looking to replenish the cupboard. So I think that option, until they actually make the selection, that option is going to be on the table.
Travis Yost, who writes for TSN, covers the NHL. He knows it top to bottom, knows this market very well, too, and has watched us walk through this whole thing with the hockey club now, the Mammoth. And before we get you out, I always talk about, or we always hear about windows for championships, right, in the other leagues. Does it translate? Are windows of opportunity to win a championship in the NHL, are they as short as they are in some of these other leagues?
It's a great question. I think in the NHL, I think you're able to get more bites at the apple, so to speak. Like we've talked about this in the past, but talent wins very easily on a relative basis in the NBA. It's very hard to get fluky outcomes. The NHL, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, you can go into any game and you run into a hot goalie, your goaltender's ice cold, or vice versa. You're going to have those weirder outcomes and you tend to see that play out in terms of playoff seeding distribution. You might get many of the same teams in the playoff pool year over year, but different seeding, different expectations, whatever the case is. I would say this. On a relative basis over the last 10 years, there has been a little less parity, and I think it's because so many of the good teams are well run, and that's kept a haves versus have-nots scenario. And you can go to a team like the Florida Panthers, the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Carolina Hurricanes, who still haven't won, the Vegas Golden Knights. These are really well-run teams. And I don't mean that just because they win a lot every single year. You watch their actual transactions, the roster building process, how they move on certain players or move away from certain players, and their hit rates are just much higher than there are than you find in the Arizona Coyotes previously or the Montreal Canadiens previously. So it's not that it's necessarily an open and shut discussion. If you have a player like Connor McDavid, your window's 15 years, right? So you can kind of ride that unicorn. I will say that one quantified data point, which I think is very interesting and noteworthy. It's one of those things I did research on, and I'll always remember it. When a team bottoms out, the bottom five finish in the standings, typically by and large, that is, we gave up by the time of the trade deadline, we were trading veterans. We're just looking to secure the best possible pick. So bottom five finish. More than 75% of those teams in that bucket will qualify for the playoffs within the next 5 years. So, and it's like 50% of them qualify within 3 years. So a good measurement of, are we on the upswing? Are we coming out of a rebuild? You definitely should be able to do it in 5 years, and most good teams can do it in 3 years. Definitely a worthy data point for Utah to chew on, who, were on the outside of the playoff race for a long period of time, not out of it, but not necessarily in it this year either. Definitely on the upswing from where they were as an organization a few years ago, but really now the pressure to build and deliver a playoff contender, I would say within the next 2 seasons, is going to ratchet up pretty considerably here.
We try not to give ourselves hope, but here we are, getting hope from Travis Yost. TSN, of course, he covers the NHL. Travis, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Have fun watching these finals. We'll chat with you again when this draft gets a little closer, too, and we'll get your thoughts on how things are going to go down.
If you can't find reason to hope in Utah hockey, think of it on a relative basis. There's more hope in the Utah Mammoth right now than there are the Utah Jazz, so I'll leave you with those parting words.
Okay,
Thank you, boys.
I laugh because it's probably the number one thing we talk about with people who are like, I'm kind of a bigger hockey fan right now than I am a Jazz fan.
Yeah, I like this hockey thing. We win.
So I kind of like it because it's distracting me from all this stuff that's going on with this Utah Jazz team. And then replace that comment also with my kids' voices because they say the same exact thing.
Yeah.
So, all right. Joining us on the program right now, we are here at the warehouse live in Salt Lake City. Clayton Curl taking over the business officially from his dad. And what I've noticed, too, maybe you haven't noticed, JJ, Clayton's walking around here and he's looking at the shelves a little bit different care nowadays. He's looking at stuff. He's walking around. He's wringing his hands. And what that is this is a guy who's
busted.
He's baking some deals. He's got a lot on his plate. He's looking and he's going, how can we take what my dad has built with this thing and my mom has built with this thing and not just make it thrive, but just take it to the next level, which I think you're going to be able to do, man. I mean, that starts with crazy deals that you've already been rolling out.
Yeah, so if you've missed the breaking news, my father, we started this project over 13, 14 years ago together because of his health issues. It's just time for Dad to retire. Mm-hmm. So we're doing the Tom Curl retirement cell. I'm taking over. I don't have to ask permission anymore. It's no more.
It's actually kind of a bummer to me. It's actually a bummer when he's not going to be sitting here, and despite his wishes, you're going to go a different direction on prices. Now you're just going to do it. Now you're just going to do it with that. But
believe me, the banter won't stop on the phone. I won't stop getting calls. But it is true. My dad needs to focus on his health. He needs to focus on being a grandpa. And so we're rolling out the deals. If I was going to ask you, somebody comes in, they want to get a sofa love set, they want to get a sectional, what would you think would a reasonable price would be?
For a sofa.
Sofa and a love
and
seat.
a love.
Or a sectional.
Yeah, like $2,900.
Yeah, $2,999.
Okay, well, good thing that I'm $2,000 cheaper.
No. Whoa, how?
$999
for a sofa and a love, or the sofa is $999. The
I've got
$999?
2 different sofa love combinations I can do at $299, and I've got 2 sectionals I can do at $999.
Come on, let's go.
Not to mention the BOGO deal with our adjustable bases. We are Utah's #1 adjustable base and mattress retail. We rep the best, top of the line, M. Lilly. Google it, because I'm half the price that it's on their website. I'm doing a special today. Something that my dad has never done on the history of radio. Okay, all in on 2 Twin XL. It's a king size mattress and the base. Regular $7,000 market retail value. I'm $1,599.
Boom. Let's go. What a great way to kick it off, man.
I'm going to sweeten the deal.
Oh, even more.
Anyone that comes in and says they heard me, the best looking son, the smartest son, the only one to step in and take over. I'm going to add, if you buy a mattress, regardless the mattress, you come in and you buy a mattress, I'm giving you 2 free pillows.
Let's go. All right. Awesome. Boom deals. Clayton wants to make a deal with you. Vidal's here to make a deal with you. Let's go. Come down. Check it out at the warehouse. In person, 1825 South, 300 West. These deals, by the way, only available at the Salt Lake location of the warehouse. 1825 South, 300 West, east of Costco, here on 3rd West in Salt Lake, north of the Sam's Club. If you're already doing the shopping for a new mattress, things like that, you might think to yourself, well, obviously, the big box stores, you can't beat those prices.
Come support local.
And not just that.
3 generations.
You're actually going to get a better price.
And
at
listen,
the warehouse, too.
I'd love to earn your business.
Let's go.
Come in. We're not going to hound you. We're not going to force you. But we would love to earn your business. Like I said, 3 Generations Furniture Store here in Salt Lake. This is the Salt Lake location only. Come find us. Give us a shot.
1825 South, 300 West. Clayton, appreciate it, man.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go. Partway through the show already, and we're just getting started. That's what I feel. Top of the hour, Ben Anderson is going to join us, give us his thoughts on the newly acquired Austin Ainge, is the president of basketball operations for this Utah Jazz franchise here in Utah. We'll talk about that, plus the finals as they get kicked off on Thursday. Yes, because the NHL finals are Wednesday. So Thursday for the NBA to fire up. We'll get his thoughts on that as well. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From 21 South in South Salt Lake up to the North Temple area, I-15 is poking along slowly. Much of that is due to a crash that's still being tended to up against the left barrier. Usual slowdowns in place south on I-15 from Murray to Midvale. Advanced Window Products get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Roger Goodell is the most powerful man in sports in America. I think Greg Sankey's number 2. Brett Yormark has got to be as aggressive and sly and underhanded as he possibly can be, trying to find a way to keep your conference as close to those other 2 as you possibly can.
That is why we're seeing BYU be so aggressive financially, because BYU wants to send a message to Yormark, to Phillips, to Sankey, saying we want to be in it. We want to win championships. We'll spin to do it because BYU is a valuable logo. Utah's become a valuable university. Go into a couple Rose Bowls, and their recent success is big. That's why Utah's got to get back into it this year, because there's a chance that all except for a few get excluded if you don't find a way to get your foot in this door and make it a valuable product.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Summer is here, which means it's time to register for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 football tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders. June 9th and 10th, we'll see the best 7-on-7 teams at Southern Utah University with competitive divisions in high school, varsity, and sub-varsity competing for gold. Go to UtahSummerGames.org to register and learn more. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games 7-on-7 tournament presented by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
It's springtime in the Rockies, and it's time to apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment. A Revive treatment with fertilization, aeration, and good watering is the key to building stronger roots for a healthy, lush green lawn. Revive fertilizes and moves water and nutrients deeper into the soil. Take advantage of spring storms with an application of Revive now. Protect yourself from drought later this summer and skyrocketing water costs. With Revive, if you water 2 times a week, it's like watering 4. Apply Revive Organic Soil Treatment today. It works.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie. Jeremiah Jensen, we're here at the warehouse in Salt Lake City, 1825 South, 300 West. Don't want to miss any of the deals that Clayton is rolling out. His dad has passed the torch officially this week. Tom Curl now retiring, and then Clayton, who is feeling that he's on the phone, man. He's already hustling. He's already got a lot going on, and you know what that is? He's making deals all the time. Come down and get those deals. Take advantage of the fact that he wants to earn your business just like his dad did. 1825 South, 300 West right here is the warehouse. Ask about these crazy mattress deals he's already rolling out on some high-quality mattresses at very, very, very low cost. All right. By the way, you can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week. The way you do it, just go to KSLSports.com/contest, nominate that Youth Sports Volunteer, and then we read those winners off every week. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact in your community with the Hercules Hero of the Week, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. There you go. JJ, before we also get too far into this thing, now that the NBA Finals are set, I wanted to get your thoughts on Thunder Pacers. Thunder open as the biggest favorite in the modern era of championship basketball here in the United States. Is that earned, or is that just are we going to see a good series? Because the way that they make this thing sound, it's just like hand it to the Thunder, and we'll see it for the next 3 or 4 seasons as everybody else is just on Thunder watch to see when this dynasty is going to end.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because this is a Thunder team that is still pretty young. This is their first finals appearance.
Yeah, but it was their first conference semifinals. They won 68 games during the year, but they're young, and everything that they've done is disproved that whole youth
bell
thing.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every concern we had about the Thunder coming into this playoffs, they've answered them.
However,
they weren't clutch, right?
No,
they lost close games, but they didn't have a lot of close games during the regular season, so they had to prove that they could win close games. Well, they win a Game 7 against a team that won an NBA championship 2 years ago, so they checked that off. They keep checking off boxes. I get it. But I just have a hard time believing they're just going to walk into this NBA Finals and just absolutely roll. Do I expect them to win it? I do. Do I love that the Thunder are going to win a championship? I have mixed feelings on that.
I do too.
Now, why do I have mixed feelings about the Thunder?
Because we should be excited for them. It's a small to medium-sized market.
Much smaller than our market.
Right?
Much smaller.
It's us in a way, right? Where you go, they did it.
It proves the Jazz can do this.
Why not?
All this, the myths about what you can and cannot do as an NBA franchise are being totally blown up in this NBA playoff run by both the Utah Jazz and the Indiana Pacers. These are teams that have shown you how to build a championship in very different ways. But mostly what they both have in common is as kind of what Austin H talked about earlier today that he wants to do with the Jazz, is just build on one good decision at a time. Keep making good decision after good decision after good decision, and then all of a sudden you'll have a very, very good basketball team. That's what these two teams have done over the last few years, and now it's paying off for them. So I'm really fascinated to see how these two small market teams fare against each other in NBA Finals. I love the way these teams play. I love how hard they play. I love the style they play. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a phenomenal talent. Tyrese Halliburton's a phenomenal talent. Pascal Siakam's an all-star. You look at what the Thunder have with their roster, Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren, and the depth that they have. These are good teams that are going to be competing for years to come for an NBA championship. There's a lot to be excited about the matchup. I'm not ready to say the Thunder are going to sweep or absolutely crush the Pacers. You need to give the Pacers some credit. I mean, the Knicks extended them to a Game 6. The Pacers are the team that have not played a Game 7 in this playoffs.
Agreed.
The Thunder can't say that. The Thunder were pushed to the brink by the Nuggets. And Jokic, obviously a good reason for that. But are we fully respecting what this Pacers team has done as a 4 seed in the East, a 50-32 record in the regular season? The run that they made through the playoffs, how dominant they were in their playoff run. They made a 64-win Cleveland Cavaliers team look like a first-round team. They absolutely dominated that team 4-1 in a playoff series. And I know that they were beat up and worn out. But the fact remains that the Pacers deserve more credit than they are getting right now. The Thunder, I think, have earned a lot more because they did it in the West. And I think the Pacers are going to have to change that perception that the Eastern Conference just isn't as good as the West, and they can do that by winning the series. I don't think they will, though. But to answer your question, are the Thunder absolutely going to roll in this series? I think this series goes 6 games.
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, I don't think it's going to necessarily be a sweep, but I wonder if you get – see, here's how it's going to happen, because everything has been the reverse of what we thought was going to happen. So what's going to happen? The Pacers are going to win Game 1. Pacers are going to win Game 1.
They have a knack for that.
They just love, just absolutely throwing a wrench in the
Thunder
works.
have struggled in Game 1s.
But the Thunder are going to start
lost the Nuggets.
Right, they're going to have to figure themselves out, and I think they'll probably do that. I'm fine with either of these teams being champions. Have the Pacers ever won the title?
No, they have not.
And the Thunder obviously have never won the title.
As the Thunder,
of
course,
Thunder.
the Sonics won in 1979.
Stop it.
Still
do
a
that.
touchy subject.
Well, don't do it.
They claim that title.
These guys do? Do they have a dumb banner that says Thunder on it? It says 1978.
The Thunder took all the history from Seattle.
So did they? But
did
they hang it up?
Disgrace, by
they
the
hang
way.
up. They hang up Sonic stuff in their arena. I would be so mad if that's the case. You tell me. You show me the inside of Gas and Oil Stadium, whatever it is down there in Oklahoma City.
No, they do not.
Oh, thank heavens.
I know, right?
I wonder if Key Arena still has it in there. Or
so this is interesting. Yeah, the Sonics championship banner and other memorabilia were retained by the city of Seattle.
Oh, thank you.
As part of a settlement agreement when the team relocated.
Yeah,
so
y'all can have
rest
that.
easy on
that's
that.
What those oil tycoons do. Hey, y'all can have those banners. We'll just put our own new ones up. And you know what? They've kind of done it. They've done it. All right, take a break. We'll come back. We will return here to the warehouse. Clayton Curl going to join us again and give us some of these deals. So stay right here with us. We've also got a college football playoff discussion to have still at some point at the 5 o'clock hour. We also have a Sucks to Be You right around the corner. Who does it currently suck to be? Well, there's a lot of people in the world of sports. So we'll bring them up all next. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound on the I-15 collector ramp, there is a crash blocking a left lane just past 90th South and Sandy. Another northbound I-15 crash is still being sorted out. It's at the North Temple area of downtown Salt Lake City and up against the left barrier, but causing delays all the way back to South Salt Lake. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Annapolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Tyrese Halliburton absolutely is having a coming out party for sure. But is he a traditional great player on a great team? I don't think so.
I'm with
and
you.
I love Halburn.
And I wonder if that's just where the NBA is headed, and we're going to have few of these true superstars, which I think you take on that label because you win a lot over a sustained period of time, and I just wonder if it's not going to be a sustained period of winning for anybody in the NBA.
Because it's basically impossible. Like, the Nuggets are finished. The Pacers are not going to be in the finals next year because they're going to lose Miles Turner, or they're going to pay him $1 zillion and can't pay anybody else.
Probably, yes.
You know, we talk about windows and things like that. This is the window for the Pacers randomly.
Yeah,
this is it.
I said this is going to be the playoff run that Donovan Mitchell laments for the rest of his career because the window is open. And these other teams are letting it get away.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ, what's been the best part about being on this SLC Fat Loss program? I'll tell you what it was for me today. Went to my doctor, had just like my yearly checkup and everything. Blood pressure's down, weight's not just down, but and here's the other thing. You get a notice from your doc, and he goes, "Hey man, you've been dropping the weight. I like it." And you're kind of like, "Yes, I have been."
Thank you very much.
Yes, I have. Do you have a handful of donuts I get as a treat on the way out the door? No. I'm telling you, it feels good because it's like, hey, it's one thing to lose the weight. It's another to actually like be meeting some of these goals when it comes to the blood pressure, all the things that are going to keep me alive.
Yeah,
I love it, and I'm glad because this program's been awesome for us this year.
You asked me what's one of my favorite things about Salt Lake City Fat Loss was the knowledge that I gained, like really understanding how to lose weight, to manage weight, to control weight gain. If let's say, for instance, if I whatever reason I go to a wedding that I was at this weekend, and they have these incredible desserts, and I get a little carried away, right? Mm-hmm. Then you feel really bad about yourself. But now I know, look, don't beat yourself up one time.
Get back on track.
You have 80-20 under maintenance.
Let's go.
Get back on track on Monday. Dial in. You know exactly what kind of food you should be eating and how much. Just get right back on track. And guess what? If you gain 2 or 3 pounds, it's gone because you get back on track. Just a sample of some of the things you learn and understand with Salt Lake City Fat Loss, you're able to manage your weight permanently because of the knowledge and understanding you gain about how it works. There's so much to learn under Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com, and learn more about the program. And if you want to join us and have that kind of success, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. You could have similar results depending on your weight and where you're at with things. Go to their website, learn more about it. Give them a call if you have questions. They'll answer them. And if you decide to do the program, you get $200 off if you tell them JJ and Alex sent you. So go to their website right now. If you're ready to lose weight and you want to make that commitment, go to slcfatloss.com and learn more.
You've built the dream, the home, the lifestyle, the legacy. Now it's time your windows and doors reflect that same $1 million standard. Whether you're designing a stunning custom home or upgrading the one you've loved for years, Peach Doors and Windows is here to bring that vision to life with precision, style, and craftsmanship.
The Peach specialty? High-end custom windows and doors that don't just fit your space, they elevate it. From sleek modern lines to timeless elegant finishes, they offer the kinds of craftsmanship that truly complements a $1 million space. And with Peach, the process is easy. No pressure, no gimmicks, just knowledgeable experts helping you find solutions to turn your someday project into right now.
Visit their spacious showroom, get inspired, and create something beautiful together. Peach Doors and Windows for the $1 million home you live in and the $1 million feeling you deserve. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or call 801-566-1255 today.
That's Peach Windows and Doors. Give them a call, 801-566-1255.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Are you in the telecom industry and want to earn more? We are looking to hire telecom technicians and fiber splicers with experience. Those who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare, and retirement. Electrical expertise and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Invest in yourself. Join today. For more information, call us at 801-306-0722 or go to ibew354.org.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building and open Monday through Friday, 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present...
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Hey, this portion of Sucks to Be You is also brought to you by, we got our Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend we got to give out. Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend. DJ and PK roll out their Chevy Strong Play of the Weekend every Monday morning, and that play ends up being what we ask you for right now. And if you remember what they were what they told you what the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend was for them this morning, you can tell us what it is. You get yourself a gift card courtesy of the folks at your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. No wonder people are switching to Chevy. It's your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, the fastest growing full line brand. Let me see here. Any clues, producer Alex, on things that we could tell people about what this play may or may not be?
Has to do with Major League Baseball.
Okay. Look, not a shock. Both DJ and PK love themselves some MLB baseball. So there you go. Hey, by the way, speaking of baseball and who it sucks to be currently, the Colorado Rockies are officially the worst team in the history of Major League Baseball. But only through 59 games. I don't want you to think anything of it. They could turn this whole thing around.
Well, that's why they fired their manager, so they could turn things around.
So they could turn things around.
He was the problem.
Oh, sure. So
Bud
they
Black
have
was the
won.
problem.
They are 9-50.
Looking at it right now.
What I love
it
about
looks
this
like
is
a misprint.
It does, because they are currently 27 games back of the first place Dodgers.
They've only played 59. How are they 27 back?
They're 27 back because they've only won 9 games. They've only won 9 games. So you've got
even the White Sox have 18 wins.
You've got a historically the White Sox are like, we're good, man. We are really good.
It's like, hey, the White Sox are like, hey, we made history last year. Why are you going to ruin it for us?
It is
couldn't
June.
even give us a year.
It is June, and this team has 9 wins. The season starts in April, I'll have you remember.
They've lost 8 in a row, by the way.
Not only have they lost 8 in a row, this is my favorite stat of the entire day. Both the Colorado Rockies and Scotty Scheffler have 3 wins since May 2nd. So you have one guy having like the most historic month in golf since Tiger Woods, basically. And you've got the Colorado Rockies, who are the worst team ever in the history of sports. I'm not exaggerating that. We're talking about
looking that bleak.
The worst pro team in the history of pro sports here in the United States. I mean, we went back. Remember when they were? What were they? They were like 6-34, and we were like, oh, what a bad baseball team. And teams were never this bad. I think they went back to it was nobody past 1900.
Yeah.
Every team was 1895, 1889, 1890, 1891. So now they've officially just become, even those teams from the grave are like, sorry, you guys suck.
We can smell you all the way down here.
Hey, the Milwaukee Longstockings say you stink. Like that's where you've gotten there. So
we all remember the Milwaukee Long, Scott.
It sucks to be the New York Knicks, who of course showed themselves the door.
Yeah, but what
that was a pretty
people
cool
in
run.
New York are all energized and
They
if
should
you're
be.
bummed about the Knicks and you're a New York Knicks fan and you live in New York, like what? Come on, man.
Are they unreasonable?
This is
in
the
what-
most relevant the
Let me
Knicks
ask you
have been
this.
since Patrick Ewing was on the
Are
team.
they unreasonable to ask so much of Cat? Like Cat?
Yeah.
Is, okay.
Like you knew who he was in
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. He was the number 1 overall pick in a draft, but he is what he is.
Yes.
Your star is Jalen Brunson. You just need to add a couple more pieces. You're not that far away.
Yeah.
You pushed the Pacers to 6 games.
Agreed.
Nobody else has been able to get them past 5 games in this playoffs. So the Knicks have a lot to be excited about, and they got a relatively young roster too. If I'm a Knicks fan, I'm thrilled. Like we're back is what you're saying to yourself. You just need a couple more pieces. They got to figure it out, but they're not a joke anymore. They're not an embarrassment anymore. They're not Isaiah Thomas Knicks anymore, right? They're not a punchline. It does suck to be them because they lost.
I
but-
forgot that whole era with Isaiah Thomas roaming the sidelines.
Oh, it was bad. Like
So
it was
bad.
really, really bad. It was so bad the league had to step in.
It wasn't Colorado Rockies 2025 bad, but it was
Not
bad.
quite. Not quite.
Yeah.
You know who else it sucks to be?
Who?
Jazz fans that love tanking.
Oh.
Because what did Austin James say earlier today?
That is not going to happen this year.
Nope.
And then it was like this. The question was asked. It was like a 6-minute question of tiptoeing around, so how is this team going to figure it out? And it was basically like an innuendo of, are you going to see this team not necessarily put the best product on the court all the
How
time?
are you going to manage the tank next year was the question.
Yeah. But it was a long-winded one because you didn't want to use the T word, right?
Yeah,
And then it's
an uncomfortable word in NBA circles.
That's not going to happen this year. Moving right along.
Yeah.
That's good.
I liked that he was blunt to the point with it. He
It
made
was
it
funny.
clear
Yeah, it
that
was
that's
funny.
not what they're going to do. And now I'm thinking, what does that mean for the Utah Jazz this offseason? Because he now has say. Everything goes through him now. So what they did last year is not going to be repeated.
Right.
So what are they going to do this offseason? How does the focus change from what they did last year to whatever it is that he wants to do now? That's going to be really interesting to watch over the next month.
Sucks to be Stephon Diggs, who showed his face today for the first time at OTAs since the viral boat video. I think viral boat video is a very nice way to put it.
You're an NFL player. Don't get on a boat in the offseason.
No,
Don't do it.
Ask the Vikings. Don't
Have
do
you
it.
not learned? He's a former Viking. You don't get on the boat.
Don't get on the boat in the
Stay
offseason.
off the boat, man.
I don't care what color it is. Pink cocaine, green cocaine. Stay away from all the colors of all the cocaine.
None of that.
Please.
None of that.
You're a professional athlete. Act like one.
Jeez.
All right. We all need a boat trip in the offseason if we're playing for the Patriots, so I feel like
it sucks for any NFL player on a boat.
All right. Well, we'll jump out here. Before we do, though, guess what? We're sitting on a beautiful sectional here at the warehouse. Clayton Curl has invited us to his house, and we're sitting on his – and you've been hosting us all day. I'm about as comfortable as one can get. I feel this is how I want to host all shows, just like chilled out on a sectional. I'm as comfortable as this gets.
Lounging, hanging out, having fun.
Our studio is fine.
It's great.
It's not – we're not on leather sectionals during the show.
It's
Come
no
on.
leather sectional.
No.
It's no top grain leather sectional.
No. I keep doing this. I keep feeling the seats over here because they're so soft and beautiful.
And the best part about it is
yes.
here at the warehouse, you don't have to break the bank to get something like this.
No, and okay, so let's talk a little bit about financing. Okay, this is something your dad always brought up. Like, look, if people are struggling out there, if you want to be able to get financing and you're having a hard time, maybe the credit is as bad as the Colorado Rockies. Guess what? We can still get you a W here at the warehouse. Explain to me a little bit of some of the people who are listening out there.
90 days, same as cash. We have a program that's called a SEMA. It's a soft check. They don't do a hard credit check.
Okay.
All you need is your driver's license, some information, basic stuff. Come in, get it approved. You can get approved within 10, 15 minutes. Really easy process.
Let's go.
Vidal's our finance specialist.
Okay.
But with the prices we got, I got a solid wood dining room table at $100.
I know.
I mean, what kind of financing
You got
do you need
40
for that?
of them in the back, right?
I got 40 brand new in a box. I've got queen mattresses for $499. I got a sectional for $1,000. I mean, I'm half the price of any of my competitors right here on Furniture Street.
Yeah. Furniture Street, yeah.
All the box stores, you name it. We've had two. We had one that just went out of business. They left. I got a competitor right around the corner. They're going out of business.
I love it.
Let me mention something about them. I went in there with my mom. We did some recon. Okay? Adjustable bases. They're $12.99 base only. And then on top of that, their cheapest mattress they had in the building was $6.99. So $12.99 plus $6.99, you're good at math. What's that?
$18.99.
$18.99 for a 6-inch memory foam mattress. Okay? I'm $15.99. Okay? I'm $15.99 on the best mattress you can buy. A 15-inch hybrid. You buy one side of the mattress, the Twin XL, I give you the other one for free.
I love it.
And if you just need the mattress, I'm $8.99. If you just need the base, I'm $7.99. That's $600 cheaper than a store that's going out of business. That's how crazy I am taking over for my pops. If you haven't heard, my dad, he's retiring. I'm coming in, taking over. I'm doing the Nepo. I'm doing the Austin.
Oh, yeah. the Austin Ainge.
The Austin Ainge. Just
but you know what? It's a very good comparison because you've been in this business a long, long time.
Correct.
And it's not like your dad's going, hey, thanks for selling cell phones. Come over and start selling furniture. And today's your first day doing it.
No.
This is something that's been – we've seen you here for decades. And so
from the ground up, from deliveries to learning inventory to going to the shows to working with dealers to working with all our reps to working with customers to earning business. I've been here since I was a kid. And I started this when I got home from my mission. Me and my dad took a concept of my grandpa with the massive store focusing on just deals. And then obviously the other uncles that opened other stores across the valley. And I've seen it all. And so I have the experience. Just like Austin, I'll pat myself on the back. I've been here. I've done it all. And guess what? We're here to make deals. So come in. We'd love to earn your business. Like I said, I've got sectionals at $9.99. I've got queen beds at $4.99, and I've got the BOGO 15-inch memory foam hybrid with the adjustable base, $15.99. That's something not even my dad's done, and I'm going to sweeten the deal a little bit here. Anyone that comes in and mentions that they heard my voice on the radio, you buy a mattress. I don't care if it's a twin mattress. I don't care if it's the cheapest mattress. I'm giving you 2 free pillows.
Boom. I love it. All right, come visit these guys. Tom Curl is shifting the business over to Clayton, who is going to just take this thing and do exactly what the Curl family has done for so long, which is make sure you get the best deals in the business. Salt Lake store only, 1825 South, 300 West right here. If you're already around here looking for furniture, come get the best deal right here at the warehouse, 1825 South, 300 West. We'll come back. We've got more. We'll check in with Clayton in just a little while. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports. I had to wait for Flea to drop that bass line.
Yeah, I've just got to hear that.
Come on. Otherwise, I wasn't doing my job.
Why are we wasting your time if we're not doing that?
Got to be able to hear that thing. Hey, welcome back to the program, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Interesting day for us here in this market. This is your radio home of the Utah Jazz, of course. The Utah Jazz have had quite the day today because they announced officially this morning that Austin Ainge is the president of basketball operations. He's going to fill that role now. I guess there wasn't really a president of basketball operations. I guess you had Danny Ainge was the CEO of basketball. Was there and of course Justin Zanik's the general manager. I guess we've been kind of just shifting around roles and things like that, but you add in now.
He is the CEO of the Utah Jazz, Danny Ainge.
Danny Ainge. The governor is Ryan Smith.
Yes. Now the
GM
president of basketball operations is Austin Ainge.
So there wasn't one before?
No, there was not.
Okay.
It was an open position.
It was one of these things where I think it was an easy one for them to look and say, hey, if we can get him, let's get him. This is a guy who's got a lot of experience, of course, with that Celtics organization. And with the blessing of Brad Stevens coming from that organization, who also is the president of basketball operations over there for the Boston Celtics, Austin Ainge joins this Utah Jazz organization. The introductory press conference is the very front end of our show today. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. Let's kick off the cut here, and we're going to get to Ben Anderson, who was in that very room. We listened to a couple of his questions, of course, while you were listening to it right here live on the KSL Sports Zone. Let's get to the cut. Let's jump in right here with Ben.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If people want to go back and take a listen, by the way, they can listen to that press conference in its entirety. The front end of the show, the podcast is right there. We've got it up on the KSL .com, the KSLSports.com sports page, and you can grab it there. Ben Anderson, who of course is our Jazz insider for the KSLSports.com, and of course on the KSL Sports Zone, hosts with Jake Scott every day on Jake and Ben. Ben, we heard a couple of your questions in there. The one that was right off the bat, I think, when it was like, hey, so what's your philosophy? Like, give me the thing that it is that you do, Austin Ainge, that's going to change this franchise around. His answer and what you thought was impressive about it, or what did you think about the first introductory press conference with Austin Ainge?
Yeah, I guess his answer to that question specifically was a little bit of a non-answer, which I understand. He said he wasn't going to give us away all the secrets, and I understand that. He's got to come in. He's got to diagnose pretty quickly what this team is and isn't, which, maybe nobody's done that faster than Danny Ainge, who came in and within, 6 or 7 months, the head coach was gone and Donovan Mitchell was gone and Rudy Gobert was gone. And that all moved very quickly. So I'm sure they're confident in their ability to diagnose what they see. And then, it's not a full changeover. Still, Danny is there and has an understanding of what the team does. And Justin Zanik's certainly there in a full-time role and understands what the team can and can't do right now. And I'm sure they'll make decisions based off of that. But he was a little bit nondescript as far as, what the plan is. And I think that's something Jazz fans have been looking for. And I don't know if you necessarily left this press conference understanding like what it's going to look like now with a change in leadership.
And that's certainly fair. It's going to take a long time to evaluate that, I'm sure, for him. Long time meaning, intensive time to figure that out as he now takes over this job. But one thing he was very strong about, there was a question asked essentially about tanking, and he basically said that that's not what they're going to do this year, and he was pretty abrupt about that. When you heard that answer, what's your take on that? Are we looking into that too much, or do you think he made it very clear that they're going to take a different approach this offseason?
I think you have to understand what he was saying and what he wasn't saying. I don't think I promise you he was not saying the Jazz aren't going to lose games next year. He knows that they have a top 8 protected pick, and if that pick falls to number 9 and it goes to Oklahoma City, that's a really bad case situation for the Jazz. So I don't think they're going to risk, unless they know they can make serious gains in trades or free agency or in the draft and really improve. I still don't see a situation where the Jazz dramatically up their win total to like 35, 38 wins, which doesn't get you into the playoffs, doesn't even get you to the play-in tournament, but just pushes you late in the lottery and then you don't get a pick. I don't think that's going to happen. What I don't think you're going to see next year are the shenanigans of, 3 rookies, 2 two-way players, 7 guys on the injury report, 3 of them just due to rest, others for, weird knee injuries that nobody saw happen. I think that part of it's done. I think the desire to lose games in that fashion has gone by the wayside. I don't think there's an appetite for it from Ryan Smith to Danny Ainge to Justin Zanuck to Will Hardy to the players on the floor and now to Austin Age. I think that part of it, for the most part, is going to be gone. Now, if we're in game 75 next year watching the Jazz and they're battling it out with 3 other teams for the worst record, will they go back to it? I'm sure they will. But I don't think next season is going to feel or pick up where they left off last year. But that also, you can be bad by trading away all your veterans, and you can be authentically bad. And the Jazz were inauthentically bad last year. Maybe they'll just be authentically bad this season.
You know what? That's a great goal for 2025. Be authentically bad, JJ.
I'm authentically bad on the radio every day.
Oh, Ben, that sounds like awful, but also realistic. And this is a team but you have a front office that has got now a ton of experience. Out of all the things that Austin Age has done over the past 17 years in the organization over there in Boston, what's the most significant one do you think that affects that it gives him the tools to be able to say, you know what, I know how to build this thing with you guys alongside Justin Zanuck and his dad to be able to figure this thing out?
What's interesting is it sounds like he's done the majority of his work through the draft. It sounds like kind of that's been his specialty and his expertise, and scouting guys internationally and scouting the college ranks. It sounds like kind of that's been where maybe he's done the majority of his work. And the Celtics have drafted well. That doesn't mean every player has panned out or has even panned out with the Pacers. You look at the Celtics. You look at Aaron Nesmith, who's playing so well right now for the Pacers. Well, that was a Danny Ainge and now maybe Austin Ainge draft pick when they were at the Celtics and just never really got an opportunity to play there before he's gone on and turned to a very good two-way player. So that's interesting, I think, especially if you understand, the conversation or the question we were just talking about, which is tanking. If he's a draft guy and that's where he's done most of his work and that's where he feels like you can improve a team, and he didn't say that, let me be clear, but if that's what he's maybe the best at, then you're in a good spot because the Jazz have the 5th overall pick this year and they need to hit on it. And then they're probably going to have another good pick next year and they need to hit on that as well. So that's where he's done most of his work, it sounds like. And, that's where the Jazz have the best opportunity to improve immediately, 3.5 weeks from right now.
I think Jazz fans, when they first heard this news today, they were thinking, wait a minute, why did they need to make this hire? Because you have Danny Ainge as the CEO, you had Justin Zanuck as the general manager. So why was this hire needed and important, and what did it mean for Justin Zanuck and his role in the organization?
As Ryan said, if you missed the press conference, that it doesn't change anything for Justin Zanuck, that Justin Zanuck's the general manager. And in fact, the things he does well, which is, the lawyer stuff, the connectivity stuff, the contractual stuff, the former player agent stuff, is maybe not necessarily, and Ryan didn't say this, but you can kind of put two and two together, may not be where Austin Ainge excels, and vice versa, where Austin Ainge excels as a draft guy and a player talent evaluator may not be kind of the natural background for Justin Zanuck. So those two should complement each other as far as what they do. So I don't think that should change necessarily of what Justin Zanuck's responsibilities are and his strengths. And there should be room for him to stick around there and be happy. And I got the impression, talking to some people, that Justin is happy in his job and likes his role. I will say, why now? I kind of gotten the impression that Danny Ainge was working a lot more than he had planned to with the Utah Jazz. He took over the CEO job, and he had kind of said, like, I don't want to be doing this 40 hours a week. Like, I kind of want to come in and oversee things, but I don't want to be boots on the ground and have to do all this and have to travel a bunch. And I'm sure he wants to play golf, but, you look at what the Jazz have gone through for the last few years, and, like, you mix in the fact that Justin Zanuck had to be away from the team for not a terribly long time, but he had the kidney issues. He probably wasn't able to be as involved as he would have been otherwise. And it probably just put more work in Danny Ainge's lap than he was expecting when he left Boston to take this job with the Jazz. So I think that was a big part of it, in all honesty, is that Danny Ainge wants to do the role that he probably felt he signed up for and maybe just hadn't been able to do yet. And now you get a guy to step into this role that has been open. Ryan Smith had said this is a job the Jazz have been looking to fill for a while, and they just finally got the opportunity to get the guy they wanted.
Ben Anderson, you're going to hear him with Jake Scott, of course, every day. Jake and Ben, you can read his byline there at KSLSports.com, as well as our Jazz Insider. As you see this kind of thing play out, the question was asked about Justin Zanuck's role now with the team, and I think that was pretty well explained. It was like, oh, no, these guys are going to be in separate roles. Is this what every NBA team has? I mean, it's like we see versions of teams and what they do, and they name – a president of basketball operations, maybe even a VP of basketball operations, a GM, an assistant GM. Is the front office kind of where this front office wants to be? Is it about what it looks like in terms of personnel from city to city or from franchise to franchise?
Yeah, talking to some people after the press conference, it doesn't sound like there's any other hires going to be made immediately. It sounds like this is the group they've got moving forward. And look, that will change as Austin sits down and gets comfortable in the job. I'm sure he will look and say, hey, I think we could do this better, or hey, we should do this differently. And they'll go bring in some new bodies or replace bodies. I think that's possible, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's no imminent hires being made. I think this is kind of the major piece and the one person who's coming in to do it. And that's the pathway they're going to stick with for the time being, which does mean there's some continuity. I don't, as much as a changeover as Dennis Lindsey to Justin Zanuck was, and even honestly Kevin O'Connor to Dennis Lindsey, even though they crossed over sometime on their path together, I think there's going to be some more continuity, at least in the Jazz front office, than maybe there has been in years past when we've seen these types of changes.
Stealing them away from the Boston Celtics organization, they made it sound like, hey, or I think the what was brought up in that conversation with Ryan Smith was, if you do this, then let's get it done now so that I can help you with this draft process. That's a massive priority because they wanted to make sure that this happened so that he's not just waiting and coming in September or October. He wants to be a part of this process in the next 3.5 weeks. And obviously it goes without saying that that might be his strength, but what immediately does he get hit with when it comes to this? And admittedly, he even brought up, I've been studying these same people. I study everybody in the draft, and what kind of advantage is that going to be for this Jazz team going in 3.5 weeks to the draft?
Yeah, he said that we've interviewed everybody at the Combine, and that's true. But, like, if you're going to be the number 3 overall pick or a player who's in that conversation, so I'll just throw out, like, an Ace Bailey as a name that most people are familiar with. Like, if you're talking to Boston, like, how much time are you spending on Boston? You have the 28th overall pick. Like, yeah, he's watched him. But even then, like, Austin Ainge 3 months ago, if he didn't know he was going to take this job with the Jazz, and I have no idea how quickly he came together for him. We kind of heard the story, but who knows what it means. He's been focusing on guys at 28, truthfully. He just has been. So he's gonna have to really do a lot of work to get caught up on some of these guys at the top of the draft. And yes, I'm sure he's far more familiar with them than I am, or than anyone else who doesn't do this for a living. And I do believe the idea that you have to be prepared for anything, because if on draft night, the trade presents itself, you can move up to 3. You can't be caught, with your hands in your pockets. You've got to know what you're doing. So I'm sure some of that is there. But once it becomes realistic that you have a top 5 pick, I'm sure he has to go back and start over almost. And he's got a good base. He's got a good head start. But you've got to go back and you're looking at totally different players and totally different names and totally different value. What was the 28th pick going to do for Boston? Maybe make the team, maybe get to play next year. Like, they drafted a guy last year in Baylor Shireman who barely played this year. It was the end of the first round. And I'm sure that's what they were thinking of this year. And now you've got a guy who's coming in who, best case scenario is the face of the franchise. They've got a guy coming at number 5 who they hope has a chance to, if not be the best player on the team, be the one or, first or second most complimentary player to the best player on the team who may be coming in next year in the draft. So that changes, that mindset changes. And then you have to know how that player is going to fit around everybody else already on the roster.
Well, let's talk about the draft. And the Jazz have that number 5 pick currently. And I know you're doing extensive work on KSLSports.com. You also were kind enough to do some TV this weekend as well, and will be doing so up into the draft. So we appreciate that. You can see Ben on KSL Sports Live here before the draft. But I wanted to ask you if anything's really changed with the tiers. Is it really is it set around the league that it's going to be Ace Bailey, VJ Edgecombe, and Trey Johnson in that 3, 4, 5 grouping, and the Jazz will get whoever's left over? Or is there some other guys out there that could break into that group, or is there some wild card out there that could change all of that?
Yeah, I would really keep an eye on Con Knippel, who I would put in that group as well with Ace Bailey and VJ Edgecombe and Trey Johnson. He was the other player at Duke this year, along with Common Malawash, but he was kind of the other guy behind Cooper Flagg and had a very good year, and you kind of dig into him a little bit more, and there's just a lot to like. So I do think it's the top 2, Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper, and Cooper's much better than Dylan Harper even. And then there's a drop-off after that. And that, is probably 3, 4, 5, 6. And if I had to bet on it, those are, the Jazz will probably have 2 of those guys on the board of the 4. But there's a chance that a Derek Queen, who was the big forward / center at Maryland, size and creativity, passing the ball, and maybe some ability to shoot it going forward. Like, teams like those guys. And if you were to tell me that Philly took a swing on a guy like that because Ace Bailey's too raw, or VJ Edgecombe is too repetitive of what they have, or same with Con Knippel, I would believe that. And I could see Charlotte doing the same thing. If you want size and a true big guy that can play one of the front court positions and space the floor, which is what the NBA is about now, 5 guys spaced out, Derek Queen's probably the best opportunity for that. Or Common Malawash is an opportunity for that. And maybe somebody surprises you, and then instead of having just 2 of those 4 guys to pick from, you have 3 of those 4 guys. And I think that's actually, I wouldn't say it's likely, but maybe a 30% chance that happens, which is, better than the Jazz's lottery odds. So you could see something like that happen.
Yeah, no, to your point, you look at Philly at 3, that's a team that expects to win in the playoffs next year. That's a team that wants to win next year. They're not in a rebuild. Does that impact who they might consider at number 3 or what they might do? Because they don't need to bring in an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid. They don't need a project. They need somebody that's going to help them win now.
It shouldn't, but the NBA is full of teams doing things they shouldn't, especially the draft. Like, you draft for need. I know we say best player available, and it would be nice if that was the case. But as long as the draft has existed, teams have said, well, we've kind of got these guys even the same tier that we're talking about, but we've already got a Paul George, or we've already got a Tyrese Maxey, or we've already got a Joel Embiid. So let's do something that's going to allow him to maybe, best case scenario, fit next to him instead of being the same position and never being able to get on the floor. So, yeah, that absolutely is going to play a part in it. And the same thing's going to happen for Charlotte coming up at number 4. They may say, well, we've got Brandon Miller, so we don't really need Ace Bailey. Maybe we need Common Malawash. Maybe we do need that big 5 that can step in, because they already tried to trade Mark Williams, and clearly he was unhappy with that when they tried to send him to the Lakers and it got rescinded. So maybe they send him out somewhere else and then they get Common Malawash. And then again, you're talking about 3 guys in that group of 4 that we mentioned sitting on the board for the Jazz. So I think that's very realistic that could happen. I could see it, because both of those teams in front of the Jazz, Philly and Charlotte, kind of have either very experienced, talented veterans or good young players already at specific positions.
Ben, real quickly before we get you out here, NBA Finals, of course, firing up on Thursday. The Pacers dispatched the Knicks, and their run continues as the 6th seed out of the East, but the Oklahoma City Thunder are the, I think, best odds or the heaviest odds for a team on one side of the NBA Finals in the common era or the modern era of basketball. How do you see this one real quickly as we get a couple more seconds with you here? I just want to figure out what to think about this NBA Finals. Everybody tells me it's not going to be a good one.
I would love for Indiana to surprise us. And we shouldn't underrate Indiana. I mean, they crushed a good Cavaliers team, and then they beat up on a good Knicks team that had just beat up on the Celtics. So Indiana really, there's something there. Like that's obviously a very good team, a very legitimate team, and they've got stars at the top. But I do think it's going to be pretty heavily tilted towards the Thunder, and I would think maybe 5 games.
Ben Anderson, you can hear him, of course, every day with Jake Scott. Jake and Ben every day. Read his byline, KSLSports.com. You can listen to Jazz Notes as well, the podcast. Ben, thanks for everything, man. Appreciate it, and we'll chat with you ahead of the draft, man.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Ben Anderson. I would love to think that this is going to be good. This NBA Finals.
You asked me the same question an hour ago, and I was trying to talk myself into it at the same time.
I'm fine with it.
The Thunder won 68 games, and they just absolutely dominated the Western Conference Finals against a really, really good Minnesota Timberwolves team.
Yeah, but the Pacers
it's going to be tough.
The Pacers?
Yes, but
they're no slouch. I like Pascal Siakam, man. I think he's as good as anybody.
I like a lot of
look, you got SGA.
I like a lot of guys on their roster.
I mean, obviously Tyrese Halliburton.
Nesmith?
Yeah, Nesmith is been phenomenal. I look and I go, I don't necessarily think that it's just an auto championship for this Thunder team. We'll see how this thing goes. Joining us on the program right now, he is Clayton Curl. Clayton, of course, taking over this week officially for his retiring father, Tom, who we love. But, of course, we will still be honoring a lot of what Tom has done here because Clayton doesn't just do the same type of deals that his dad does. He does them better, all right?
That's right.
And he's advertised it that way for years. Dad, I love you, but your deal stinks. I'm gonna outdo you on this one. So now it's just a constant you outdoing people, and then now you don't have to get in trouble, though, for it. You can still you can come in and roll those deals out, man.
For those just joining the show, we're having a breaking news conference
I love
here.
it.
We're not dropping booms, we're dropping bombs, right? My dad's focusing on his health, out with the old, in with the new. Oldest son, me, best looking, smartest son.
What's Chris have to say about that?
You know, Christopher's actually way smarter than I. He's
got
a master's degree at BYU and a full-time job with Marriott.
Fine.
I won't put in detail how much he's going to make, but let's just say more than me.
Okay.
So I joke, and he knows he's listening. Shout out to Christopher.
Smart. Yeah.
He's the man. We always call him Toph in our house, Chris Topher.
Chris Topher, yeah.
Anyways, my dad's going to focus on being grandpa and being, after a double lung transplant.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds reasonable.
He should do that.
He should. And so I'm going to step in, and because I'm stepping in, I need to get rid of things. We have things, and in a retail shop, it's not good to collect things.
No.
So I'm blowing off the shelves, and I'm just going to get straight to the deals. I've got a hybrid 15-inch mattress. Sorry. I got a hybrid 15-inch mattress that I'm doing a BOGO deal. Okay? Anyone who listens and knows that we do deals knows that we do adjustable bases. Okay? I'm doing an adjustable base that not even my dad has ever done, a price that no one's ever heard of. Okay? You can look up at the internet. You can look at those Instagram posts, those TikTok posts that they ship it to your house, whatever. Okay? And it's maybe $29.99. Okay? I'm $15.99. I'm half price, 2 mattresses on the Twin XL, 2 adjustable bases. Come in and get it. Boom. If you're not into adjustable bases, I got the queen mattress, $4.99. I've got kings starting at $5.99.
Wow.
I've got the dining room table. This is an $8.99 retail value. I'm $100.
Come on. Let's go. Just the table itself. Come on. And then the chairs are over here, and the chairs are $25 a piece.
$25 a pop on the chairs. And guess what? We talked about this earlier. I'm gonna sweeten the deal a little bit. Anybody that comes in and buys a mattress on me, I'm throwing in 2 free pillows. Boom.
Boom. All right.
Salt Lake location only.
Yes. 1825 South 300 West is where it's located. East of Costco, north of the Sam's Club, easy to find, easy to get to, and Clayton and his guys are easy to work with as well. Come in, make that deal happen. Clayton, congrats, man. And
thanks,
we'll
guys.
chat with you again. All right, we got more to go. Stay with us right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Utah County slowdowns are starting to emerge on southbound I-15 from Pioneer Crossing down into Linden. Northbound I-15 through downtown Salt Lake is still slow because of an earlier crash near North Temple. The crash is gone, but the delays go back to 21 South. The Garden Restaurant is opening June 30th in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
The Jazz have added to their front office Austin Ainge, president of basketball operations.
Double A coming home. I'd covered Austin. I was beat writer for the Watchdog at the time, and he has an excellent mind. He used to discuss stuff with me that it was obvious to me he's going to be in basketball at some point. Austin has trained for this for many, many years. Of that, I'm assured. Obviously, he's got the same last name, but beyond that, I can speak to he's got an excellent mind for the game, which I think is important these days. You have to present a message, and it has to be presented in a manner that reflects well on your entire franchise and your organization, and I think he'll do that. And I like they did it now because he's got basically a whole month to get on board with what the line of thinking is going forward here.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about Advanced Windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best that you can buy. It's triple coating of low E. It's got argon-filled gas, and it's double pane insulated glass. So it fights the heat back. It keeps the cold air in your house, and you're going to save so much money on your air conditioning bill.
How about this? You'll also save $2,500 when you swap out 10 windows or more. With a lifetime guarantee, it's even transferable to the next owner. Covers all labor, glass, and parts. Call Advanced Windows right now, 801-850-9100. You can also go to advancedwindows.com.
Highest quality custom windows in the state. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You know what that music means. It's the NFL Blitz. You can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone, by the way. The way you do it, it's our Win Ticket Wednesday. All you have to do is listen to the station all day long. Every show is going to be giving away tickets. This time around, it's going to be tickets to Aerofest. This Wednesday, we're giving away tickets to Aerofest with Styx, Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles. All of that is going to be going on June 11th. At the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. You can get tickets right now at livenation.com, or you can get yourself those tickets just by winning them by listening all day long on a Win Ticket Wednesday. Okay, JJ, let's talk a little bit about Jackson Dart signing that big old deal on Friday afternoon.
Good for him.
Makes it official. $17 million guaranteed for the number 25 overall pick. I think that's just the standard rookie scale for where he was picked.
Yeah. No surprise.
Good for him. I was glad I think that any time that you're waiting around and kind of waiting to see, and there's whatever back and forth that they do between agents and franchises, and they did it. He made it happen, and I think New York is happy with him. We'll see how long that lasts.
I saw some video of him throwing in practice,
and
looks good.
Oh, I think you're going to say his
arm
arm
really
looked
good.
His arm was floppy.
I don't think Daniel Jones has anything on this kid's arm. So. And I think there's a leadership quality with him that Daniel Jones didn't possess.
Are you talking about Minnesota Vikings great Daniel Jones?
That one.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Who actually led the Giants to their last playoff win, by the way.
That's like he's the Tim Tebow of
also note that Saquon Barkley was on that team as well, and a very good defense.
Shoot.
But anyway, I think that Jackson Dart's in a really good place. And when you go to this microscope, or I should call it magnifying glass that is New York when you're a player.
Yeah.
You don't want to go in feeling the pressure of being the man immediately. And so I think this is a good ideal situation for him if you're going to have to go to New York to know and understand that your first year is going to be about development and watching. So it's great that he's going to New York, but he's also going to be able to wait on his development and get better in practice so that when the time is right, he'll be better and he'll be ready on a team that I think – is much better ran than the Jets, and I think could be successful in a year or two as they add more talent.
Lions four-time Pro Bowl center also was reading about this in Frank Ragnow is going to retire, medical retirement, 7 years of a career, 4 of those years, he's been a second-team All-Pro. He's been a Pro Bowler for 4 of those years as well. He is, per Pro Football Focus, he is the second-rated center in the entire league. That's a massive loss for that offensive line up in Detroit. And I will tell you, the person who's probably the most upset by it has got to be Jared Goff, who you have that relationship with your center. It's very, very close. And I know your best offensive lineman is Penei Sewell, but the center is the anchor of that dadgum line. And, man, it's a crazy thing to lose that guy 7 years into his career. Just too many injuries piling up, and he's like, I got to prioritize my health. Don't blame him. Right,
29 years old.
Yeah, he's making that decision. He's just going, look, I can't do this. The grind is too much. I've had every injury you can imagine. Remember, he fractured his throat in 2020. JJ.
Wow,
that was a real injury that they reported.
He played through a partially torn pectoral muscle just last year. Didn't miss a start after the missed one game.
I didn't know you could fracture a throat.
It's crazy, right?
He fractured his throat.
Football players, man.
Yeah,
so he deserves it. He's earned it. It is a big loss for the Lions, and he was a key part of their success on that offense. And so they lost their offensive coordinator to Chicago, Ben Johnson, now the head coach there, and now they lose their center. It's going to be interesting how the Lions are able to bounce back from some significant offseason losses on offense.
Joe Burrow, quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals, made the no-duh quote of the day. If I would have played better last year, we wouldn't have missed the playoffs. Good night, everybody.
You know what? I don't agree with him. I don't agree with him.
You don't agree that if the quarterback would have played better?
Their defense was the worst in the league.
They were bad.
Their defense stunk. Burrow was fine. The quarterback wasn't the problem. The offense wasn't the problem.
I love it.
They couldn't get stops. And so if their defense can get better, they'll be fine. Burrow, I appreciate what he's doing as the quarterback, is saying this is on
leader,
me.
Man.
I got to get better. I have to be better. And, yes, was it his best season so far in the NFL? No. But did they miss the playoffs because Joe Burrow sucked? No.
Yeah, but
their
if your quarterback
sucked.
If your quarterback were better, you'd probably make the playoffs every year. That's the thing. It is the thing.
Look at some of the quarterbacks that played.
I'm going to let him. Even
Daniel Jones won a playoff game with the Giants.
I'm going to call his bluff.
Because his defense was good.
Okay, then be better next year and make the playoffs.
Noodle arm Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl.
Noodle arm.
With the Denver Broncos because Von Miller was in his prime.
Didn't he have a funky neck too?
He had all kinds of problems.
Did he have a fractured throat?
He was just south of 40. He was hanging on for dear life. He did just enough to help the Broncos win a Super Bowl, but was Peyton Manning still a Hall of Fame level quarterback at that point?
Did you see Peyton Manning shot a 71 at the Memorial Pro-Am? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Shot a freaking 71.
Good for Peyton.
Yeah. All right.
That's not fair. Even guys like Peyton can just do everything.
Yeah, Steph was there also.
Everything he touches turns to gold.
Yeah. All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. We got more to go. We got best and worst next. Stay here. Right around the corner, we have a best and worst 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
The Jazz named Austin Ainge the new president of basketball operations.
Obviously, the job is twin. That's the most important thing, and that's what Austin Ainge is going to be tasked with doing, and he's going to have to figure out how to turn this thing into a winning program again, which it's not right now. The nepotism angle is obviously there. It's how he got his job in Boston. It's how he got this job in Utah. When your dad is the CEO of a team and you come in as the president of basketball operations and you have the same last name, obviously that plays a part. However, he has been doing this for 17 years with the Boston Celtics and has seen a championship team.
But I think people complaining about that are being naive. Nepotism happens all around us.
It does.
And you know what? In basketball in particular, it is rampant.
It is.
There's at least half a dozen Nepo head coaches in the league right now.
Yeah.
And some are good and some are not.
The nice thing is that is ultimately how you get judged. It doesn't matter who your dad was. It's did you win or not.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Let me point you to the website that has helped not just thousands of people drop a lot of weight even just on our program, JJ and I have both dropped a bunch of weight in the past year plus. I dropped 65 pounds, and I've kept it off this entire time. I was telling you early in the program that I went to the doctor's office, and I was able to get some great numbers back. I was able to be at a lower weight than I've ever been with this doctor, and I was able to say, hey, yeah, I've been watching my P's and Q's. I've been following this program, and it's been working. And he's like, whatever it is, keep it going, man. It's good to get those numbers back. It's one thing to not just to be losing the weight. It's another to make sure that your blood pressure is going down, or your your LDL levels, all your blood tests start to come back and they start to look better because you're prioritizing your health. Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you get there. SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. Get $200 off of the same program that JJ and I have been using. Go check out our testimonials and others right there on their website, SLCFatLoss.com. That's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Have you dreamed of a home golf simulator but worry you just don't have the space? Fairway Hideaway brings that dream to life with the Murphy Golf Simulator. This sleek fold-away closet system transforms any garage, basement, or office into playing Augusta, Pebble Beach, or hundreds of other famous courses around the world. Once you're done, simply push a button and it folds away into a 2-foot closet system that any house designer would be proud of. If you decide to put it in your garage, you still have space to park your cars. From Park City Chalets to Salt Lake Townhomes, Murphy Golf Simulators blend seamlessly into your space with no renovation required. Zone listeners will save $1,000 off their Murphy Golf Simulator by getting your installation scheduled before end of summer. Play iconic courses, perfect your swing, or host your next golf night, all from the comfort of home. Then use a remote control and watch it fold away. Learn more at fairwayhideaway.com. That's fairwayhideaway.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. If you've lived more than a decade, you've seen organizations die, companies, nonprofits, even nations. We often think that in a turbulent world, stability is our safety net, but the opposite is true. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. It's worth saying that again. When turbulence abounds, organizations that can adapt survive. Having a death grip on the status quo, denying the need for change, and using history as a roadmap is the surest way to become obsolete. Whether at an individual or a corporate level, we should not be asking if we should change, but how can we change? Learn more about dealing with change in an MBA program from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. Final segment of the hour. A couple minutes, we're going to be chatting with Clayton, who, of course, is taking over for his dad, Tom, here at the warehouse. That was the news that broke today. We had Austin Ainge announced as the new president of basketball operations for the Utah Jazz. And then Clayton Curl, also in the same show, announced officially he's going to be taking over the warehouse from his dad, who's going to be retiring. And we, of course, love Tom, and the legacy that he leaves here is awesome, and it's great, and he's going to be missed at these remotes, but you know what? It's going to be cool because he gets to hang out with his grandkids a lot more. So there you go. Let me see here. So best and worst, brought to you by the good folks of the Doug Smith family of dealerships, an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. And, of course, now the Mitsubishi brand is in the family of the Doug Smith dealerships. You can find them in American Fork. That's where the Mitsubishi is. Spanish Fork and Linden, which is all across the full range of brands for the Doug Smith cars that you love. Nobody knows cars like Doug. All right, best and worst goes like this. First of all, I was very interested in how this is going to work out. I thought that this was – now, hold on. Our producer, Alex, let me ask you a question about this Logan Drewley. First of all, I think that's an insult, okay? Instead of Logan Cooley, we've got Logan Drewley. And Logan Drewley is now going to represent the Utah Mammoth at the NHL in the NHL Stanley Cup. Is this the same dog with the – is this the same black lab that we were introduced to earlier in the year? Or is he no longer with us? Oh, okay. So the other one, sorry, am I bringing it? Did he pass or are we? No, he didn't pass. Okay. Okay, he's fine. Okay. Okay, the Stanley Cup. Okay, so sorry, I didn't want to kill off I should know because we had the black lab that was introduced to the family of the Utah Hockey Club this year, and I thought maybe because they chose a different mascot, they had to get rid of the other one. And I thought that would have been very, very disappointing. Okay, so that's good to know. And then, by the way, Salt Lake City Community College, their baseball team has won the JUCO National Championship in baseball. This is a program that's always been very, very good. And so it's been one of those things that's been very consistent, and now they won the national championship, so kudos to them. And then finally, the worst of best and worst. The NBA on TNT is now officially done on TNT. I don't know how it's going to work with how they do this with ESPN. I was told that they were actually not going to do as much. Like, I don't know why, because the reality is you need to have these guys on TV as much as possible. But as its iteration has been on TNT, the NBA on TNT is no longer going to be there. They're going to shift things over to ESPN, which means, of course, the show will never be the same. However, and there's a reason those guys are really, really good. But we'll see. Hopefully that thing works out. But I love that group, man. And I love Ernie. He's like the cool-headed customer there who just is basically babysitting. He's babysitting Shaq and Chuck to not say anything inappropriate, while Kenny just kind of shakes his head and goes, "I can't believe that these guys are my colleagues." It's some of the best TV that's ever been presented from a sports standpoint. And it's not even always the best breakdowns of the actual NBA itself. Doesn't matter. I'm there for the quality entertainment. And so they're done on TNT. I'm glad we're going to be able to get at least some version of them on ESPN. Clayton Curl. We announced, of course, today that Clayton is going to be taking over for his dad, who's going to be retiring. It's official that Tom needs to spend more time with the grandkids, needs to focus on the health, and no better person to take it over than Clayton, who's been working so much for this business as it is over the past, decade plus. And so appropriate that you're the one who can walk in and take this thing over. Are you nervous about it?
Yeah, kind of nervous, actually. I just out of respect of how much hard work my dad puts in.
Yeah, for sure.
That I'm capable? Not at all. I'm not nervous about it.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm not nervous about the capabilities, but obviously out of respect for what my dad's done. And on that note, I'm in here to make a difference.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we've got deals on deals on deals. If you're in the business or in the market, and you need a new bed, come give us a chance. I'd love to earn your business. Right now, I have a deal that's insane. It's something that not even my dad has ever done. I have an adjustable base in the king size. Okay. King size is 2 twin XLs. Mm-hmm. Okay. 2 of them put together is king size. So normally when you come in, you lay down on a twin XL, you're laying there, you're like, oh, and your wife's like, I like it firm.
Right.
And you're like, I like it more plush.
I'm up watching the TV. She's laying down all the way to go to sleep.
The good news is I got a BOGO deal.
Okay.
You buy one side, I'm giving the other side for free.
I'm looking at these mattresses in here too. These aren't dinky $199 mattresses.
This isn't your 4-inch memory foam. This isn't your futon mattress. This isn't a fold. This is top of the line 12-inch hybrid mattress. Look it up on the internet. M. Lily. I love when people look at stuff on the internet because I'm half the price on the internet.
That's great.
And I have it here today. You can take it You can take it today. Sleep on it today.
Awesome.
2 adjustable bases, 2 mattresses in the king size. I'm $1,599
compared to over $7,000, almost $8,000.
Market retail is $8,000.
Crazy.
Any store that's going out of business, they'll sell you just the bases for $1,299. I'm $1,599
with the 12-inch
with
memory
the 12-inch memory foam hybrid.
I love it.
Listen, if you just need the mattress, you already have your base. I'm $899. Same. You buy one mattress, it's BOGO. $899. You get the other side for free.
Nice.
If you already have your mattresses that you're in love with, you just need the base. I'm $799. That's crazy.
We've known Clayton for a long time. Obviously, we've known Tom for a long time. We know what the warehouse does, and Clayton's going to continue that legacy of carrying that torch to giving you the best deals. Right here across from Costco, east of Costco.
Salt Lake store only.
Salt Lake store only. That's at 1825 South 300 West. 1825 South 300 West. That's north of where the Sam's is here on 3rd West, and it's east of the Costco. But again, there are furniture stores all up and down this road, right?
And we're the only ones that got deals on deals on deals.
And you guys are the ones with the best prices by far. Come in, and I would encourage you to shop around on the internet at the other stores. Come right back again and go, nope, this was the deal. Clayton, congrats, man. Thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. We'll take the break here. We've got more to go, so stay right here. Stay dialed in. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports is proud to support Primary Children's Hospital with the KSL Give-a-thon. We need your help raising money for sick Utah kids. Go to kslkids.com and donate now. Be a smile maker. An automatic monthly donation will help save lives all year long. Sponsored by J&J Garden Center in Layton. With the KSL Give-a-thon, we can't do it without you. So give today at kslkids.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left a tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in Lehigh, Provo, Harriman, South Jordan, and American Fork.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and it's time to talk about advanced windows. Summer is coming, and you want your home to be efficient. Keep that cool air inside your home. Advanced Windows are going to give you the windows you need to do just that.
And people probably look at glass and think, well, you just see through it. Glass is glass. No. All glass looks